Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the world, live from the green stage here at the Mobian facilities in sunny Burbank, California. I know you've heard me say it, the weather never changes really in California, and we're flexing like a Steve Houston drawing over to my associate and friend, Paul Gabriel. Say hello to the people at home.
This is the new material for today.
This is fresh.
I like that. You were very official too, right? When you started off, I'm ready to go. Papers off and running.
You gotta, it's on script, they're blank pieces of paper. I mean, let's be serious.
He's just trying to make himself look like he's a reporter or something up here, right?
Traffic and weather on the ones.
Traffic and weather. We already know what the weather is because we're in Southern California. So.
Do you know I was once expelled from a radio broadcast that I used to do for the Seneca College in Toronto? Yeah, I had this radio show called The Freak Show. I'm sure nobody could imagine me hosting something called The Freak Show.
Hey, wait, is this available for us to watch? Because I'm in front of a computer.
No, this is before the...
Because I'm happy to share the link in the chat. Thank goodness
this is before the times of social media. I'm aging myself. This is definitely before the time of any of these things, and I'm so glad.
I think it would be a lot of fun to see that.
You're probably right.
Listen, I did a video when I was in high school too, you know? That would be fun.
This was not a video. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you? This was a weekly thing. I go into a booth and they have me there and it broadcasted like, you know, I can't believe they let me get away with this. And again, I'm getting away with it again. Here we are.
I was about to say, you're getting away with it again right now.
One more time.
That's what I was about to say.
Let me ask you something.
Please.
So yesterday was chock full. I mean, that was, can we rewind the tape for a second? In case you're tuning in today for the first time to the 2020.
Yeah, who didn't tune in yesterday? I would be intrigued to know on the chat.
I couldn't imagine.
Able to make it yesterday.
I couldn't imagine with all the free tidbits and information that was being thrown at you. And then that one illustrious, I'm going to look at you straight in the camera, that one illustrious thing that happened. We went live behind the guarded veil of Sideshow Collectibles in Thousand Oaks, California, the one and only Sideshow Collectibles, and we met with the elves. They're not really elves, they're grown people that make the magic happen. The one thing I will say, as great as it was, Ian Robinson, our foreign correspondent, our on-location correspondent, and fellow ZBrush teammate, took us live to the scene of the crime where they make all the good stuff happen. What is the one standout for you?
The detail of work that they kick out, really. Like, you see it. Like, it's crazy how much
Like on the scarecrow, right?
Everything, yeah.
Should I do the
like that first piece of Matt? Yeah, that Matt had. It was just crazy. All of them were. I mean, I like that it was different. We got to see the opportunity of seeing different types of styles during that too. So every artist had something different. You know how I feel about me some Transformers and some hard surface. So
you got your hard surface.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Optimus, you know.
The paint roller. That was the other one. He was like, I'm feeling very physical today, very De Niro.
Looks like Louis had some sleep last night.
Hardly. We are summiting. We all know this.
We are summiting. There is no such thing as sleep these days.
Well, Sleep Till Brooklyn is the song I think they say. Hey, so
I know someone's jumping in there saying they really enjoyed the cloth demo from Sherilyn, which I thought was outstanding. So it was like, there was a lot of good stuff.
You mean the cloth disposition? We basically got a dissertation on how to do cloth inside of ZBrush. In case you've missed it, you should tune in to the replay action via our streams and our channels and see the action and magic again. Hey, so for me, you know what? I was kind of a little bummed. There was only one thing that I was bummed about. We didn't get into the costuming area as I had so desired. I wanted to see the threads, the little elves making their jackets and the tight pants.
I know you were wishing for
Everyone
that.
knows I like the tight pants. It worked for the tight pants.
I'm going to go on a limb and probably say that's because it was probably somewhere where they weren't able to go at that moment.
You're probably right.
It was probably
top secret.
Top secret, as you like to say.
Yeah.
Secret.
That's like the mothership of top secret. Do you see that office? We got to redo our office at ZBrush.
Well, they did do it, remember. All the artists did it themselves.
Made in ZBrush.
They printed everything off. And
tell the people at home.
Put it all together.
Where was it made?
They used a lot of ZBrush for.
Hold on a second.
And some other.
Where was it made?
It was made in ZBrush. Made in ZBrush as well.
Pointing at the logo. Look at my desk.
Look at that.
Pointing at the ZBrush logo right there.
Look at you. Traveling over here.
You see what I did there?
Mark.
Hey, so let me get on with it here. So again, that was our very own Ian Robinson, who will be joining me later here, because you're going to be doing something spectacular as well today. I'm a little jelly that I get locked in here. You know what I mean?
You are jelly. I will give you that. That's a great way to put it for you today.
I'm never jelly. I mean, I'm never really jealous of anything, to be honest. But I'm kind of there's a bit of I want to go out there and get scanned too.
Oh, you do. So you just dropped some of it. What's happening today?
I'm pushing it on you now. Should we talk about what's happening? Okay, well,
go ahead.
You're going to be well, you're still going to be with me, and he's going to be out there again. We're going to kick off the action with Rand Manolov, of course, by internet feed, the magic of the internet, through the ether of the space and time, governor. Where's the vicar? And he will be with us, of course, by way of London, England. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he's right now currently in London. He's moving around a lot for projects.
Do you think he's sitting
currently in London right now?
Do you think he's sitting right now getting that first cup of tea? Simon Walker.
Probably not.
Nah,
Probably not.
The big one that I'm sure they're going to be clamoring by their screens in droves. There'll probably be multiple people sitting at their desks watching that one. The God of War, Sony Santa Monica, the art and the characters of God of War. Wowie, wow. The game just dropped.
Yeah.
Where's the camera? You can't see my face. The game just dropped. My jaw is coming off the desk. The game just dropped, and we've got the whole team here. And the guy himself, Rafael Grassetti, on remote location from Brazil.
Yeah, he'll be joining us for
O Grande Brasileiro is going to be with us live on a remote feed.
Yep.
And we get to chat with
And then
him.
we've got a bunch of people from the team here in
Of
studio
course,
with us.
not to take anything away from them.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
I just bumped into him, you know where?
Where?
At the Lightbox Expo.
Okay.
And he still has the biceps. He still has the physique.
Yeah.
I told him you look good.
Look good.
Yeah, he said the same to me.
He's got awesome work. Definitely.
Okay, so Marco Plouffe joins us later on today, sculpting and posing. And then we're going to be having some fun. And we move on to Wednesday. And we've got the AFA, Foundry and Form. That is where you're going to be slip sliding your way with the molten hot stuff and pouring some stuff, right?
Yeah, we're going to take a tour.
You're being very subdued. I know you've got this in you. I know you've got this in you. You think I don't know. He's very excited. He's being very subdued, very professional these days.
Very professional.
Frame store is going to happen with the creatures from sketch to screen. I like the. I say it. I'll say it again. I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Yes.
There's something very evocative and joyous about drawing something and then working to bring it into life in a 3D space like ZBrush, and that is what keeps me going. If you ever want to know what the secret is and how to keep the energy up, sketch and draw in your little books or on papers whenever possible.
Yeah. Then
What about the next guy?
Raphael Phillips.
Who's that?
He's an amazing artist. Also,
Get us on the camera a second here. Wakanda forever.
Yeah, they showed that piece yesterday at the Sideshow walkthrough, the piece that he did. He'll be breaking down that piece.
It was
the Black Panther.
What did you think of that, really?
It's crazy insane. Especially that suit that's no joke, trying to replicate that and make him look like the on-screen suit. Those are always extremely difficult to do and figure out how you're going to do that as an artist.
You know, I was with last night. I'm going to drop a name. I dropped the name.
You were with who?
I was with Joe Mena last evening.
Oh.
But he also brought out Juan, the rooster. Shout out to the rooster and the people who work on those costumes. Really great work. But not to take anything away also from Raphael and his representation of it in the digital clay format and giving the glorious spotlight to Chadwick Boseman, the late Chadwick. Really great characterization of that. I have that first appearance comic book.
That doesn't surprise me.
Of course I do.
Sea Beast. Of course you do.
Sea Beast, the making of a character. We've got Viz Manolov, the Sea Beast. The Netflix is a great film. Have you seen it?
I have.
Beware the Beast.
Fun. It was a fun movie. I loved it.
It kind of reminded me, if you want to go back in the annals of video games, PS2 type people, and maybe even to the back. Do you ever play that game Shadow of the Colossus?
Shadow of, yeah, I think I know.
You know what I'm talking, these big monsters, and you had this little character, and you're wandering around on a horse, and you get this. That's what Sea Beast reminded me of. I was like, why are they trying to kill these things? You know, I wish I could get a screenshot. And then on Wednesday, the coup d'etat, the last thing that we will do is our own, very own, you, me, and Ian Robinson. That's Paul Gabery, Ian Robinson, and Louis Tucci are going to show you the latest inside the ZBrush, under the hood, as they say, a little sneak peek. And then we'll do the sculpt off announcement where we will crown the winners with top 5. We'll get some, and Paul, tell them everybody wins something, don't they?
Everyone's winning.
Wakanda! No, I'm kidding.
Everyone's winning right now. They're seeing you. That's a win.
That's a joy.
That's a win right there.
That's a joy for me.
I would like to point out that we're getting the trend going a little bit right here, and it makes me smile. A moment with Louis is starting to trend. Okay, we're starting to trend.
You know what?
And speaking of that, I would love to see how people are watching us. So hashtag, take a picture of how you're watching us at the ZBrush Summit and hashtag ZBS22. Again, hashtag ZBS22. Take a selfie of how you're watching us. I'd love to see that, especially if you're watching in a group. We'd love to be able to see that. That'd be something really cool that I think would be fun to go back and look at all the people the way they were watching.
I got a post someone sent me. They said, "Oh, we were watching many of us on the screen," and I thought, "Oh, send a picture of that. We'd love to see that kind of thing. Like they're having a street festival somewhere watching ZBrush." I wanted to ask you something.
Yes,
something really stood out to me. I wanted to say that I remain hopeful about returning to a more glorious smile after seeing the work of not only Dr. Zhivago, but of Dan Katcher. But Zhivago rattled me to my core with some of the technology and the science and the magic of science.
Rattled you to your core.
Rattled. You can hear that? Rattle my teeth loose almost. after playing hockey for so many years.
Drill, yeah, that's going to rattle me to the core for sure.
The science and technology, seeing the fusion of science and technology and the place that ZBrush plays in the lexicon of what could be the future of science and medicine, that's the stuff that really keeps us going.
You know what I like? It's a different way of showing ZBrush too. It's a different way of seeing how it's being used in so many different ways. ZBrush is being used by easily, I would say, 10 plus industries, if not more, where it's a large part of the pipeline. It's not just a little sliver, it's pretty large parts of the pipeline, whether it be 20, 30, 50, or even the whole pipeline in some cases. So it's really cool to just be able to share that with all of you to see how things are happening, because these are conversations Louis, Ian, and I are having, many other people on the team, with different artists from different backgrounds on a regular basis. And our goal is always, when we're developing, is thinking about all those user bases and thinking about how we can come up with stuff that would really push all artwork forward.
Yeah, and we really derive a lot from the community as well. There's no shortage of concepts or ideas. So I mean, really at the end of the day, it's on us as artists to push the envelope of what could be possible. And we got a lot of wonderful things plotted and planned for ZBrush as it continues to evolve and develop into and maintain its title as the world's leading digital sculpting software. I think that's fair to say. And yeah, if you would be courageous in your efforts and your scope, try to reach further, and you know the software is there to help you to do that. I think that's all very fair sort of language to use when we talk about that experience. It's really up to the imagination of users to do with it what they will. Really excited about today. We've got Rand Manolov is going to be joining us again, like I said, on remote.
Yep. He's working on a ton of different projects too. Love, Death, and Robots is one of them. We ended it yesterday with Damien.
Yeah.
Right?
The Damien.
You've got the name of the brush down for you, now you know.
That's Dame standard, people. Dame.
Okay.
There ain't no Dame about it.
Yeah.
Ain't misbehaving.
And then you showed the second one. You got to show the second one too, and got to go into poly painting. I think that was also a highlight. It's just seeing how poly painting is being done and how that can be used within a workflow, and that's like traditional old school way of maybe painting stuff. So I think that was a really good behind like little tip that a lot of people ask, hey, how can I start getting better looking painting, especially Kinte? Yeah.
As an extension to that, he showcased the power of polygroups for creating more succinct seams, and I thought that was really special. There was this really kind of sharp thing that was happening there, and I think that's something to rewatch if you haven't watched. I mean, that was a glorious little tip and trick.
Yeah.
And looking at you, looking at me, and
yes,
it actually ties in so expertly. Did you do this on purpose when casting these people?
Absolutely.
It's almost as if you've curated a wonderful group of people to go after each other in this order. Rand Manolov, this guy that we're going to bring to the stage, can I start to talk about him a little more?
Yeah, go ahead. Please do.
When I start to talk about this guy's got awards coming out the yazoo. Woo woo! And his classicism, he's trained. He's a real trained artist, and his work looks the part. And so I think it's really fascinating to see all the ways that people play ZBrush. I want to start transferring the idea of playing ZBrush. You know, do you think about it that way? Do you think about it as a game? Like I think about it as, do you play ZBrush you know, as an instrument, so to speak?
Well, I could see, honestly, you can see it in that sense because you're sitting there with a ball of clay. You're sitting with a ball of clay, and then you're making something, whatever's in your mind, and letting it just come as it goes through. Sometimes on the screen, sometimes that carries you through the sculpt. Hence, you know, I'm sure musicians have some things like that. They just start jamming away.
Futzing along.
And just something clicks, and they just start finding something that works for them.
You know, there's a root there. There's something that I found. I won't name them all because it's a serious bit of business, but I think that there's that concept of stumbling forward. And stumbling forward we will do here live as I'm getting the cue. Rand is ready in... See what I did there?
That was a good one.
My God, who is this guy?
Someone put that in chat. That was a good one.
Oh, you better believe it. I'm on fire. I had my Wheaties and I'm ready to roll.
He had his Wheaties, people. He's not on the box yet, but he's reaching for it.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paul Gabriel and the Gabriel Foundation. I'm kidding. Okay, let's go live with Rand Manolov from Her Majesty's Empire, London. Here he is, London calling. Rand Manolov is going to be up next, and we'll be back with that in a moment. Right?
Yes.
Let's cue the tapes.
Hey, Rand.
Rand.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
I'm great, yes.
Waiting at
feeling
you.
great. How are you guys doing?
Great. I love the, is that a little Christmas tree already getting started and going back there with those lights in the back corner?
It's actually not a Christmas tree. It's simply decoration.
I like it.
Oh,
Yeah.
it looks like a mountain village in Spain.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it could be a mountain village.
Well, thanks for joining us. We're excited to have you. I know you've got a lot of stuff you want to share and several different projects possibly that you'll be able to share with us. I've worked on so many things, so we're really excited to have you be a part of the summit this year.
Before you start, Rand, I want to give kudos, like I do to so many others. You have won numerous awards. Master of Arts, Academy of Fine Arts, Sofia, Bulgaria. Master of Arts Academy, again, winner. Universidad de Granada, Faculty de Bellas Artes in Granada, again in España. I just want to tip the hat to you. This guy's got a list. I could go on the laundry list, the special prize winner, all kinds of award winner in a graffiti. I want to hear some of those things if you have a chance to talk about them. So don't forget.
Yeah, of course.
About them. People should know you got a great style and you're a fantastic artist. Take it away, Rand.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Louis, for the kind words, and thank you, Paul, for welcoming me here. Seriously, guys, for me, this is a huge honor, and I've been basically waiting for, being part at some point. Finally, made it. And just thank you so much for invitation, for hosting us, everyone organizing everything. You guys did an amazing job, even though we are streaming from all over the world, and some of us made it all the way to LA. But amazing, and really, really happy to be part of it.
Thank you, man. That really means a lot as well. It's for the community that we do this, and for the people around the world who can't be with us, like you said. We're with you in spirit, and we're tuning in and broadcasting live for that very reason, just to be able to keep the fabric of the community strong and together now more than ever in these trying times. You hit the nail on the head. And
for you to take time out of your day and all the work you leading up to this too. Thank you. It's
Absolutely.
A lot.
Thank you in all the languages. Gracias.
You're welcome.
Grazie mille.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what you're going to show.
Yeah,
you have a lot of fun.
You have a tremendous style. I was really taken aback. Your forms and your volumes, everything is really traditionally based and rooted. It's really great to see that, and the fusion of that kind of style with the technology is a joy to see. So I'm happy to have a chance to meet with you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. It means a lot, and it's great to hear that it's in a way getting recognition. With me, it was a little bit of as you already mentioned, coming from a traditional background, etc. At some point, I wasn't sure if this will be a plus or it's going to be a minus in terms of when it comes to commercial work, right? You are, in a way, a little more away from it, at least in the beginning, until you make your way in it, and you find the best way to express and this artistic touch that I have, and it comes mostly from drawing, really. The awards you mentioned, they are mostly for traditional drawing, contemporary drawing, and all that kind of stuff. But then throughout the years, I realized that actually it was super useful and very important to understand the line and the silhouette, and it comes to shapes and volumes and rhythms, and which I'll be talking about, but not to go too abstract. I have a lot to show you. I'll be sharing today some of the work I've done for Love, Death and Robots, working together with Blur. At the moment, I need to say that I am collaborating with few studios, just working as a freelancer, more and more as a conceptual sculptor, also as a asset supervision, creature supervision, and concept design as well as here in London. I am the head of the studio and VFX supervisor of Worldwide Effects, which is fairly small boutique studio for film and visual effects. We have a great team of 25 to 30 people, and we are getting more and more involved with game design, with asset production, and also, of course, the main thing for us is the visual effects and the film. However, today, since I'm not coming only representing the company. I'm mostly representing myself as an artist, and talk about a little bit about myself. So thank you for that and allowing me to do it. I'll be talking more about my freelance, my freelance projects and the stuff that basically I am combining and working on after working hours, staying up late and, working on some cool projects that I didn't want to miss throughout the years. So being very lucky and to have the chance to work on. So if you guys don't have any questions, or if you do, shoot now, because we are diving in the Love, Death and Robots trip that I had with Blur.
I like that, how you said that. Ask your questions now, because we're about to do a deep dive into the Love, Death and Robots universe. Take it away, Ran.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I will probably share one of the episode's trailers. It's not the official trailer because it's purely restricted and related to that episode.
Looks great.
Which personally I saw yesterday. You guys did an amazing day one ZBrush Summit. The presentations were super, super interesting, and already some of the topics got covered. So I will try to just strictly stick to what I've been doing and not taking away the audience. So I worked on 2 episodes from Love, Death and Robots in this particular season. And this is the bad traveling one. I will play this one and then we go from there.
All right. All right. Learn that me further. I go willingly. What's up? Aiden Island. This is where it wants to be taken. First, I must come to an agreement. To a vote. Secret ballot. Circle will indicate a vote to sail beyond the people's shores, despite the risk. I am the only one who can keep this. Me need I am willing to see the failed attempt on my life as an expression of low morale. This nightmare is I sweat. As unpleasant as it was necessary, united we are at last in spirit, goal, and purpose.
Great. So apologies for this being a little bit too long.
No.
However, I worked on several different assets, so this one showcased them all. Usually, the way things go for me, working with different companies, is very often I find myself working on different things, mostly the sculptural side of things, maybe sometimes readdressing feedback that wasn't really, I mean, at some point in production, you're getting pushed by, pressured by deadlines. So you need someone to really get you from point A to point B. So I've had that a few times where I've been actually commissioned to, I don't want to say correct, but take over someone else's work and then bring it to the standard that basically the creative director or the supervisor wants to go really quick without any back and forth and any other hiccups along the way. So this has happened in commercials and also in film and in TV. In this case, I had the chance to basically, why I'm saying this is because several assets for me for one episode and then jumping on another episode and doing another few assets was really intense, and all that was done in a very short amount of time. I didn't do, in this particular case, texturing and shading, but the team of from Blur, they had their own departments, and I'm just stepping in, doing something that is basically, again, in a way, nailing where it should be, and then jumping on the next one, maybe creating it from scratch, doesn't matter, but kind of this is how it works. So the first character I worked on was actually, I think it wasn't this one, but let me start with the human characters that I worked here on. So this is Chantre. She's one of the main characters there. Not the main character, but I was anyway lucky and happy enough to work on that. So her face was quite tricky. She is, I mean, here you can see the stylization. It's realistic approach of the skin shading and the pore detail and all that, but on a very stylized, in a way, proportions. They're quite interesting. The concept department did an amazing job. In this case, I had to take care of the surfacing detail, all done in ZBrush. I do not use XYZ or 3D scan, although both of these resources are amazing, not to take anything away from the guys that are working tirelessly. I did a similar approach to Chris Costa's mixture of basically hand sculpting with a few alphas that I've created, but mostly I find the result most satisfying when you really go in there and you do the sharpness is really up to the level that you would expect if you do it hand sculpted. And then you pass that, and then maybe on top you can do like at the moment the V-face maps, etc., for just some extra level of detail and bump on top of that. But once you have a solid underneath, like a structure and shapes that they work in correlation to each other, you'll be basically fine. The rest you can add a little bit in texturing, and then it's all about the shading and animation where things get broken. So in here, I am, this is straight coming from ZBrush, just changing the lighting, really, it's super important. Yesterday, I watched, you guys spoke with the guys from Sideshow. Someone mentioned that, but I personally know this one from watching Steve Lord, and he kept saying that looking the shapes and the volumes from different angles is really important, and I can't agree enough with this thing. So from certain angle, something can look fine. From another, it can be kind of washed out. So you need to be checking. Also, I've applied a little bit of a specular. I think that's modified matcap, straight default one from ZBrush. Okay. So this is mostly Chantre's work that I've worked on. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm trying to
Oh, it looks great. Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So going to the next one, after addressing basically Chantra's face, I worked mostly on the face. That's important to say. Everything else is, everything else was done by the team. I had the chance to work on the isopod, which is kind of a, oops, so sorry. I think I need to do that real quick. Okay, not too bad. Apologies. So I had to the chance to work on the isopod, which is sort of a little, creature. There is a huge, as you saw in the trailer, giant kind of crab creature, but also there were these little guys who's basically the little hatched creatures. This was the concept that we had, not too descriptive in a way. Still, it's a great drawing, but you need to add so much more. So in this one, this is the size comparison here on the left. You can see all that done by blur, including the little creature here in the middle. The render on the right is basically me testing displacement coming out ZBrush. This particularly was rendered in Maya, but talking about the ZBrush and the work in the surface detail, I think it's more important in this case. So you can see some extreme close-ups here. I had a few days to work on this one, starting from scratch, building the entire thing, and going through basically the surfacing detail. So it was a lot of fun. Of course, reference here is super important. But again, when you build the big volumes and the shape and you're already close to what the references was like, then you start treating the surface. And again, it's very important to kind of, oh, there we go. I have now a laser pen.
Oh, laser pointer. Look at that.
Where did he get that from? Look at this guy.
Look at that.
Subsurface scattering happening there. Look at that.
Yeah, there's a lot. Someone
impressive
did a funny comment. How much subsurface you want? Yes.
Yeah, so I like it though. Like, so you got 2 days to do this?
No, I think it was between 5 and 7 days or something like this. Let's stick to 5 so I look better.
Okay, I like, yeah.
I'll give you 4 3/4.
5 is still impressive, right? You're making an important character for the film that is going to carry the story through.
It looks great. True. It's really
it was important. And one thing I want to touch base to is, for example, I'm also thinking of when working in production, you need to understand there are time limitations. There is a certain budget per asset. And of course, you need to respect that, right? That's why you're there, not only for your sculpting skills, but again, getting from point A to point B, delivering and then passing on to the certain department. And also, it's very important to know how far the creature will be from the camera, how big you're going to see it on screen, etc. So in this case, I wanted to, in a way, not to sculpt each leg 3 times and then, okay, it's going to be mirrored. So that makes my life easier. But what about the rest of the legs? I want to have like a different, basically, detail, but some of it as a base, I wanted to have it like the same. And this way I'll be able to spend a big amount of time really diving into really surface and fine details, such as like the peeling of the skin.
Look and then that's beautiful.
What the striations are going for. And then you need like something that, you know, we can reference from all the little insects and all these little creatures. So in order to do that and to get real quick to this level of detail, you need to think pragmatic. And basically, I had all the 3 legs sharing the same topology. So I did spend time on capturing really nicely the topo manually for the one leg. then I did the topology for the other, for the rest of the creature, and I welded those later on. But they use the same UVs and the same detail that here I really can spend enough time, right? Instead of losing time and get an average result on each leg.
That's pretty slick.
Thank you. So that's the face, although, I mean, it's super small. I wanted to, I mean, I was excited to be fair, to be part of, you know, working with the guys like from Blur, great supervision by Nicholas Collins, and just the entire team was amazing. So for me, it was like, okay.
So you previously mentioned like you don't do a lot of XYZ. The same thing for this. Were you just doing a lot of hand sculpting, finding alphas that you liked, and just going at the character with all those details?
I don't really use lots of alphas even.
Really?
I have a few, but then, for example, let's talk about the little dots, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can do that in various ways. You can invert. Actually, you can do a spray on a on a damp standard, let's say, or you can modify the profile of your standard brush, and then you can spray around. Done. Okay, it doesn't look that good, but then I'm using a lot. I mean, a lot of the smooth peaks brush, because when you do the smooth peaks, you kind of flatten the rest in between, and you suddenly, very quickly and very easy, you get that contrast between the hollow point, the cavities, and then a flat surface. Then you can do a little bit of edge polish here and there, but then, you know, what I mean is like, these are all like standard brush, then a little bit of damp standard, and then here, it's more about actually looking at the references. Nothing is too complex, and also it's very much depends how close you go to certain things, because if you want to do some alphas on top, can work, yeah, of course. But if you, again, if you look at the reference, all can be done with a bit more of a manual approach, and it's not too complex.
That's beautiful.
Really nice. Yeah, we agree. We concur.
Yeah. I think that's part of your traditional background kicking in, right? Just let's do it in a way I would do it traditionally a little bit, and just.
I think so. Yeah. Which could be a problem. That's why I said.
Oh, stop.
No,
I think it actually is an incredible example of extrapolating the most possible detail out of the simplest possible.
Yeah. And that Smooth Peaks brush is in your Lightbox and brush folder. So that's a beautiful smoothing brush. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, if we have time, I doubt that, but we can go over UI and what exactly I'm using. But yeah, Paul, you know, basically, guys, watch what Paul does, and Michael Pavlovich as well. For me, you know, kind of that's where I learned from. So,
oh, look at that!
Well, thank you.
Hey, take a moment there,
thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen. Paul Gabery.
I'm happy to help in any way I
Teaching
can.
one master at a time.
I'd love to have a session with everybody. Let's go.
Oh, joy.
Well, let's give it back to Rand. We're taking Rand's spot.
Yeah, I mean, please do. Okay, so next thing is I had, that was the third character from the same episode that I worked on. And this was here on the left, you can see there are certain stages of basically the zombie character. I mean, he was a normal guy in the beginning, but not anymore. So I had to jump on this one and build the entire character. It's quite of a complex character here. So there are quite a few screenshots. So these are shots from the lovely episode. And these are some renders that I did at the end of it. Of course, it's just simple materials here. These are marmoset renders, real time, all baked, and just for the sake of everything running a little bit smoother. And the rest was taken care by texturing was taken care by the.
How long did you get for this one?
I think we had like 2 weeks or a day or two more. I think I went a little over the time, but it was appreciated because, again, the level of detail we reached here wasn't anticipated as well. So what I did here is I took the base asset when he was looking normal, and then detailed him further skin-wise. After this, I basically kind of masked certain areas on the lower res. And then I think I created poly loops, and then this created a clean, in a way, cut that I modified with the move brush, and then got rid of it, right? And you get a hole. And for the rest, once I had the poly loop and it was clean, I duplicated this poly loop as a separate mesh. And I went to ZModeler and I gave a little bit of thickness for this extra layer of fat, because if you go from skin to bone and to muscle, it just simply doesn't look complex enough. Of course, a lot of it will depend on how you will shape things, how much subsurface scattering will connect these two. Will you have a little bit of a wetness and, you know, all sorts of jazz in between. But I wanted to get all the possible objects to be actual geometry. I think it's better because the displacement can only take you to a certain point, but then if you have a geometry and on top of that the displacement for certain, like a different object, it's way better and it's a lot sharper, and you can tell, okay, this was properly done, and then it looks nicer in of course when you watch it on the big screen. Mm-hmm. So here are some screenshots from straight from ZBrush, showing all the ribs and all the, you know, gnarly stuff. Yeah. Wow.
It's really cool.
Really, really beautiful piece too.
Yeah.
I think that he's making good points or pushing those details a little bit more, because especially in your production of a film or a TV show, there's all those other, like you said, jazz things happening after the fact, whether it be the render and everything else, the blurring and all that. So pushing those details, I think.
And a lot comes down to lighting too, right? The way it's going to be lit on the scene.
Yeah. It's awesome. Ren, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, really
Thank
cool.
you so much. Last thing is, you know, arms and hands. I mean, even though you don't see them much, I think it's a very important part of like you probably have seen me, or whoever follows me around, not many people, but enough.
There we go.
They know that I pay extra attention to hands because they're super, super expressive. And people tend to, even when you draw, a lot of people tend to kind of run away from it, and they put them in the pockets or behind the back or a fist, you know, easy stuff. But, you know, show the hand. It shows a lot what the character is like. Is he working? Is he a bit more on the like artistic side with long fingers and like pianist, or he's a worker? And you can tell a lot about the character itself and his story. So here, even though we're talking about a zombie and this guy, it was important to take his hands and pay attention, because if you see them around hanging or something, you don't want them to look overlooked and neglected. So all the tendons, all the little veins were modeled. This piece actually has bones, muscles. Then it has the little veins here and there where you're going to see them. These were made out of, I think, I masked what I wanted before even the mesh was punched holes in it. And then I masked them. What did I do? Then extract. Guys, this thing with extract is just super amazing, because you get real quick the geometry right where you want it. And then ZRemesh, even though it's production, okay, I'm not going to extrude little veins and make them branch out, etc. It's just not time efficient. So ZRemesh, push them in there, pay attention to how they lie down on top of the muscle, do the fat tissues interestingly enough to connect with the skin, pay the, you know, extra level of skin pores and detail there, and then you have the arm.
Ren, I've got a great question, if I can, real quick, from the audience, because I think the stuff we're talking about, speed and production. What technique do you find makes the biggest difference to speed up the sculpting process?
Sculpting better. Technique. The technique is, I would say, understand what's the goal of the piece. Meaning, again, I'm saying those things because I am also supervising the VFX work in our studio. So by supervising, you are aware of a few other things. And this is how far, again, the piece will be to the camera. Are you going to see it? Is there going to be motion blur, or it's going to be crystal clear, crisp right there in front of the audience in theaters? So you need to take all this into account. Always ask your supervisor, hey, what's the deadline? How many days do I have? And then, of course, you need to ask, what's the importance of the character? How much? Of course, you always try your best, but you don't want to neglect something that will be seen, right? Because when something is in film and it's not games, and that's one of the differences that I find working in both industries, is once rendered, pre-rendered, you only take care of certain bits that you will see. And once you have a gaming asset, then you need to take care of the entire thing. Although there, you need to at least take into consideration that it's not going to be super, super extra detailed. So know what the target is, and plan your work.
I think that's great advice.
Accordingly,
that's great advice.
Yeah, accordingly, I would agree to your point, to where the shot is, right? I mean, that's what you're asking really, of where is this place going to be, where's the placement of this asset going to be in the shot, and does it have to be sort of, if it's 12 feet away from camera, it's not really necessary to get into porous details, I think, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, good points, man.
Exactly. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk about is not film and TV, but a little bit about my involvement with Diablo 2 Resurrected. First of all, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Christo. Chris was our art director, Christopher Amarov. He did an amazing job, and we paid extra super attention to everything that has happened before in the 2000, I think it was, and then 2001, Lord of Destruction, meaning we had to respect the amazing art and atmosphere of this game. So I will, without further ado, I always wanted to use this expression. I will play the trailer and then we're gonna talk about the work.
Hey, Rand, just to let you know, your audio from the video isn't coming through to the audience. It's still coming through your speakers. So,
it's coming through the speakers.
Yeah, it's not going to the audience itself, just so you know.
Just crank.
Should I mute myself?
No, it's fine. We can probably just talk while the video is playing, since the music isn't coming through for them.
Okay.
So how much of this project did you also get to work on?
This one, the Diablo?
Yeah.
I did 2 characters for it.
How are you getting the work like this as a freelancer, being freelance now since you've worked on so many projects?
Oh man, it's difficult. It's basically working nonstop. And I mean, there are certain like projects that I can't miss. So I had to stay late and to do all the, anyway, we love our job. So my partner is super understanding and thank her for that. So yeah, you need to have a partner to understand why you spend like all day and all night.
Yeah,
doing it.
right? They gotta, You got to know how to work in those late nights.
Bit of an understatement
early in
there.
the mornings, for sure. Yeah.
One intangible.
Because that's always a question, is how do you get freelance work? It's always difficult to try and...
Or how do you get the energy to get it done?
Or the energy, for that matter, yeah.
Yeah, after. Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So this is one of the
explain-
characters you did, of course?
Sorry?
This is one of the characters you did, of course?
Yes. So I was responsible for, all these are still work in progress. Not that the asset hasn't been done, it has. But here I'm talking about the screenshots. So I was responsible for the werewolf and the werebear forms, which was something really, amazing and great. So I am also passionate about, as you can see, as you can tell, the anatomy of things, and also not only the animalistic side, but the human anatomy. So a mixture of both is always super challenging. And this is how the model looked like in the 2001 when the game was released. And this is what we've been doing to basically resurrect the character. So these are the two guys, the werewolf and the werebear. Simple material, straight out of ZBrush, nothing fancy here, but it was challenging because the first characters, even though they are so tiny and pixelated, pixelized, you still have a lot of, respect, and we all love the game. So in a way, it has to be like really spot on so that you can preserve the silhouette, but also to kind of up-res and change the stuff that you think could be better without changing too much, because you're also a fan. So I think the entire team on this project was, in a way, fanboys working as artists, or the opposite. I don't know, but it was really, really cool to be part of it. So after I blocked out the shapes and the main expression, this was another challenge to establish what type of expression, because you're not going to have an animated, after all, the character on screen will be quite small because of the way you see and the way Diablo 2 is, right? Even though it's going to be HD and it's going to be super beautiful, of course, you're not going to have each character animated and talking, and that's not film. So we had to come up with an expression that is somewhere in between relaxed and and angry and readable from a good distance, but also looking nice. After we locked the expression down, and I have, for the werebear, I have a few stages of this thing, how you get from the relaxed pose to the expression. It's not really a blend shape here, and you don't have to care so much about the compression and the behavior of the mesh, because after all, it's going to be baked, it's going to look like this. And then what I'm showing here before and after is, this is basically a submission that I did for when sending the work to Blizzard. These are the extra details and hand sculpted, like additionally stuff on top of some alphas and some manual sculpting as well. But this is coming extra, because when you judge how far that would be, you need to enhance a little bit more the details.
So a question came through. What did you start to block this out with? Since you had mentioned once you block it out, you start getting it. What do you use? Do you start from a sphere for a project like this one, or?
So for this project, I started with just
a sphere,
like a sphere, and then you go from there. I use a lot of mask and snake hook, and just to get the shapes. I actually worked on this one in the very early stages on another product of yours, guys, which is called Maxon Forger. I'm a heavy Forger user just because sometimes you get tired sitting in front of the desk and you are addicted to your work, but you want to carry over and to sit maybe on the couch. And it's surprisingly good. I picked it at the very, very early stages of the development of Forger. And I've been blocking this character even on the tube going to work. And then I know that I'm going to work at night, but you know, you think about how the hands will be and what's going to happen. So it was a lot about proportions, what to enhance, what will be a little more human-like, the hands, maybe the elbows, but where the scapulus will be, what's going to happen with the spine. And let me get my cool, yeah, there we go.
That thing's awesome. I don't know what plugin you're using. I love it.
No, it's basically I'm doing a Google presentation and it's cool.
That's awesome. That thing's great.
Yeah, thank you.
That looks like my lower back.
That looks like your lower back?
Yeah. Get up super early in the morning. Take care. Oh, there you go.
Well done, Louis.
Look at those details.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so here is just, you know, torso close-ups, but I think it's cool to see the level of detail. And even if, I mean, my always something that I'm keep saying is push it as hard as possible. Later on, you might end up showing this in ZBrush Summit, right? I wasn't actually, I dragged this for so long, and Chris asked me why you're not showing them. And I'm so attached to this work and to Diablo IP and those characters that I never think that they were, they need a little more. They maybe, even though we have, you know, Blizzard is happy, maybe we can push them a bit more and I can finish them later on and finally reveal them. And I still haven't. But now that I'm showing this one to you guys, it's all kind of makes sense now. So I'm like, okay, maybe that's why I held back, right? So after this, I just wanted to quickly, because of the presentation, and after all, I want to showcase them in a better pose than just the A pose. I recorded a small time lapse of how am I posing my characters, especially the ones that they're used in production.
So you're using the transpose line here? Is that what you're using the pose, or are you using the gizmo?
Yeah, I'm using the transpose line. The gizmo is great as well, but I use both of them.
You do?
Yeah. So there's a lot of just masking and you know, respecting what so you can pose and you can get to a very cool pose using the transpose line and masking if you know where and how soft the mask should be. But you need to know your anatomy first so that, you know, you read what's deformed, what you have to fix later on. So a lot could be done very simple. So I wanted to show even more from the werewolf and the final look of it, but I decided to maybe keep that for later on, later stages, probably in a few days they will be released. And also because of the 1 hour difference that I didn't anticipate.
I like how you have the side-by-side of the 2001 model and the ZBrush.
Just goes to show how much has changed.
It's so incredible.
How rapidly it changed.
But I find the 2001 model quite endearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it's great.
Kind of cute.
Yeah. So that's the breakdown a little bit of the facial expression. So here, as you see, there's no detail just yet, but it's more about, okay, the detail, we'll get it there. That's the easy part. But let's talk about, you know, asymmetry. Let's talk about how much of this angry face we need. And also the bears, they have quite like this very typical, you know, lip going out, but it might look goofy. So you need to be careful with all this. And then you can start, once you have that in place, you can start taking care of all the little wrinkles and everything else. This is a mixture of alphas and a lot of hand sculpting.
Wow.
I can actually show real quick. That's a bit dangerous, but I'm gonna be okay. So this one, that's actually the werewolf foot, and you can see the hand sculpting here.
What brush are you using there?
That's our lovely Damien standard, and also another brush that it's slightly modified. Yeah, it's like a standard one, but modified. Because the dam standard sometimes has a little bit of pinching, which you don't always need. Sometimes it's super useful, and knowing the behavior of the brush, you know what to expect.
This is, I think, you're showing a great example of just sculpting. Don't just try and find the quick way necessarily to always do something, but find the right way.
I don't think there's a quick way to do that.
No.
I'm just looking.
Alphas, most people probably go with an alpha.
Yeah.
But I think this shows a great example. Alpha might not be the answer, and it's worth that extra time, that extra work.
Absolutely. Without looking like a stamp, or something that you just clicked and dragged on there.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the details Ryan's getting. This is incredible.
So, I mean, you can get certain bits with alpha, but then you need to puff some of them. You need to go and pay, the extra level of detail. So you break the evenness and you give the additional detail that makes it believable. So I always think about, even though we're making fictional characters and creatures and everything else, they have their own imperfections, their own kind of scars and things that probably they wouldn't be so proud of, but that's what makes them relatable. And this is what can, kind of make us believe that, oh, maybe, yes, if there was a werewolf and a werebear, that's how they could look like. You will have this extra skin getting a little bit more pinched there, and then you have the strong leg, which is just a mixture of all these little things.
I want to believe they're real. I mean, I don't.
You want to believe they're real?
I want to believe.
All right, Rand. Just want to let you in about time check. You got 10 minutes.
10 minutes of what?
You still have 10 minutes left.
Do I? Oh, yeah. God. Okay. Then we're going forward.
Excellent.
Okay. Some extra close-ups.
Those are great. Don't rush through that. Hold on a second. Don't rush through that.
Yeah.
That was really nice. Look at that. Oh, there's so much character in those hands and fingers, the way you've got them.
He's right. The expression. There's so much expression in hands and the eyes. It's worth.
Did there?
I think everyone you should do studies on just
there?
hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you did.
My father made me draw hands all over all the time.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah. I had to do that a lot. So let me talk a little bit about actually.
I like how stoic you were when you said that. My father made me draw these hands over and over again. It was good example. Good.
Yeah, my dad wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
That's how I grew up. Like, basically, in order to skip afternoon nap, I had to draw. So if I draw for an hour, then I can go and play. Otherwise, I better sleep or stay home. So, of course, I had this task of 10 sketches of my grandpa or grandma or like friends, just as a kid. And, that made you appreciate. So, guys, I wanted to also chat about something interesting.
Yep.
So this was an actual sculpture that is being, at the moment, is in the National Museum at Liverpool. This is the sleeping Venus and hermaphrodite, which was at some point censored. This is the original statue, actually a drawing of the original statue. Uh-huh. And the male characteristics and the implants around his breast were removed from the figure, but the drawing of this sculpture remained. And I got commissioned by Oliver Larrick to basically, he went to the museum and scanned with their allowance and agreement, scanned the sculpture. This is the real sculpture. But as you see, a lot has been damaged and lost. Also, this hand is made only after. And then if you look closely, there were no sandals. These little dots, not dots, but lines, indicate where it was broken even back then. And then they tried to repair it, but they couldn't, or at least. So with that said, before going into all this, that was a heavy teaser.
That was an amazing teaser and a wonderful surprise for the viewers at home, I'm sure. Yes.
Great. So here I had to do 3 little kids and then to pose them and to sculpt them so we can reestablish the sculpture as it was before the censorship has happened. So in this case, I knew again that it will be a lengthy job, right? So I had to, at least as a base, start from the one little kid. I made a quick time lapse of how am I blocking the hair basically here.
What brush would that be that you're using there? The clay buildup?
Man, it's all clay buildup. I absolutely love these guys. It's very, very natural. It gives me, basically throws me back of when you add the clay and you look at forms and you look at the rhythm and then you go through it. Let me speed this up.
Look at that. Isn't that something?
And then I am unifying a little bit by smoothing. And after this, with a very broad and big dam standard, or like a pinch brush here and there, I'm only defining just the curls that I would like, and I know it's going to work. Some of them I do quite the opposite, because not always everything that you sketch is like right there. But as you see here, almost everything worked. And then of course you need to take care of some of the little, curves, so that of course you use smooth and smooth and take care of that so that you can end up with one of these little guys. There's another, this one, but we already saw it. So then what we did is I started posing one by one. And of course, after the rough pose, you have a lot of sculpting to do after to take care of the anatomy, the weight, the compression of the skin. All these are simple ZBrush screen grabs of the work in progress. That was an extremely complicated one, not because it's a very complex pose, but because after all, you need to go back all the time to that drawing, and you don't simply create your own piece, but you respect what the drawing and what the sculpture might have looked like. So, I'm skipping. There we go. That time lapse basically shows I had to reconstruct the sleeping figure, to remove the sandals.
Oh, wow. That's
and to reconstruct basically sculpt all the folds. And then we made a little, I kept sending pieces, high-res pieces, so that we can keep track. And we knew this video will come later on, of how I wanted to mimic of how an actual sculpture will be made out of clay. And then you can see.
Wow.
Oh, that's a really awesome time lapse.
That's an awesome video.
I'm so glad you did that way. Look at that thing. Jeez.
It almost looked like a stop motion.
Creepy. I love it.
Yeah, because when I pose, this is the same example as the werewolf and the werbear. I do the pose, but I keep on I wanted to kind of, do that.
Awesome.
Every movement is recorded on a separate layer. And then you start exporting after you're done with so you don't actually think and export, etc. You keep recording layers. It gets super heavy, whatever, but it's super amazing that we can have all in the same mesh. Then I've exported each layer and we made the time lapse. So I'll just play it once again.
Oh, you're making my day. I'm so glad you're playing it again. Are you kidding? This is an incredible presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
That thing. Look at that.
Look at that. That's
It's
like
creepy.
It's like melting, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me the milk.
A beautiful work. There's a lot of people in chat can tell that you have a traditional background, and because you've got that just beautiful touch to your sculpts. That's just, you definitely see in a traditional artist.
It's really great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just absolutely
and this
breathtaking.
Is the piece when everything was done and
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So once again, and then I'm moving to the next one. How many
You have
minutes?
1 minute
You got
left.
about a minute. You got 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, some renders. That's the Diablo stuff, but I have a lot
You
more.
pulled up your
So-
centaur. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
let's get that centaur up so people can see it in the AR environment.
Yeah, we actually have it in
here.
our environment as well. Rand
Okay.
provided that for us. So we
Let's
also want to
talk
show a nice close-up of that too.
Let's take a moment of pause and look at that in
let's
the,
take a look at
digital
his
space
centaur.
here
Yeah.
on the Mobian stage. Check it out.
Look at that. So this is a little bit inspired from that project, Rand? Is that where this is coming from too? Because
No, actually, my personal pieces and my art are always driven by a certain story or something that I wanna say. I'm leaning more towards the simplicity and the shape and rhythm and storytelling throughout the. So as you can see here, super quick.
yeah. You want to throw his screen up real quick again for us?
Yeah.
1 sec, Rand.
So yeah.
I think it's awesome. I just am taken aback by the work in its entirety.
There you go, Rand. Your screen's back up.
Okay, cool. So started from Forger, just you have an idea, throw it in there, go back to like ZBrush. Then I have a quick time lapse, which.
Do you have links to those projects at all anywhere that you can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it. Boom, boom, boom. And then where you go there is, yeah, that's the bird. I'll skip that. So at some point, even if you're happy, you need to keep revisiting your work. So this is the later stage of the piece. This is how it started. This is how it ended.
Very
and
impressive.
this is before, and then you can see the after. So,
Yeah.
You need to take care of all the little, basically angles and the rhythm of the entire piece.
Yep.
This is a render of it.
No, it's just lovely, exquisite work.
Just breathtaking is literally the only word I can think of right now for myself. Just Rand.
Rand, I have to take the reins here from you and bring us to the end of it. We want to say thank you so much. Paul, any last words for Rand before I send us off for the break?
Breathtaking.
He, for the first time in many years,
Speechless.
Paul Gabriel has left and rendered speechless, myself included. There's really nothing more to say. Now I understand, having met you and spent a little bit of time with you here live on our feed. Thank you so much for participating in the ZBrush Summit 2022. I can see why the merits and the accolades have piled on the way they have. The awards you've received are well-placed and well-deserved. It's been an absolute pleasure to meet you and to have
Thank you,
this
guys.
presentation for us. And that last little bit with the hermaphrodite sculpture and restoration is something I'm sure people are all very happy about. You have something to say, go ahead.
Yeah, if I have 30 seconds,
We'll give you 30 seconds, go for it.
Okay, cool. So in my, apart from the Deer Tower, I am now working more and more towards the actual pieces and the actual bronze, which is right here behind me.
Here we go.
Oh, see,
Here
that was
we
worth 30
go.
seconds, people. I was hoping to see the dog, and there he is, the pooch. Look at how beautiful.
So this thing at the moment, this is bronze, and this is only a smaller one, but the actual is a lot bigger. All this is thankfully possible by the cool guys from Linan 3D. They have an amazing, they're relatively new on the market, but they have a relatively, amazing actually piece of hardware, and their printers are amazing. Go check it out. I put the link here so that everyone can see it. It's a dual axis, and this is super important. So this is how, at the moment, this is already the print. After this, I went and I touched it up everywhere around. Then we went to cast wax. I'm not gonna play any time lapse. This is what I'm wrapping up with, just because it's a very physical piece. So you ship it. We had to create a wax model out of it, chop it into pieces, not just for manufacturing like a toy manufacturing, but you know that this will be very much dependable on how the foundry would like this piece to be. So we had to create
bring that up.
A wax model, which is right here, the copy. And then the next page is, all this is now the bronze without the patina, right? It looks, it's okay. I thought it's going to be looking better. But after this, you take the bronze piece, which is assembled, those pieces, so that you can end up with the same piece, only in bronze. And then you go into the patina, which is a reaction of an acid with the metal and a flame torch. Basically solidifies, and then you end up with the actual bronze piece, which you exhibit. So soon I'm working on a few pieces, basically 10 to 15 pieces. There will be an exhibition here in London at Chelsea Gallery. So you guys will always be welcome, or whoever wants to be. And this is
thumbs up.
My work with and presentation.
Thank you so much, Ran. And that brings us to the end of the first presentation of the day. I want to say the most important thing to take away from that, you showed us an incredible last piece that was, I'm sure, made in ZBrush, the running theme. Thank you, Ran, for your time and for presenting with us. And we'll be back with some prize giveaways with Paul Gabery. Thank you so much, Ran.
Thanks, Ran.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
Give it away.
Yay! So as Louis said, we got some giveaways, and I'm going to pull up one I think is just perfect for what we just watched with Ran. So I'm pulling up one of the on-site animal anatomy workshops from Anatomy Tools. You do have to pay your way to Vegas, but you're getting that workshop. If you can get there, I'm telling you, go. It's amazing. And you will also get the wolf anatomy model that you're seeing here in the image too. So I want to draw the winner for that as well so that we can get that person. The winner is Marcelo, and I'm probably not going to pronounce the last name correct, but again, I'm putting it in the chat. Inez, probably not even close. Inez. All right, so there you are. Congratulations. So let's do something else. Let me do another one here. I'm gonna
Give it away again?
I'm gonna do again. It's the season of giving. So let's do one of these. Let's show this image real quick. Get this over on our board. Here you go. Let's give away one of the Space Mouse Enterprise Kit from 3D Connection. Again, this is going to be able to be used in ZBrush for navigation, and all those buttons you're seeing on that you can use also to customize and do whatever you like with that. So let me draw the winner of that, the Space Mouse, and the winner is Darren Nevin. Darren Nevin. So I'm going to put that in there. There you go. Darren, congratulations on winning that. I'm going to put those in the chat because I don't know what chat you're in right now. So I'm making sure you have that. Let's do one more. Let's do one more here. Let's see what I got. I'm feeling good about this one. Let's do a little Noman workshop, Lou.
Woo!
Let's do a little Noman 6-month subscription.
The MIT of the CG industry.
The MIT, he says, of the CG industry. The MIT, that's a good way to put it. So, Javier Gonzalez.
Javier Gonzalez, here we go.
You are the winner of the 6-month subscription, so congratulations. So, listen, don't go anywhere. We're doing more giveaways this whole day and tomorrow, but I know up next, we've got the team from Sony Santa Monica sharing God of War with us.
Straight fire.
The game came out 1 week ago, and they're going to be breaking down how they use ZBrush within this amazing game. And congratulations to them, because across the boards, it's just been doing phenomenal. I know a lot of people are playing it. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the Sony Santa Monica team.
learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
The adventure of a lifetime and the excitement continues live from the Mobian stage here in Burbank, California. I'm Louis Tucci with the ZBrush Summit 2022, and now the moment of truth is upon us. I'm here with my compatriot and friend, fellow ZBrush master at arms, Paul Gabory. We have the moment as the book is open and the saga unfolds. Fresh off the foothills of a stellar release, it is a global phenomenon at this point. It is played the world over by countless many. We have the team from God of War, Sony Santa Monica, with us live in the studio. Sitting to my right, Della Longfish and Angela Rico to start the action off live here in the studio, and we're going to be taking it away with what promises to be. They're smashing the like button somewhere. I can hear it. The keys are smashing across the universe. And we're going to have a remote in from Rafael Grassetti.
Yes.
The Brazilian bad boy himself will be tuning in live from the mothership, as I like to call it, the Brazil. Josiah Scholten is going to join us as well, and Andrew Aritza, and we are going to be taking it, and in a moment we are going to take you into the world of God of War, so sit tight, and it's going to go live. Paul Gabory, we're back, and there they are. We have none other than Della Longfish. Wave to the people at home and around the universe.
Hey,
tuning in from the moon. We've got Angela Rico. And online, there he is, a familiar face in a different place. How are you, my friend, Rafael Grassetti? I miss you already.
I'm doing good. We're happy to be here. We're going to try to make this work.
So it's been a successful launch.
Congratulations.
Yes, high five, Paul Gabory. I got to touch somebody. Yes.
Killed
Go
it.
team. Go
You guys killed it. Tens everywhere.
What's your favorite number? 10.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the number
Can we
of
get
the
an
day?
11, please?
What's
Can I
the
get a
number of
bonus
the-
point?
Wait for the number of the day. You ready for this? You remember when you were a kid, Sesame Street? They go,
Yeah.
10.
You want a smiley face sticker too? A little gold star?
I'm just going to keep saying it. Ding, ding. Ring
Seriously,
the bell.
congratulations to the whole team, man. Hats off, man.
Thank you.
The camera operators are trying to clap their feet. I mean, it's off the hook in here.
No, thanks. It's been a wild week, and it's great that we're having Rafa all the way from Brazil to kind of represent. And Rafa will let you take it away, but it's great that the team gets to show a little bit of the work that they've been doing on the characters. And it's been a whirlwind for us. The reception from the critics and fans has been fantastic. So we're really happy to be here.
Yeah, like I said, a global phenomenon at this point, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's wild.
Absolutely.
It's really exciting.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, so you guys got a lot to share, so we'll share your screen so we can start letting you see everything that you want to share, and then I'll let you guys take it from there. And we're going to be having, like Louis
Q&A.
said, a couple more other artists from the team joining us later on a little bit, but
And questions coming in online from...
I'll do my best to funnel questions where I can.
190
And we'll do our best to answer them in a way
A billion viewers are waiting to ask you a bunch of things, so take it away without...
Take it away.
Spoiler warning.
So we're not talking about any story stuff here. The focus is on the work that the character team's been doing over the last few years under the guidance of Eric Valdez and obviously the art direction of Raf. So no story stuff, but there may be a few characters that you haven't seen. So I know a lot of our fans are trying to really keep it all there for the experience themselves. So nothing major by any means, no story stuff, but just a heads up if you want to come back and watch this after you play the full game. Raph, you want to take it away, my man?
That was a great public service announcement you just made there. So if you're listening and you're watching, there is a spoiler warning that you may see some characters. If you haven't played the game yet, you haven't gone down to the store and got the game or haven't downloaded the game, beware. Take it away.
Yeah, Raph, if you just want to open up a little bit.
Raph.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear Della that well.
Ah, okay.
Very faint, but
Okay, well,
I'm just
we'll
gonna
be his voice.
Yeah, he said, go ahead, take it away.
It's all you.
It's all you now.
All right, we're gonna make this work. Well, let's just say, I know you guys mentioned about the spoiler, and it's a big team, right, that works on this, and we're just here representing the crew, and we're gonna show. I think we're gonna have to run through some of the stuff fairly quickly because we have a lot of stuff to share. So let's do this, Della. Wait, now I can see the screen. But
Yeah, they're showing you full screen. There you go.
there you go. Beautiful. Let's go.
All right. So, Raph, I don't know if you want to just talk about coming off of 2018. This is a cast.
Yeah, exactly. So 2018, I get, hope all you guys play the game. We did a lot of work to develop the world, reboot the franchise and build all the characters. We started touching on all the factions and, really build the universe. Like we ended up doing a lot of work that we didn't expect on 2018. But coming into Ragnarok, like we knew that we had to expand the cast, expand the universe, expand all the realms, expand, all the enemies, the heroes, companions, everything. So since the beginning, we took a step back and really started to break down the factions a little bit better. So when we expanded in terms of color palette, in terms of detail, that everything felt cohesive in the universe. So if you haven't seen a lot of the work that we did on 2018, like this is just some of the cast members that we did.
Yeah, one thing I think that early on in development when we left 2018, it was received really well, and we were really happy with the cast that we did. We found out right away that it would just be a sequel, that the saga of Ragnarok would be concluding in this sequel. So on the character side, on the concept, as well as the modeling team, that meant everything was on the board. Everything we wanted to do was fair game to be there in the cast, and this was our opportunity under the direction of Raph, and then working closely with Eric Valdez and his team to really push it from all angles on this, because this was going to be it for us, so we wanted to make sure everything was in there.
And the results speak volumes.
Yeah, Eric, if you're watching, we miss you.
Yeah,
love you, man.
Absolutely.
And Raph, I can go to the next slide too if you want to just talk a little about the art direction stuff as we went into this. If you want to go for that.
Yeah, so a lot of the things that we did 2018, we kept, like Della said, was continuation, right? We're continuing the story. We're continuing like all the races and the characters. So some of the things that we always look for in the art direction side of things is mixing, right, the Norse mythology, which is, kind of the base of what we're doing. And then one thing that we talk about is historical detail. We always look at artifacts, details from, anything historical that we can find. Norse mythology doesn't have a lot of stuff out there besides just the kind of the public or the entertaining stuff that has been done, but we try to go in and look for, real artifacts and things that we can pull from. And obviously like the classical fantasy, which is what we're trying to pull from 80s movies, like that feeling of, fantastical, like we're trying to get that, even on the smaller characters throughout the whole cast, right? Like trying to get the feeling of fantasy, like children book, like really going in a journey and getting kind of lost in the universe. So that combined is what we call mythical realism. And we did that on 2018. It was a very good formula for us to really make sure everything, was feeling right, was feeling cohesive within, the franchise coming from the past games. And, Ragnarok was a little bit easier for us to continue building upon that, but still a lot of work. And you guys are going to see like some of the work that goes behind this. And we can always check on these, the pillars to make sure things feel correct for our franchise.
Yeah, and this was, like Raph said, this is something on 2018 we developed as a style guide and basically an art direction Bible that we could give to the artists that were there or anyone coming onto the team, so we minimized kind of the ramp-up time, but also got, a big part of what Raph is looking at is the cohesiveness across, Ragnarok, across the 2018 game and across both games, and this gave a way that we could use a shorthand. The nice thing about these pillars is it's not all 30%, we lean into a little bit here, a little bit there. But it really helps establish the look. Because there's a great art, but I think the thing that Raph's always looking for is to make sure that it fits for the game, the world, the narrative aesthetic that he was going for with this.
it's good for artists coming into the project as well, right? Like when first things that people usually do is go into the classic Norse things that has been done, like, you know, the Marvels or like even just more books. And we always kind of push back and use the pillars to give feedback and make sure people are kind of filtering their, you know, their references and things like that.
Yeah, like Ralph said, one of the interesting things we're trying to get the historical detail in there, which we want this believable world with these fantastic characters. You know, we have the fantasy and the historical side. Coming off the Greek saga, it was nice. There was a few more stuff to pull from. Viking, like Ralph said, not as much. A lot of stuff built of wood, so we kind of had to take what we could, look at what way they traditionally did stuff to really get that look. Then one thing we'll typically go into too, just to give you an overview of how we start to concept this right before it goes to the modeling team. This is a little bit of our process. You know, every concept starts with a kickoff, and usually that is sitting with Raf, Eric Valdez, our directors from gameplay and narrative, and really going into what they want. A lot of times we'll start off with a write-up, a bio, a narrative bio, as well as a combat bio as well. From there, once we get the kind of broad direction, the artists just jump in, start grabbing some research and reference, kind of marinating themselves in the subject matter. And from there, start doing some really quick and loose ideations and thumbnails. What we're trying to do, especially dealing with mythology, which is kind of an abstract themes and visuals sometimes, we just go for it. Let's see what we can do, and really kind of exhaust everything and make sure we've turned over every rock. At this point, this is something that we can show to Raf and the directors who have a good visual eye and can see the shorthand, because a lot of times it doesn't look at all what it will look like in the final game, but when that's working, we'll move to comps. And the nice thing about that is it starts to validate the designs in the ideation process and see if it actually works and what we had kind of thought of was working. Again, as we go through a review after that and things are working, we'll sync with the necessary departments, and then we'll move into a final. And that's really just polishing everything. What we'll do at this point, too, is provide model sheets, turnarounds, and reference packets as we hand it off.
The one thing I want to bring up, and it's something that me and Della, since we started in the studio, we've been trying to implement into the pipeline, is the use of 3D, right, for these phases. And it helps a lot with the process for testing things in game. So a lot of the things that we try to test in game, we usually do a quick gray mesh. Like you see a lot of my work kind of evolved into kind of quick sketches to test out, you know, proportions and things in game, that then we do paint overs on top. So the process kind of moves a little faster when we're doing that kind of stuff because people can see it in game, and then we can keep working. So we usually do a gray mesh, which is kind of the initial block out of the model, and we hand it off that to rigging and animation so they can play out with poses and try out, like, you know, how the character moves and really start playing with the rig. And then that's the phase that they give feedback the most. And ZBrush obviously helps a lot with that because we can quickly sketch out a model and then, you know, do a quick retopo and send it off to rigging. And then while that's happening is kind of what Della was describing. Like we do a lot of then exploration, paint overs, go deeper into details, really flesh out the design while animation is playing out with the rig, because that's the phase where they can have a lot of input. Because after that, when things get locked down, we all know how long it takes to do, you know, some of these characters. So we don't want to have a lot of back and forth and spend the time like changing things down the line. We really try to lock that down early on, and that's when, you know, ZBrush is the most, you know, our tool to make that happen. So
you're kind of doing 3D concept in the beginning, in a way.
Yeah, we're doing a mix, and a lot of it sometimes is we can hand even a loose sketch, and we'll get a block out real quick, almost like a ZBrush sketch, and we can kind of paint over that. We want to make sure that we don't miss anything in the 2D that can't translate into the 3D and the final design of the character. And like Raf says, we're trying to troubleshoot everything that we've learned through experience that could be a hurdle. So we want to try and address it as early as we can. It doesn't always work, but if we can get most of it at that stage, it just saves us time.
Yeah, a good fusion process there.
Yeah, then to Raf's point, working with Eric and his team, a lot of collaboration, This doesn't happen without a team of people coming at it from every angle. So that's something I really like, the chemistry on the team that Raf's set up. Has a really good working relationship, which is huge in games.
yes.
This is a great slide. He's really showing you guys everyone like behind the scenes.
That's the business. That's the business. The business.
And this is the great thing is this is an overall. This is kind of, we can rely on this process. You know, there's timelines and things we have to deal with. So this can be expanded or condensed into an hour, depending on how fast we need a design and concept. But at least we have a base that everyone understands, so we can evaluate it from this.
I know it's not pretty artwork, But it's an important slide.
Yes, I'm taking screenshots as I speak. I mean, are you kidding me?
We have 400 more, so.
Oh, you have 400 more. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get to
Travis
those.
said, stop talking, Paul.
Right on. So we can just hop into the cast for God of War Ragnarok, and starting out with our main man here.
Boy.
The big boy.
Yeah, Kratos, I know we, coming out from 2018, the amount of work that we put into this character was insane at the beginning. So we knew that we needed to almost redo him from scratch, since we're talking, you know, kind of cross-gen and then what's next for him. So very early, like I sat down with Eric and we started to resculpt the, you know, Kratos from ground up. This is some of the work that we also did on the costume. Like, we wanted to keep the iconic costume that he had, but also doing a new take from what happened on the story. You know, some of the, how we could improve the sculpt, how we can improve the low res, because we had some limitations last game that we could push on Ragnarok. So there's some the early sketches from Jose Cabrera as well, because he did a lot of work early on Kratos with myself and Bella. You know, it's always fun to work on this guy.
Yeah, and again, you know, with the concepts that we started working through them is really seeing the effect of Thimble Winter on the characters, so you get to see a little bit more. They're a little more covered up, but still trying to retain, like Raph said, those iconic elements that made the character so good from the, you know, the first game. And then themes that Raph and I and Eric had talked about is really kind of bringing in what we had in 2018 is Kratos represented by the bear and Atreus the wolf, given a coat, which felt like it was good in wintertime, also helped us to push that silhouette and get that feeling of a bear for Kratos.
Yeah, we were not going to do another game with him not wearing a cloak, because we really try to push that on the last game.
Yeah. Then that's the fun thing, too. A lot of the ideas that were generated in the first game found a place in Ragnarok. This is work by Jose Cabrera. Great thing about Jose is we really try and understand the costuming work. So you can see here, like, he'll even design things in layers to make sure that as we go through, it actually kind of makes sense. Again, that's a little bit of where that historical detail comes in. We want that fantastic with the believable, so it kind of grounds the characters and then allows us to really push the creative freedom throughout the game.
Yeah, you're going to see that as a theme throughout the presentation. A lot of, like, making sure things make sense and how they're fabricated, all the details and materials that we always use. Like, we always try to make it feel like it belongs to the place where they're living. Like here, you know, in the story, they're just trying to survive in Midgard. So a lot of the materials that they can use is basically what they can pull from. Same thing on the story. You know, they're kind of makeshifting their armor. So we didn't want to go crazy and make like this crazy armor where it wouldn't make sense that Kratos made that. So a lot of those elements is just storytelling and the details and the materials that we're using. And same thing here, like you see a theme between Kratos and Atreus, like what we try to keep coming from the last game, like what's iconic for them. So, you know, his armor was very iconic in terms of like the half shoulder pad, showing off the tattoo, like all the iconic elements, the skirt that made his design, you know, recognizable. Like you're going to see that here and you're going to see that with Atreus as well.
Yeah, we'll go through a lot of design details too to work things out. So this is just an example, just even things on the leggings and stuff, how much is too far. You know, we'll explore all that. And like Raph said, you know, the storytelling element with our team is great. We work with a great narrative team. And the idea is this has been 3 years without the Holder brothers. So Kratos and Atreus have been making their costumes in the meantime.
The guy looks like me with no hair.
Yeah, here you can clearly see like what some of the collaboration is from like the 2D, 3D concept that you mentioned, Paul. Like some of the stuff here, I did a very quick model without worrying too much about construction at this point. And this is something that usually people ask, and it's a little bit confusing if you're starting, but you know, for you to make a character like this ready for the game and completely fleshed out, it takes a long time to sculpt something like this for production. Where the things that I'm doing, it's a lot more sketching out the overall proportions, like getting all the shapes blocked out. And you can quickly do that in ZBrush, like within a couple of days, you could, you know, kind of block something out. And then I'll do a render. And then in Photoshop, I try to bring in a lot of texture detail, a lot of the texture kind of wear and tear, and really kind of flesh out the concept in 2D at that point. And ZBrush only, you know, the 3D aspect of it only works as an initial blockout. And then, you know, whoever takes it to final definitely needs to go back and pretty much scratch everything that I do and just use it as an overall guide, because a lot of the detail that needs to be made for a game like we're making, it's very intricate and it needs to be very well polished so everything holds up in the low res. So a lot of the work that you see from the team, like, you know, what Angela's going to show and Josiah and Andrew and Eric work on this presentation, it's like, you know, taking it to final. Like that work takes like a month, 2 months, like a lot of time just to get it there. So here's just a quick example on Kratos. Like I want to get that out of the way because I want you guys to understand the separation of what the work really is. And this is my quick concept, 2D, 3D concept of Kratos for us to get things approved. And like Della said, the collaboration, the back and forth really helps us to get things moving. When people see this, there's a big buy-in of like, this is going to work. Materials feel correct, even though the final looks different. In terms of polish level, like this is a good way for us to get things approved.
Thanks for demystifying that, because there's a lot of misconceptions I think that people might have. They think, oh, look, it's just a quick thing, and your breakdown of the process, professionally speaking, is warranted and valued. Thank you so much.
Well, Raf's quick sculpting is completely different than anybody else's, I'd like to point out, right? Raf's quick sculpting. Here's a whole character in a day. Like, you're good. So you guys resculpted him for this one?
Yeah.
Completely?
Yeah, so Eric did a lot of the work of the sculpting early on. Like, we couldn't go back and completely redo the low res because we already had a lot of the facial animation or, kind of facial shapes that we didn't want to redo. A lot of the kind of, there's some animations with the rage mode and things like that that we wanted to keep based on UVs. So that we try to preserve so we didn't have to go back and redo, because that takes, a lot of time, kind of like 6 months to a year to get all that fleshed out. So, but the sculpt side of things, like we went back and resculpt his face, resculpt the details. The armor is completely from scratch. Eric redid his legs, redid the whole armor set. But on the body, which I think is the more iconic and important part, because that carries over throughout all the upgrades, that we did a lot of work on. We did the eyes, we redid the beard. So a lot of work went into that, which is really fun. Like, when we get to work on these characters, especially Kratos, like we want to spend the time to make him feel next gen, right? Like kind of the next step for him. And I think the work that we put in, having a base to start from, like, it was really helpful, because then we could push and fix things that we didn't like on the last project. There was a lot of things that bothered me when after we shipped, and we got a chance to kind of really fix that. And you can see the amount of detail that Eric put in. And if you see my early sketch, you'd be like, night and day. Like, this is the, very, very well polished. A lot of the stitching was kind of handmade, and really taking the time to make sure everything feels natural. You see a little bit of the imperfections on the stitching and how it kind of damaged the leather as you're making it. We really wanted to make it feel like Kratos could have put this together based on the things that he had. And you can, kind of get this sense of with the leather treatment and all the details.
Yeah, that's one thing, Raph, I love that you and Eric looked at too, is just getting the frequency of detail. It's easy to really go in and add too much. I think deciding where we want those elements to pop and where we want kind of avoids it getting noisy, which is, a nice subtlety that's added to it from a design point of view that I think helps kind of with all the stuff under the hood to get that final design in there.
Most definitely. You can jump to the next one though. We can show a little bit more of the in-game stuff. And you can see this clearly, the amount of detail that was put into this model is kind of crazy from Eric's side. And props to him, because he likes to really spend the time in making these things perfect.
Yep, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really looking tight.
When we go to the low res, like I said, like we try to preserve a lot of the setup that we had last game. Kratos has a lot of armor upgrades. So the things, how we break it down, like the upper torso is like one set. Then we have one set for the arms, one set for the waist. And when I say set, it's UV sets, so you guys can kind of think about how textures were made. And one set for the legs as well. So there's a lot of, we could play and a lot of detail that we can put on these sculpts to make things look as good as we possibly can. And then on top of that, we do a lot of tiling with materials and details. And you will see, I know the crew is going to talk about some of that on the other characters. But, a lot of the work went into this big guy. And Angela, you can talk about some of the textures.
Eric Valdez did the textures for Kratos. I helped him out with some of the textures for the armor sets. But just trying to keep all that detail that he put into the base mess and carry it on all the armor sets was, great learning experience. I got to learn from Eric, who did this amazing work. So it was a lot of fun.
And you see some of the work that Angie's going to show also in the next characters, like a lot of the work done in Substance and some crazy stuff. For Kratos, I mean, we try to put as much detail as we possibly can, but like Della said, we always try to balance out the frequency of details, like how much we want to dirty him up. When we're working with PBR, and a lot of the base materials, we try to keep them as clean sometimes as we have to, because things read a little bit different in game. But you can see here, there's a lot of time spent on the leather, kind of the difference of the values of the leather to make sure all the layering feels visible, because there's a lot of detail going on, and we want to try to, represent as much as possible. You can see here on the beard, like the beard was completely redone based on last game. We try to make it a little more fuller and we could afford more cards this time around. So I did some work on that as well to make sure the glorious beard felt next gen.
our beard tech. No, and it was one thing too. I think Angela's really nice too. Like some of that pattern work is kind of played down within the values in there too, and then the material breakup and all that attention to detail. It's subtlety, but you get the variety in it without it being too noisy or splitting the eye. Because I think once we get to this stage too, we look at how we can kind of compose the character where we want you to look first, second, and third, and keep that up. And that's all the work.
And it's cool because you can get to see Kratos from the camera behind, like you don't always see him up close, you do sometimes. But as you're playing, he's a little bit farther, and those details need to stand out and have a lot of contrast so they pop.
Yeah, I think when we're lucky, a character will be the size of your hand on screen. So making sure that holds up. And like you said, we'll probably see our main character from the back more than the front.
Yeah, the shoulders.
One good thing about gray meshing, like we talked early on, is that we can really get a sense of how things are looking for from just the initial block out in game. But then when you get to the finals, like you get everything, perfect, as close as you can possibly get because of photo mode and all the cinematics. We use the same models in game for cinematics, so we don't have that any difference on that. So all our models hold up with tiling, textures, and all that stuff. And it's funny because even the team sometimes look at the gray mesh and be like, "Oh, this looks amazing. It's final," and we're like, "No, it's not." Like if you spend the time, like we need to make these things perfect. But again, like that step of us getting a gray mesh in really unblocks the team to keep moving. It's just a little bit more on Kratos. Let's get a sense of all the cool stuff.
And then moving to Atreus, we had some other really fun design stuff that we were looking at with him. We wanted to see a lot of growth on this character. It's been 3 years, and he's been growing during Thimblewinter, so a lot more change in his design. We wanted to bring a level of confidence. And like with any main character, a lot of work goes into it. If you get the art book, you can see more of this, but these are just some examples. Here's some early sketches by Stephen Oakley. Some stuff at this stage, obviously playing up the wolf theme, getting a little more confidence kind of in the character. Then another artist that we had, Vance Kovacs, did some work too. Nice. This reflects a little bit more the idea and the effect of the costuming of Thimblewinter. Like we had with Kratos, he's a little more covered up. Some of these explorations also kind of imagined if he's going a little bit more towards his father, we added some bulk and stuff to the character, and Vance was even putting in, any narrative stuff that we can pick from mythology, and the story is great. There's a rooster that's supposed to, in the mythology, signal Ragnarok as well, so we added some of those rooster feathers in there and all those elements. One thing we want to do, like with all the characters, is just make sure that we do a pretty valid exploration of it, and then the choices that we have kind of bring them into what the final is.
So I know Vance is a ZBrush. Did he only do 2D stuff for you guys, or did he actually end up doing something?
No, Vance is a real great example of the combination of both. Vance is working that out. He did a lot of stuff with the Valkyries last game and how things could articulate and all that.
He's
too,
awesome.
So,
he's beautiful.
but that's also working in collaboration with Eric and his team. And I think having that understanding, the back and forth as we talk about characters as they move forward is really good, because none of it is designed in isolation, and we want to keep that conversation going. Small things too, just even like hair studies, how do we want that to evolve, something that feels a little more confident. We are going with more neutral, natural palettes, but we still wanted to bring in the yellow because that represented his mother. And then this is a concept I did, and we started to dial it in here. Some of the influences that came into this design is we wanted a lower profile costume to go with the more agile, nimble feeling with Atreus that we've always had. He still has the wolf fur from the original game. And one thing thematically that we talked about with Atreus on 2018 is he has a yellow scarf from his mother and then also a red sash from his father, and it was about equal in that game. And now that he's growing, and he's got the lineage with the Norse, you can start to see the yellow coming out forward a lot more in his design, so that connection is supposed to be there. And then once we have something like this, or we'll also add the smaller details, like for anyone who played the 2018 game, the mistletoe arrow, which had helped in the final battle, he's still carrying as a kind of signal of good luck.
And this is a good example of what Della was bringing up. You know, a lot of, from this stage, we were doing a lot of sketches in 3D as well to see kind of what felt good. Like we put it in the game, make sure it kind of feels correct. And we're showing here kind of like some examples, but we do a lot of work to get to this point. Some of the things that Della brought up, like with the skirt, we did a breakdown. Kratos was a little bit easier because his design is very iconic to what we wanted to bring into Ragnarok. But for Atreus, we had to, kind of do a little bit of a breakdown and explain to people like what things we wanted to carry over for his design to be iconic. So kind of the cross on the chest was, something that we decided to keep from last game, kind of the Spartan skirt on his waist. And then like Bella said, the mother's scarf on his neck. And these iconic things like is what we started to build even on upgrades as we, these characters change. We really want to make, very clear to the public what Atreus represents and things that when you break him down into simple shapes, what are the things that we need to keep to make sure he feels iconic. And you can even see some of the details that Della added, which was really, really cool. It was like the Kratos' tattoo on his arm and starting to really represent a little bit of the father into the design. And we did that a little bit on the scars on his face last game. And I think this starts to kind of connect them a little bit more within the family. It's pretty cool. And then again, same process here. Like I did an initial sketch, and even the one before was a little bit of a combination between myself and Eric, a little back and forth, where Eric would spend a little more time. I'll get the models, tweak some stuff, send it back. So we really try to make the process very fluid, and I'm very thankful for the team because that's, I think that's why, our things look so good is because nobody owns a certain character. Like if anybody wants to get it and give feedback and kind of send it back and forth, we really kind of, push this collaboration because I feel like it really makes our characters look better. And this is the kind of prime example of Eric's work on Atreus. There's a ton of work that went into this to make everything feel like the layering is, it makes sense that everything feels like he's wearing it. Like we even had a cosplayer come to the studio last week and was talking to me and Della. And she was saying like how hard it was to get all the layering down because there's so much going on. And we try to sell that with like, kind of the weather and what he would be wearing. Even the leather on his chest is kind of like flipped of the kind of a pelt, right? So you get the fur coming off of like pockets of it. Again, looking at reference, looking at things that will make sense for where they're, they're living and they're trying to survive. Like we look a lot at that stuff. Again, that's kind of the historical detail and how people would dress up, in kind of northern countries and things like that to make sense. Everything to make sense and feel like, these characters really exist. And things that they're making is not just to look cool, even though Atreus is like we can play and have a little more fun because he's kind of a teenager. We want him to look cool because, Kratos is very much like the big guy and, his stuff is a lot more practical. We had some fun with him to make sure he felt kind of, a little more stylish in his choices there. Again, all the crazy details. Go for it.
More of the design work too, and I was working closely with Raf and Eric on this, and we'll also have weekly syncs where we talk about the director feedback, stuff that they did like and that wasn't hitting the mark. So when we hand off a character in design, when it goes to 3D, it's not just giving a cold piece of concept art. They understand the direction and all those elements. So I was in office and working closely with Eric when he was doing all this stuff, and I think me and Eric and Raf too all feel like proud parents, like Kratos. This is our baby boy here is doing good, and just
years working on this.
Yeah,
years,
and
an institution.
a lot of attention to detail, and there's a point on a concept where we hand it off, but it's in such good hands as it goes forward. They're understanding because when things come where it's cuts or edits that we need to kind of be aware of, the changes that Eric and Raf do are 100% in line with the direction of where it's going. So each step actually makes the characters better, and this one took a lot of love from the team. Yeah,
I think even when you guys continue this franchise, what you guys are doing, what Raf's saying, you guys sharing stuff, right? You guys, that team will just keep going the right path, in the right direction.
And that's a big thing I think that's helped with Eric and Raf and myself and all the other departments too. It foster in the studio when we've learned to work the best and try and kind of create that environment as best we can. So it maximizes the artist's output.
Yeah, it definitely showcases that it's more than one person to make a cultural phenomenon like this. I mean, it's celebrated.
100%. I think in my experience too, I think some of the strongest design work, not just on this, but other projects I see have been through collaboration. Those are some of the strongest designs.
Well, the scores online is saying enough for what you guys have done. Seriously.
You can clearly see on the Atreus, like the attention that we put into make sure things feel like there's proper attention to how he's wearing, so everything doesn't feel super stiff. You know, like a lot of that, I feel like it's what makes a lot of difference when we go into like more of these complicated characters, that we try to make sure, you know, kind of stitching feels correct, that it has the correct scale. You know, there's tension to where he's wrapping things around, but then we can kind of play up with volume where it's not. So especially when we're dealing with Norse and the stuff that we have to play with, like we can't really put a lot of metals on these characters, especially at the beginning. So the use of cloth and the separation between the elements are very important. And when people are looking at their own sculpts, like I feel like that's kind of kind of a step when you go into paying attention to how things are fabricated and how things should fit together. Look at scans and things like that. Like it definitely helps. Let's keep going. Again, for Atreus, we had the initial face from 2018 from Sony, which was a scan. This time around, like we resculpted the face, so we got a new scan from Sony, and I did a lot of work trying to find the correct balance, because Sony also is very different from Atreus, but also being the actor, I started to blend in percentage-wise, like how much we wanted his aging to affect Atreus's aging. So that was a lot of back and forth to really get the correct face. Because when you look at 2018, even myself working on that game for so many years, like you have an idea of what Atreus looks like, but once you go down into like making the face, is like there's a lot of nuances to the design of his face, different from what Sony used to look like. So here was, again, sitting down and kind of playing up with how much we wanted to age him. So yeah, we resculpted the face. The eyes are all completely new from last game. We got new shaders and everything.
Even just like some of the pattern work and stuff that you would kind of helped out on here too.
A little bit.
Yeah, but no, I think that really came into it too, just that attention to detail and that work and everything.
Yeah, and like all the work that Eric did in the texturing became kind of like the staple, like what we were shooting for with the other characters, the stuff that he did with Kratos and Atreus, just we're looking at constantly so we can reach the same quality, so that they all would be cohesive.
Mm-hmm. How are we looking on time?
I think we're doing good about it.
You're doing good.
Yeah. It's all
Doing good?
We're doing good.
Let's do it.
All right. Rep, I can actually... Oh, do you want to talk a little bit about...
Yeah. So I got to do one of the armor sets that Atreus gets. I was really inspired by the armor sets that Andrew and Bernardo were sculpting for Kratos and Atreus. This one, it was a cool challenge because we usually tend to sculpt our characters with the arms down, like in a more relaxed pose as opposed to the A pose. This lets Raf see how the character is going to feel in game instead of it being too stiff. And then once he approves it, then we go ahead and move the arms up a little bit and then clean up the armpit area to get the better bakes. And then ultimately take him to the A pose for rigging in the low poly. The challenge with this one was that the shoulder pieces were so round and it fit nice when his arms are down, but then when I had to pull them up, they started distorting. So it was fun to play around with that shape to make it feel good when when his arms are moving. And also making sure that the hook in his back fits around it, because the hook needs to stay in that place throughout all the armor sets, because that's where his bow goes. And then also another thing I like to look at when sculpting is making sure that all the layers interact with each other. So for example, on the far right image, the back, you can see a little highlight on the belt because the metal in the back is pushing it forward. So you really want that interaction of elements pushing and pulling each other so that they feel grounded and it just feels more realistic.
Yeah, I love that attention to detail, and I think this turned out beautiful. It's, like I said, it always feels good when it's going over the good modeling team under the direction of everyone and the result.
The next slide. So another thing we gotta watch out for when sculpting for games is making sure that nothing is at a 90-degree angle. You want to make sure you have bevels and everything's at an angle so that it bakes correctly, or else the bake is going to be pretty much non-existent. We also make sure that things are watertight so the low poly can bake correctly. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, like, doing like all the little scales on his torso, just moving things by hand, and basically avoiding too much noise and making the pattern stand out. And yeah, just balancing out the details throughout the whole costume. Another thing that I was looking for, that main belt that he has, that's the belt that his base custom has. And that's the belt that the pouch and all the accessories hang from, so that one needed to stay in place. So then when sculpting the armor sets, it becomes a challenge of sculpting things around the one belt, but making it feel like it's grounded and that it belongs there. And it's not just, an afterthought.
Well, that's one of the big things too, like we had talked about, is like, how do we address those challenges? And because every team that goes out has to kind of keep that in mind, and hopefully all this stuff under the hood that we're kind of telling you don't realize, it just feels right and looks really impactful in the final design. And like that is, along with the artistic side, the technical stuff that the team needs to keep in mind.
Yep.
All right, Raf, I can go a little kind of quick through this. This was just an example on the concept side of expanding some of the characters. You want me to just run through this?
Yeah, this is a good example just for what we go through with these characters and really flashing out, because we're showing kind of some of the final models here, but Della, you can go through some of these.
I'll just go through this real briefly. This is just a way that we kind of visualize that process that we showed you earlier. So starting out with really loose thumbnails and stuff, we kind of go through this. This was a new class called Ionajar, and I'll just kind of go through and talk about. It's Odin's army. This was nice because we actually had mythology to pull from for these characters. We wanted them to be reflective of the Raven. In the mythology, they are chosen from the best warriors who were killed in battle by the Valkyrie to come to Odin. So we're designing a new class. We wanted something that, while humans felt equally as imposing as like we had the Draugrs and the Hellwalkers in the last game. So bringing those elements, a lot of times too, we'll look at silhouettes and stuff and see how that works across the board. We also have to kind of take like narrative stuff into mind. So some stuff that we thought too is maybe Odin breathes life into their bodies after they catch them or after they choose them. So he puts his hands on, breathes life, and it leaves this black mark, which actually creates a raven on their faces. And the idea that they are dead, so they have the pale skin, but the raven still reads on them. We wanted something, we knew we'd get them armored because we have to deal with a lot of combat stuff, and make sure that the accommodations for all the combat needs for a class like this, for a light, medium, large, elite, and then varieties all read. And then as we go to heavy, this is some work that Raf did, is really making sure that once we get a look for any faction, that it can expand throughout the entirety of the faction. We can't just have one design that works, but then can't really propagate. If you imagine you saw all those exact same characters running at you on screen, you'd tell right away that we didn't have the variety that we wanted. But again, like we talked about the 2D, 3D collaboration, and then Raf goes in and see how does that work and can really validate it. The nice thing about it is looking at it in 3D, and then we also will put the stuff in game to make sure that that holds up. Other things when we're working with combat is also making sure that within light, medium, heavy classes that we can get the variety we need there. You can see the Raven theme coming through here, so a mix of some of the classic Norse helmets, but still bringing those elements into these characters. And again, it works for the lights as well as the heavies. And then across to our elite classes as well. Things like this with the Raven motif and being, trained by the Valkyrie, that we start to see those influences, and their weapons are even more reflective of the Valkyrie. Again, a large part is also the weapons they use. We need to make sure that combat is supported and has the weapon variety that they can use and switch and try out what makes the best combat experiences within game. So even stuff like weapon design, and then mythical stuff too, like they'll have a power, and making sure that that reads, like we talked about being small on screen. We want the clear legibility, because it's easy to design up close on the concept side, but then dropping it in engine to really see how that reads. And like we said at the end, we just want a character that you feel is impactful and imposing and a big threat. But that's a lot of the under the hood stuff that we go into. And so jumping into some more of the cast here. We knew Freya would be returning. Obviously, she was a huge character in the last game, and the way it ended, we find her, and a little bit of the design work here done by Raf and Shan was really looking at how she's been as a mix of revenge and grief that she's been facing, as well as she's been hunting Kratos and Atreus for 3 years, and reflecting that in her design. Raf, I don't know if there's anything you want to touch on this.
Yeah, just real quick, like this is a good example of things that we could use, especially beneficial for the 3D side of things because we already had those models from last game. And once we're talking about like, kind of redesigning them for Ragnarok, a lot of things that we could pull from and the details that we grabbed from even Baldur's design last game. A lot of the, kind of the legs are very similar to what he was wearing. The necklace, you see, she has like this under armor, kind of like more battle ready, but still keeping what was iconic for Freya, because you should still feel like what she was last game. But again, a little more, what Della described, like a little more of the storytelling within the design of how she's surviving and getting ready for the battle. And here, some of the work that I was able to transition from the models as well as Eric's sculpt on her design. Again, that collaboration with Eric and the back and forth, very similar things, the attention to details, all the stitching, making sure my initial sketch was just to make sure she felt proportionally correct and things kind of, the weight was there. But again, once you go to the details, you just got to really spend the time. There's no like deep secret on like tools that we're using. And I'm sure the crew is going to talk more about. So there's some specific characters that we had some tricks, but here it's a lot of just spending the time, detailing, making sure everything feels believable.
Oh, it's believable, all right.
Yeah, that's the hope. That's a historical detail.
I'm selling some art books over here is all I know. I'm giving links.
Yes, get the art book, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a ton of stuff that's coming out.
It's coming out end of the month.
It looks great.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
for
can't
the
wait to
textures.
show this stuff.
Sorry.
Oh, Angie, sorry.
For the textures, we knew that Freya was going to be a big player in this game. So, she just went through a lot of personal struggles after the death of her son. So we wanted her textures to show that. I added a lot of wear and tear and stuff and, a lot of scratches on the straps. But, there's a storytelling behind it. Like, we want you to feel like maybe she's been on the hunt for Kratos for 3 years. Maybe they've already encountered each other. Maybe they've already fought before. She hasn't just been sitting still. So all this comes across in the textures. Another thing I like to do for texturing is if you can see the legs are usually darker. So we usually make a gradient out of the characters so they can read better in game. So keeping the light and the attention and the upper torso on the face. Because our in-game camera, it's very cinematic, so we have to take into consideration when texturing our characters. So yeah, for her face, it was a new model, new textures. This is just to show you guys the new makeup and tear treatment. Just figuring out how to make her look impactful and a badass, because she's a badass. Her tattoos were also done from scratch again. I hand drew the designs, and this let me have a lot of control. Also getting clean masks to be able to change the things in-game. There's a point where her tattoos needed to glow, so we can easily control that in the engine. We also like to break up our missives, so it looks a bit more natural when she's in movement. A cool challenge with Freya was designing her skirts in 3D because you want it to flow, you want it to feel like they're sitting on top of each other nicely, but at the same time, rigging needs to have a gap in between each layer so that the simulation works better. So it was a cool back and forth with rigging to try to figure that out. Another cool thing about Freya is that she's one of the few characters that uses tessellation, and we use that in her cape. So tessellation is something that we don't usually use in the characters. It's usually mostly used by environment artists. But yeah, we just wanted to steal that technique to put it in our characters to where it was most impactful. And the cape was a good thing to do it on. The seaming was way better.
Yes, PS5 only, but baby steps.
PS5 only, yes.
And one thing we do too is that attention to detail is in our main cast as well as even the smaller characters. This was a creature Stephen and Shan designed that we'd see in another realm called Vanaheim. And a lot of what we do really doesn't exist, so we don't have a lot of reference, but it's really great. The modelers kind of take advantage of that and run with it.
Yeah, so this one was a lot of fun to sculpt because there's no real life reference to pull from, as like the whole shape. So in things like this, you really have to use your artistic experience to be able to establish a look in 3D. For this one, I wanted him to look, like there's a speed and movement with all the directionality of the feathers and the fur. And overall, just make him feel aggressive and just make him feel like, you gotta watch out if you see this guy around.
Yeah, I love the way this turned out. The 2D doesn't always 100% communicate, so the way you guys artistically do that stuff that doesn't exist is great.
Yeah. And then like for the feathers, we usually, like these are not the feathers that you are going to see in game. We still like to put them and hand place them in ZBrush in the high poly so we can see the feel and how the creature is going to look like. And then once it gets approved, then we bake a few feathers and then we hand place again the cards for the game. A cool challenge with this one was Spiro. He had made another version of the Ravager before, and they need to share the same rig. So I took the body that he has sculpted and modify it for this concept. But then I also had to keep the neckline in place and the eyes and the jaw. So I had to like figure out and solve the shapes in 3D while keeping those things intact. So that was an interesting challenge.
Yeah, there's always working within the limitations, so it never looks like it at the end. Another fan favorite was Brock and Sindri from the last game, and we see them again in this game. Again, we played up the idea with the Nimble Winter being in full effect in their costume work. And
one good thing about these guys too is like a lot of the work that we had to do to redesign their costumes, but also like keep them very to what was iconic in 2018. And this is a good example of just like the mobility, how we kind of switched his skirts and the armor to make sure like the shoulders to make it a little more easier for rigging to, so for him to move. Like they're doing kind of climbing this game and being a lot more around. So we need to make sure that everything felt like they could move around. But again, we try to preserve as much as possible from what we had and then re-sculpting what we had to make sure they felt like an evolution from last game. But we had to kind of work with a lot of what we had before.
And you can see... to say, oh, sorry. I was going to say, I like to think that Eric used like alphas or like, fancy techniques to do all the patterning on his armor set, but knowing him, he probably hand sculpted everything.
Oh, wow. My mind is officially blown. That's hand sculpted.
Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of things, right?
Wow.
And we try to create patterns and then use the patterns as we see fit. And patterns is kind of a tricky thing for Norse. Like you think there's a lot of things out there, but we actually had to recreate a lot of patterns and look at other artists to help us create a library of things that we could possibly use. But yeah, a lot of ornate stuff on this character.
Just a heads up on time, you're at the halfway point in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
Cool. I think if we go to 11:30 on this, and then we'll...
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. So for the textures, we really were focusing on improving the metals on this game. We really wanted his armor set to shine and, like all those historical details that Eric got into the sculpt, we wanted to, to be able to show and glow in the game. A cool challenge with Sindri was making, giving him a lot of wear and tear on his costume to make it feel lived in, but also not crossing the line of making it too dirty because of, Sindri's personality of being a clean, germophobic dwarf. So that was cool to work on. I also got to work on the hat that he wears in the snow. Also hand placing all the cards. I did do a try on doing cards in Next Gen, but there's just like something magical when you do something by hand. You have more control as to where the cards are flowing. And it just shows, the handmade work shows a lot. Oh, and I like to point out the little detail in the tip, the zipper. We added the little anvil as the zipper pattern, so that was a cool, thing to get the vibe as a blacksmith going.
Yeah, a dwarf is artistic, as Sindri would definitely have that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exquisite. Yeah, it looks really great.
And then, yeah, Raph, you just want to talk a little bit about Thor, and then we'll jump into the model?
Yeah, kind of real quick. And this guy, he made his rounds out there of his design. We really try to push what, kind of a different take of what was done before. A lot of the design inspiration for him was like some of the horns for kind of the ghosts that he has on the mythology. We pull a lot from the mythology to get inspiration for the hair color, kind of his weight and things that how he's talked about in the setas and to make sure we had that style. But again, bringing our own take to what the character is, bringing that fantasy push and really making him iconic. Like we did a ton of exploration of what he could look like. Corey, since 2018, had a very clear idea of what he was looking for. And then Eric Williams, the director, also had a lot of input on how, kind of the decision-making, how he should look. And there's a lot of cool stuff here for his design. And as we go into the model, you can kind of make out.
Yeah, it's always interesting designing too. Just a character that's been done so much in pop culture and by other projects, and given something that hopefully is a little bit of new take from the narrative that really fits within the story we're telling. Even the hammer, something as iconic as that was designed by Jeff Kligerman. Getting all those elements in there and then reflecting it in the model.
And you can see here, like, kind of the back and forth in 3D as well. Like my initial sketch, then handed off to Eric for the final sculpt. And he really took the time to make things perfect here, because a lot of the pattern that I put was in 2D. You can kind of see it, kind of the raven pattern on his forearms, kind of a little callback to Odin's design. A lot of like the goats in some of the patternings for his skirt. Same thing, the goat design into the hammer. So it's kind of like we find the themes so we could play up, and we create patterns like that. So when when we throw them into the character, everything feels cohesive into what the Aesir gods would use. Like you can get a lot of the details and colors from his sons from last game. So again, always try to bring that storytelling, and obviously the detail and the polish level and the sculpt is like top notch. Like I wouldn't expect anything less from the crew. This stuff is pretty awesome. A lot of the work that we put in is back and forth within the design, how we make things feel with the right scale. Like Thor is way bigger than Kratos, so the size of stitching, the amount of details that we put in certain areas had to balance out so he doesn't feel out of place. And I think that the result speaks kind of by itself. There's a lot of cool stuff happening with this guy.
Yeah.
Same thing for the hair.
I like the girth of the matter.
Well, yeah, that's part of it too. You want a character that represents thunder. That's kind of what we wanted in the background with that, like Raph says, dealing with those themes.
Definitely bringing some thunder.
Yeah, that's definitely thunder.
Yeah.
Among other things. The hammer too, bringing the hammer.
Yeah.
Right.
So the textures were, I had a lot of fun working on this one. He's a big guy. One of the challenges I had with this one was that his design has a lot of layers. There's leather on top of leather on top of leather. So I had to figure out a way to make them, feel like they belong with each other and they don't fight each other. And, with a lot of hue variations and breaking up the gloss in different manners in each layer. At first I was doing the layers like more brownish reddish tint. And, his art direction was to make him a bit feel like cooler hues, some more bluish. And I think it was a perfect decision because it makes him look more cohesive. It contrasts more with the hair, and when you put him in the environment, he just stands out. I think we're lucky to have an art director that has a background in characters, because the expectations are always really high.
Oh, look, he's making a little heart. Little mini heart.
By the way, Raphael Grissetti is the art director.
There you go.
Along with Eric.
You made a big heart there, like this. A kid taught me this one.
And another cool thing that we did with the leathers was adding like little hints of gold. It's something that maybe is not hyper realistic. You don't find gold on leather, but just adding those little hints makes him look more special, feels more majestic. So it's a cool little trick that we did there. The tattoos were fun to work on. I kept the design flat in Photoshop, and then used Substance Painter to wrap it around his body. And then, whenever we updated the tattoo design, it just would automatically update in Substance without having to redraw a lot.
That's really great.
For the skin, I got a lot of tips and tricks from Andrew that was making beautiful skin on other characters back then. So then I started adding like little tiny veins and little blemishes, things that you maybe don't, you don't see right away, but they're there and you feel it, and it just makes it feel more realistic. Also, we added dirt to the nails of all the characters. It's just such a subtle detail that makes it feel just alive.
No, that's something we wanted with all the Aesirs. They felt dirty. There's like a 1970s biker gang kind of feel to them.
Oh, I like that. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, in contrast to the Greek pantheon, this is the direction that Corey and Eric both really wanted.
You can say that. I can't get it.
Louis, that one's getting closer to you.
That's getting closer.
That one's getting closer.
Okay. I'm going to just bite my tongue. I want to say something. I'm not going to.
So this image, Amanda Irani, she worked on our hair, a lot of our hairs. We got a good base started from outsourcing, but then she worked her magic in the game and made the character's personality come through with the hairstyle. As far as the texturing in the face, one cool tip would be to add a lot of hue variation around the eyeballs. So add lots of reds and blues and yellows. It makes the character feel more alive. I feel like with Thor, makes his eyes feel a bit more troubled. And when you see your characters, we want you to feel like they're about to talk to you, like they're breathing. So just whatever it takes to make them feel.
But capturing that detail really settles and dials in the personality for when everyone plays the game. You'll see how that's reflected, that kind of troubled nature. We wanted that just at first glance.
Yeah.
And then Rafa, you just want to go into tier. I think this is the last one before we swap.
Before you do the swap.
Yeah, we're going to have a swap.
Oh yeah. We do it very quick. And again, all the things that we talked about, you can kind of see it replicate on all the characters. Like Tyr, there's a lot of backstory to him on 2018, like him traveling to different cultures, different realms, and being more of a traveler. And again, we wanted to play up the different in Kratos, where he is the God of War, and we knew that Tyr was going to be a little more on the kind of the reserved side. So even his armor, there's, he's wearing like a jacket, but also like very distinct from what Kratos. We didn't want any comparisons at all to what Kratos represents in the game. And, this is a good example of inspiration that we bring from the environment side as well. There's a lot of tier-related structures in 2018, and you can kind of see hints of that, of him kind of hiding his old gear, his old armor underneath a lot of layers, and, some coins from different places, and the tattoos as well, a little bit of the different cultures that he represents. So a lot of cool stuff on the design, and the final model, again, collaboration between me and Eric. And, I feel like it speaks to the quality that we put on these characters. Again, these are just a very brief showcase of what we did on the game. The art book's coming out, like we said. You guys can check out a lot of cool stuff. And, the next guys are also going to blow your minds with some cool creature stuff as well.
This is the guy right here for me. I mean, wow. I'm just in studio.
It kind of looks like you, right?
It does. It definitely does. That one's definitely.
Let me know.
We have the one that looks like Paul coming up.
Raphael,
Oh, great.
Let me know when you need me to come over to the studio in Santa Monica and sit tight. We're gonna have it.
We need some bandits, someone to kill.
I've been working out a lot. I'm ready. I'm ready for the scan. I'm ready to be in the game. Here we go. Well, guys,
we'll make it happen.
I think we're gonna do a transition, and let's give them. You and I can give them a clap. That is some stuff right there. We're gonna transition.
Do you have any other slides before you do the transition?
We're gonna add.
No, I just wanted to mention one last thing.
Please, go ahead.
I think a cool advice for texture artists, like if you really want to be a good texture artist, you should become good at storytelling. Like have like all your textures, tell a story of why they're there, have everything with a purpose. And
wise words coming from Angela Rico here. We are so happy that you said that at the tail end of this this presentation, because it's really important. Raphael's waving goodbye. Are you waving goodbye, or you want to say something?
I'm not a part of the second half, so I just want to thank you guys, and I'm sure they're going to kill it. But yeah, play the game if you guys haven't played it yet. There's a ton of stuff that we are not showing because, we try to keep it. We're still very early, so we want to keep it very, small for the fans that want to play it and experience it themselves. And yeah, get the art book. We had a lot of fun, and I think the work that the artist made is amazing. So thank you guys. I appreciate
oh man, are you kidding? I was going to bring it back to you and tell you on behalf of all of us here on the ZBrush team and the Maxon global team as well, we want to thank you for participating in the ZBrush Summit 2022. Looking forward to seeing you again when you come back to America. And again, to quote Paul Gabry, it is what number? 10. It's a 10. But we've got, we're going to add Andrew Arisa and Josiah Scholten to the mix. So don't go away, because we're not ending this. We're continuing
we're on
the
the second part of
yeah.
this presentation for sure.
We're going to do God of War Continues. So
yeah, it's going to continue. I've also been sharing the deluxe book as well. There is a deluxe version.
Where are you sharing this deluxe book?
I've been putting in the chat. Like I said, I'm slinging books over here. I'm trying to help out with the books. Because honestly, looking at some of those pieces is like, that could go on a wall. That could go on a wall. That could go on a wall.
What were they saying in the chat, by the way? I'd just like to post.
They're super impressed with all the details that have been coming through with the work that they've been doing there. And I think it's really cool to be able to see them collaborate. And it really, like I said before, I think it makes the game, even if they're going to continue the franchise and do another one and do another one, this team, obviously you all can see, is very close. They're very much working off each other, and then they know the stories of all the characters and everything else as
You keep mentioning the details. I think it's fair to say that the details are the highest level that we've seen in years, and I think people are really finding ways to push it. It's really fascinating stuff to watch. And it looks like they're
just getting adjusted.
They're just getting adjusted here off to my right. And are you excited? That one dude really kind of did look like me, didn't it?
It did.
It could look like
it
me.
did.
If I continue down this,
there was a lot of Louis.
If I continue down this trajectory, it could look very much like me. I'm still youthful, though. I mean,
so look who's joined us here.
Wow, taking it on here. Andrew, am I saying your last name correctly, Aritza?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Thank you so much for correcting me if I'm wrong, but I'm glad I was right. Ha! And we still have Della Longfish here.
You're saying that one right, too?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's important. And we're also going to welcome to the stage now for the first time today, Josiah Scholten.
Hello.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. Again, if you're just tuning in now, we're with members of the God of War team, Sony Santa Monica, so graciously here to spend their time with us. And off to our stage left is Angela Rico, who is very gracious in her
Raph has
last.
left us as well.
Of course, I'm coming to that too. I was going to say she was very gracious with that last-minute tip. That's the one thing to keep in mind is the tips. I'll hand it over to you guys. Raphael has gone back to do his thing in Brazil, but on to you guys for the second part of our Sony Santa Monica presentation. Go ahead.
Right on. Yeah, we'll get right into it, and we're looking at some more characters in the cast, and we will start off with some of the work from Josiah and Andrew, and go into some details of the making of. So this was another character, Angerboda. Again, this was nice because we actually got to pull from mythology for this character. One of the things, too, I think that we look at when we're designing a character is, I think when you think of coming to work on a game that deals in so much fantasy, like a God of War title, it's the big monsters, the big creatures, the huge fantasy. The other side of that, though, is we are designing costumes and trying to get the subtle details in a character that has something that's more historical based or designed with inside the silhouette and getting a little bit of that nuance and subtlety to still make an impactful design when you take away things like the silhouette change and all those elements within a character. But let's jump right into the models.
Yeah. So when I see a character like that, I see a lot of bells and whistles and pieces, and I like to mentally go through a checklist and break it up, how I'm going to tackle a complex thing like that, and so and keep a couple things in mind. So yeah, I usually try to focus on readjust here. I usually try to focus on where the most detail is, and so in this example, like usually focus on the face and the torso, and really nail that down before moving too far along. And also thinking about where can I reuse certain pieces around the whole character and what kind of motifs there are. So in this case, she's got a form-fitting outfit, so I want to keep that in mind when I'm not getting too crazy with big armors and stuff like that. And then also the snake motif that we worked into the design. So from her arm to her medallions to the brooches, all that kind of has that working. So on the next slide. So yeah, in the face, we like to spend a lot of time. And in this case, we actually started from an actress scan of the voice actress, which was super cool and very helpful. But we still always like to modify and adjust things to fit the concept and fit the final in-game look we're going for. So it's not just like a one-to-one scan and then you're done. We still have quite a bit of work to do. And especially when sculpting faces, I'd like to point out it's super helpful to look at it at really drastic angles, because there's some forms that look great when you're looking head on, but then the second you rotate, you're like, oh, it's a little weird, or like look at a very harsh top-down angle to get the cheeks and the mouth feeling good.
I think that's also that attention to detail that works, because this is, again, something that's not scary or frightening, but add a little beauty and elegance, and that subtlety that you get in every inch of that is good.
Yeah, and so we wanted to, especially on the face, because that's obviously a lot of the character, is keeping that elegance and that energy there, even in a neutral expression. So super important. And then on the hair also, we usually do a workflow where we block it in, which we've talked about in ZBrush, and then kind of go through the process of getting outsourcing and other teams to help build that hair, and then do a final polish pass on it.
Yeah, the hair's got a lot of comments going on right now.
The hair's phenomenal.
Yeah. I'm like, look at that hair.
Man,
yeah.
my hair looks like that.
So you block it out in ZBrush and then...
Yeah, do a bunch of tubes in ZBrush and like some Dynamesh to get the idea going, and then rebuild it in the low poly, and then do a final pass. Sometimes using ZBrush even to polygroup and move around the cards themselves, because that can be easy sometimes.
So that's all cards still?
This is like essentially a couple tubes and with cards kind of stuck into the tube.
Right.
So a couple layered tubes to get the effect, and then some cards on top of that. So yeah.
Yeah, and that collaboration even in something like this is still there too, like you said.
Looking good.
Outsourcing and internal kind of.
Absolutely. And then for some things like the cloth, it's important that we put a lot of work in the high res most of the time, just to kind of prove that it's going to look good in the game. So things like the cloth tilers, I'll always put on there on a layer or something to get the idea going. And then it's always important to add a little extra detail and juice where you like kind of rip up some threads or like have a little variation so it doesn't look too static.
And you did a really good job on that too. Like I think sometimes we walk the balance of a costume feeling too fashion forward, but I think that level of detail and wear that we kind of set up with the historical detail in the style guide is super evident here. And
yeah, a lot of people are asking if you guys are actually putting the details sculpturally in all the clothes and everything else.
So the answer is yes, a lot of the time, and then we might take it back out when we do texturing or kind of like tone it down, and then use tricks like tilers and you know, smart materials and stuff to get it back in.
Are you hand sculpting the cloth, or is it you doing marvelous?
It's pretty much all hand sculpted. Actually, all hand sculpted. Yeah. So
there you
I
go,
tend to I tend to work pretty traditionally, where I actually model it in like a low poly plane,
Yeah.
couple layers, and then sub-div it up, and then start adding in that detail. So it's kind of a little slow process, but it works. So
Slow and steady, apparently. wins the
It
race.
looks good, so you're doing it.
Another high five between Paul Gabriel. That's a 10.
And then on the shoes, same example. I like they're very kind of intricate and overlapping forms of the leather at the bottom. So again, I went in and actually modeled it so it worked how I wanted it, where there's overlaps exactly how I want it, so I don't have to, fiddle around trying to get it to work.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Where do you get reference for those things? Because
Oh man, Della, you did the concept for this, huh?
Yeah, so we went back and like Ralph said with the historical details, we really looked at how shoes were made and worn. So we found a lot of stuff pre-Roman or like even like pure cultures of the Norse at the time and historically, and then see how they made shoes and bring it into it. And that's always the coolest thing for us, is seeing something that's completely different than what we're wearing these days. And that attention to detail pops out, and even though you may not see all of it, we want you to be left with the feeling that everything has that kind of sense to it. And we think it stands out as a team, and then the result in the model, I think.
it looks
kind
great.
of
It's very
validates that.
contemporary as well. I'd wear it.
Not a shock.
Not a shock at all. Kidding. I'll go back and look at it
A
one
free
more
pair
time.
comes with the art book.
I got the art book on
I
pre-order.
think you guys found another cosplayer over here.
Holy smoke.
So obviously, we got to get this thing in the game at some point. So this is the final in-game model. And like I said before, we kind of tone down and tone up some of the parts of the high res to help get the texturing going. And yeah, there's actually a lot of tweaks after the fact, right? You get the model, and then it inevitably gets a little flatter and a little less form. So you got to go back in and pop it back out. So after all the bakes and everything are done, it's good to do a pass and kind of accentuate certain areas.
And even evaluating these in the environments with the color
Yeah,
palette.
absolutely. So like in her example, she's in a very orange and warm environment most of the time. So we noticed that early on, like, hey, we should have a cool color palette to help her really pop out, because she's also pretty quick. So
Yeah, I think the initial color palette, since she was a giant, was more yellow, and while it looked good in the concept, it would disappear in the environment. So you can see where the team brought the blues to complement and bring that forward.
I think the color choice is really working there.
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Really great.
And then yeah, the hair, like I said before, it took a lot of work to get finessed into place, and there were quite a few people who worked on that. So shout outs to Angela and the outsourcing team also.
And then we had a new class of character, which was the cave dweller. This was a little bit different than some of the other characters. These are some sketches by Stephen Oakley. It's interesting dealing with a character that doesn't have the one-to-one relationship to the mythology. So Stephen ended up doing a wide range of explorations on this character to really make sure that it felt right within the cast of the other characters.
That'll keep you up at night, yeah.
Again, there's a lot more in the book if you want to take a look there when that comes out. But then this was handed over to Andrew.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really enjoy working with the VizDev department is this. We always have this conversation. It's like a very synergic workflow that we have going on, and working with my idol, Stephen Oakley, was definitely an amazing experience. So shout outs to him. How do we approach creating a creature like this? So I think, as we have mentioned during the presentation, one of the things that we do from the beginning is create a very basic model, and we put that guy into the engine as soon as we can. We are trying to find what silhouettes are going to work, what colors, maybe too early for that, but we are trying to make sure that what we are creating in the VizDev is actually going to make sense in the gameplay. And on top of that, you get a chance to sort of like see animation, show it to the other teams, and they can kind of grab from what you are working on. So that's extremely important. So working on these guys, of course, we had this extremely huge catalog of drawings and little concepts and doodles and all this type of stuff that Stephen was making on the side, and we started like trying to translate that into a model that actually felt cohesive, and starting to research real life references to enhance that detail. And some of the ideas that you can see on this slide, for example, is that we started like thinking and understanding what the design team was doing, the animations, how they were looking, and we started like wrapping our heads on how we make sense of the abilities that these guys have. For example, you see the hands on the claws on these guys. They tend to climb to walls and kind of sneak up behind you and attack you. So a lot of that is, again, kind of grabbing and referencing not only from stuff from the outside, finding creatures and finding animals that you can use and bring to the concept, but it's also like trying to understand what the other teams are doing. And I think we can keep going with this one. And a lot of this comes from understanding, and this is a very highlight that I have here in my notes, is that understanding what the other teams are doing. And that conversation doesn't have to be straightforward, or it can just be you sneaking on what they're doing and kind of grabbing from what's happening in the other departments. So when you see the environments, you can use that as reference to put some details in your scope, kind of bring some of that dirt, some of that, like I said, biological representation of the capability of these characters. So
yeah, 'cause I know too you were pulling a lot of references from, you talked about frogs.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that we do a lot. This character is supposed to be like a vermin that is invading many of the realms. So one of the things that we started looking into was not just grabbing from reptiles and amphibious life. We started like going into rats, for example, and you can see some of that on this character. And you can see a little bit of a lich type of approach, and you see all these teeth inside his mouth, and even on the eyes of this character, you see a little of a golfer, kind of like a rat looking eye, and we end up making it whiter and not necessarily black because we were trying to make this character pop.
That's one thing I think you did really well too, is you took all those influences, but none of them dominated too. Like you get the feeling of all those kind of characters in there without it just feeling like a frog.
Yeah, it was definitely like a long back and forth with Raph and with Steven to sort of like dial down things and push others. So we end up with a character that looks pretty much like nothing else, really, but is grabbing references from.
And I think that's part that the team works really well with too, is designing stuff that doesn't exist. You can't just go to reference for this, but you still want it to feel believable. And that's it's not for everyone. Like it's stepping into that unknown. It comes with its own challenges, but the team is always great under the leadership of Eric Valdez too. Is like, that excites them. Let's go see what we can kind of make out of this.
That's why I like art books. I'm an art book collector.
Are you really?
Yeah.
This guy letting the secret out of the bag.
It's great that we get to kind of share this here, but the nice thing about the art book too is we've gone into, and Dark Horse really broke down our thoughts and approaches to that, because I think we're a fan too of just what went into designing all this.
Like, they make great products, by the way.
I like art books because I'm like, what am I going to search online? I'm stuck. I don't know where to go with this character.
That's what you're searching on Google. I'm searching.
No, I'm saying I can pull a book off and I can cycle through and get some inspiration from other artists. I'm like, that's a good idea, and go.
No, that's,
I like it.
That's why we're saying some of the stuff under the hood on how we approach this stuff, because every project similar has a.
Yeah, and what Andrew's talking about, I could totally see the eyes. I immediately went to him. That was awesome. Yeah.
You know what? I would be remiss too. What else you can do is read books.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, read more
I prefer
books.
pictures.
I'm just.
So, talking about a little bit of a struggle, I remember working on these characters and sort of like trying to find what their skin detail should look like. And I work a lot with Raph. We were kind of like bouncing ideas and working on these guys. I remember sending the model to Raph. Raph did something, sent it back to me. We like kind of started that exploration and trying to bring these characters' skin to life. So we started pretty much combining reptile and amphibious life, but the thing with amphibious, for example, is that if you try to find a scan data for these guys, you're gonna realize that they are pretty smooth. All of these ideas that we have in our minds is a combination of like hue values and little small wrinkles and the fluids, this disgusting stuff that they probably have, and we have to exaggerate a lot of that. We grab also from the concept that Steven did, and from there we were just pretty much like kind of developing a very specific look for these guys.
Yeah, and I think also just with the cohesiveness of the characters in the world, stuff with the skin I know that you did is kind of like Tier, where it pulled from the concept work that Luke Berliner and his team did. Same thing when we first see these in Svartalheim, we looked at the reference for the environments that they had created and brought a little bit so they felt like they had that consistency across them.
Absolutely, and again, if I remember correctly, for these guys, we were doing a sculpture for the most part. I think we rarely went back and used a photograph that we transformed into an alpha and we brought into ZBrush to use it around. For the most part, we were just grabbing what we were sculpting, like using the tools that we have at our disposal and kind of trying to save time. But for the most part, it was a very like hand work for the most part. Yeah.
A lot of hand work, I'm hearing.
Yeah, definitely.
No.
And going to the textures, I remember these guys being a little bit more greenish towards the yellowish, and it goes back to, I think, what the team has been talking about during today is that we are trying to make art look beautiful and badass, but at the same time, we are making a game. We are trying to work and focus our efforts towards making a smooth experience for the players. So that's something that we are pretty much kind of like balancing all the way throughout the process. And I feel like it's extremely like special in the work that we do at Santa Monica is that we are trying to work together to accomplish that goal. It's not just animations, it's not just cues in the UI to prompt players to see what the character is gonna do. It's also like in our hands to contribute to that ideal.
But even in the texture work here, you can see the highest contrast is in the eyes and the mouth, the things that are because
Exactly.
coming at you first. We want to really make sure like that is the primary.
Yeah, and that belly color just brings you right
Yeah,
up.
all that goes into
And
consideration.
to that point, talking about the belly color, that's something that, for example, like we talk a lot, and I work with Eric in many of these characters to sort of like find a difference between the back and the front of these characters. Seems like a very simple and kind of silly thing that you will not think. Maybe it's just a design choice, but it's also, we are thinking about the gameplay. Mm-hmm. How do we know that the character is coming towards you or is going away? That is like what
Good point. Yeah,
the thought process behind this type of decisions. And of course, we are artists. We are trying to make these technical and gameplay decisions look amazing, and that's kind of like the challenge that we always have to deal with.
Yeah, always in the back of our head is the idea if it just looks pretty but doesn't play well or work for it's not a success. So that's something.
Look, I'm in the game too.
Oh, stop. Here we go. What a guy. What a guy. I can't believe he said it.
And of course, from all these amazing catalog of ideas that Steven created and grabbing from the environments, I think we had the need to create a family, a trio of these creatures to sort of make a set of different abilities and sort of like different types of attacks.
Yeah, this is a faction like the other one. Like they had the variety, but still felt like they kind of all existed.
Exactly. And we were going for like something that, this guy is yellowish, this guy is greenish, but the shape and kind of like the hints that we have, like Della was saying, we are trying to highlight certain areas depending on what attack this guy is capable of doing. I think on this guy, for example, we have an emissive mask that pops out of like nowhere, that kind of hinting that this guy is about to attack. So there are a lot of stuff that we probably are not showing necessarily here because it would take too long, but there are a lot of these different decisions that we are making throughout the process. And again, these are the Grims.
Yeah, again, another new faction that looks fantastic in the game, and we always kind of want to make sure they stand out.
It's really fun to work on that, yeah.
Oh, they're standing out all right. It's really
awesome.
Good.
So obviously Brock and Sindri were a fan favorite and a personal favorite of myself too, but they were really just the tip of the iceberg. We knew that in this game early on that we'd be going to Svartalheim, which is the realm of the Huldra. So we'd see more of the Huldra there. So this is a character called Durlin. You can see some sketches from Stephen Oakley and the kind of 2D collaboration that Raph did here.
Great drawing.
Steven's awesome.
Yeah,
he's so
really
good.
great drawing.
Yeah, and Steven is fantastic. A mile a minute. It's like 300 drawings a day kind of thing. And in a
300 drawings a day.
In a project that just has like stepping in the unknown, it's just a wealth of ideas that Steven brings. But we wanted to make a dwarf in Durlin that could hold his own visually and have that impact as a character from the writing side that Brock and Sindri did. He's completely different than them, so we wanted something different. But still kind of opens up the world on what we had just kind of touched on with Brock and Sindri.
Yeah, so I got a chance to work on this guy, which was awesome, because like you said, Steven does 300 drawings in a meeting, let alone a day. So yeah, this guy was awesome. I like to break it down, like I said, so he's got a lot of pieces, and I loved the design because each thing kind of contributed to a story. So like from the scroll, he's a bookkeeper, and so like the scrolls to the ink pots to the pen, even his friend Diener, who's the little squid thing you saw, all of it contributes to like what he does as a job, and also kind of backstory on who he is as a person. So yeah, so unlike some of the other ones, he wasn't started from a scan. It was like a contribution of Raph doing a block out for the concept sketch that you saw in 3D, and then I took that and did the final like high poly one. So for some stuff like the pores and things like that, using just like a base scan we have of just a random person was super helpful just to get those little tertiary details in there. But then I went in and like basically resculpted all the primary and secondary forms to match what we want. And another important thing is like, you know, like you saw in the concept, he's got a little bit of an expression, and it's important that we have expression in the face, like with the wrinkles and the shape of everything, but not too much, because we are going to actually add that later. So we got to keep it kind of neutral, which was a good balance of like making sure he's interesting even without doing anything, you know, as a face. So, and adding all the scars and the wrinkles was super fun. So yeah, on him, I mean, he's got a lot of pieces too, but it's important to note that like the stitching and all the details are kind of large because he's so small, right? So like, you see him next to Thor or somebody, he's like, he's a tiny little guy. So you got to make sure that those details are large to read, not only for baking, but just like as a gameplay thing, like we've been harping on the whole time, you know? You got to keep that in mind. So for the jacket also, that was super fun because like I said, I do stuff just subdiv modeling mostly and then add all those details after the fact. So I actually UV'd that whole strip that has the pattern on it so I could swap it out if we want to with different concepts or different designs, which is always useful, especially for like the leather straps and things like that. So
It's looking awesome.
yeah, and then there's a shot of some of his accessories and things like that. So
Yeah, no, the materials, so
yeah,
you get
the
the variety and
materials.
the.
Yeah, for sure. Breaking up between like the velvet jacket and the leather sleeves, and then the cotton and leather combo is really important. So again, we like to put all that detail in the high res file just to get a sense of what it's going to be like in the game.
Yeah, that's just another great example of you're designing something that is kind of smaller silhouette and what you're doing, and that detail inside can really still get that visual impact as something as big as a dragon.
Someone
Yeah,
says they see a little Danny DeVito in this.
They want to see a little Danny DeVito. Here it's always sunny somewhere. Come on. Sunny in Burbank right now,
Go for it.
exponentially sunny with the shine that these guys have brought with them. Look at the little
And then-
details on the back, that
Okay,
little
go back.
backpack there. Look at that, look at that.
Look at
Yeah, it's important, like Andrew was saying, like,
Wow.
you know, characters aren't only seen from the front, so focusing on every single angle, so even hiding in little, you know, things that people might not even notice, like the key in the pouch and
Yeah,
maybe what's in the
just saw
pouch,
that.
and things like that.
It always gives a sense of history that we like to do, and our fans will pick up on all those details, so it never goes unnoticed, which is
It
really.
does look like Danny DeVito.
We, yeah, we do love to keep everything story focused and like have all those little details in there because we're assuming someone at some point
Right.
will catch
It's
on.
for the fans.
Yeah, it's for the fans.
For the fans, yeah.
That's exactly why I make buttons in ZBrush. It's for the fans.
And
do it
another
for the
thing
fans.
for texturing, I feel like it's important to keep track of these characters have a lot of patterns and a lot of details, right? So you want to focus on like reusing what the patterns are to like not only make the character more consistent, but to save yourself some time. So even things like the shoulder straps, I reused on the boots to give it a little more extra excitement all over the character. So yeah,
Hey, it looks cool.
yeah. And that's how he turned out. So yeah, it was fun also with, again, color palettes. You gotta have the mix of those greens and the reds to help him stand out in his shop that he's in, and also compared to the character he's with all the time, which is the little squid. So that squid's more of the purple, you know, cooler tones. So we like to mix and match like that.
And then obviously within a God of War cast, we have a wide range of characters and creatures, and so this is one of the creatures called a knock-in in the game that the players will run into. But definitely wanted something that is kind of a little more spindly, hanging out in some of the swampy areas, so you can see some of that reflection in there. This was done by Shan, and Bjorn Hurry also helped with the initial concepts on this character. But it's fun getting the cast of characters, big and small.
Yeah, so this is probably the scrawniest guy in the game, and he's also tiny. So he crouches a lot and runs around, so that's important because when he's in A pose, right, it looks like a lot of empty areas, right? But when he's crouched and in the game, his elbows and his knees and his head are all kind of like next to each other. So you have to keep that in mind when you're sculpting, that, you know, how does he work and how does he animate? And this
Did
was
you
super
do
fun.
animation tests to see it?
Yeah, I did some.
crouched
I usually
for
do some
yourself?
pose tests,
Yeah.
and we rely heavily on the gray mesh phase, where we kind of get something quick, right, like a day or two, just to get it in the game and see what it looks like.
You guys say gray. Are you just using Madcap Gray?
We say gray mesh. There's still some colors and stuff in
Okay.
there, but it's just a quick
You
thing.
beat me to the punch on that one. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, maybe they're using.
Well, and it's funny
Trying to help
too.
out the chat.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, it's interesting too, like some of the other characters, like Josiah was saying, we evaluate to make sure they pop from the environment. This character actually had a different thing we wanted to kind of fade into the environment and be a little harder to find when the player.
Yeah, so when it's crouched, it almost just looks like a you know, it can blend into the leaves and the stuff in the background a little bit more. And this was super fun because, you know, creatures are always fun. So doing all the skin details and getting the anatomy to still shine is always important. And then I love to just like get a little heavy-handed with the details and then pop the anatomy back out with just a standard brush or something to make sure you're not losing all the forms, because it can easy to get lost sometimes. Yeah, and same with like the wrinkles on the neck and all the scales popping out. It's just going in there and making something cool and trying to do it the concept justice, and also give it that kind of unique feeling where I'm not just stamping the same scale over and over again. It's like each one's a little bit different. That way the character, you might not think it's a big deal, but if you see the difference, like it does feel a little more natural to actually go in there and do that.
And from one of our smaller characters to probably one of our larger characters, Garm is in Norse mythology and looms large. This was our take on this. This piece done by Carl Lindbergh for Garm, and realizing this character was really fun. Obviously, from the legends, he's been bound, so this is kind of the take on what he looks like, and Andrew had picked up the design from here.
Yeah, it was such a, you know, a lot of responsibility to bring this character to life, especially with these amazing concepts that we receive and kind of like the ideas behind it. I work very close with Raph to sort of like understand what was like the general take that he wanted to kind of portray with this guy. But as you might be thinking right now, scale. That's like the main thing with this guy. So in order to accomplish that, we kind of had like a little list of elements that we wanted to make sure were in this character from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So one of those things that we thought about a lot was we had to make sure that this anatomy can hold up for all the challenges that we were going to encounter with this guy. It was something that we needed to put together to make sense of how we were going to start placing all these alpha cards, which is probably one of the things that people's going to be talking about a lot, and how we can like transfer this information to the rest of the team. Riggers needs to understand where are the joints. Animators probably have their ideas and they contribute a lot to the whole process of like realizing the shape of this character. And that was actually one of the challenges working on this guy, because we were not just scaling up a regular wolf, and that's it. We were actually making decisions in terms of like the size of the paws and the posture and kind of the shape of the whole character. And that's something that started from the concept art, and we were really trying to put into the model.
Yeah, that's something I think you did good too. Is it's not just a one-to-one scale of the wolf. I think we're adding elements where it's still recognizable totally as a wolf, but we get a little bit of that mythical take to the character. And I think, like you were saying, like all the details, and even one of the challenges with a character like this is the player scale.
Yeah, exactly. And we had to make sure that all this detail was going to actually be used somehow. And in order to make this actually work, we had to start looking at a lot of rather disgusting pictures of sicknesses and skin wounds and stuff like that. And we actually had to look a lot into all type of canine animals, like wolves, from wolves to hyenas, and even our own doggies at home. I remember Raph even sending me pictures of his dog and kind of like showing her teeth and trying to tell me, yo, we need to make sure that we have this type of transition and we would like to make it look this way. And I was doing the same on my own. We were kind of studying our pets to sort of like bring a lot of that to this character. So it was also like something charged with a lot of love, because it was kind of inspired by our pets. But
and part of that too is like that is what, when Andrew was doing this, and in the concept we thought about is like this will be, what do we see at player scale? What will be attacking? Those teeth are coming in the claws, so really making sure that the frequency of detail was kind of in those areas that made sense to the camera for the player. And
that connects a lot with the decisions that we took in terms of performance, because we were trying to also make sure that, you know, all this sculpture was going to actually hold on into the final model. So we had to sort of like balance these things out. So the texture resolution probably in the back of the character is not as high in the front, but we are just trying to make sure we are, you know, using the memory that we have and the performance that we can handle in order to like make justice to what we were trying to accomplish with this guy. So those are the front paws, and these are the back paws. I think that's the way we can call them. And yeah, once again, a lot of references coming from real life. We try to exaggerate that. And one of the things that we try to do with him, talking about a little bit back to the anatomy stuff, is that we wanted him to feel nimble, and that's something that Raph was really really focused on. We need to make this guy feel agile and fast. But how do we, on top of that, make him feel heavy? So we start putting a lot of that detail on the skin itself, so you can sort of feel the weight of this character. And we have a lot of audio cues and how this guy is extremely crazy. Hopefully you guys will be able to experience his savageness in the game. But yeah, these are another shots of the studies and analysis that we were doing in our research with our pets and the photographs and stuff.
This is Raph's dog, apparently.
This is probably Raph's dog.
Oh, that's Raph's
Even
dog.
I'm learning something about.
It's a footnote in the book.
And of course, at some point, we started to covering a lot of that anatomy that really served a lot of the purposes and objectives that we had. Like I said, transferring this information, the anatomical references, and the joint positions to the rest of the team. We started covering that with a lot of cards. And to be honest, I really don't have a magic trick here to the way we did it. I do remember using a little bit of fiber mesh to do a first pass on the body, but for the face and to actually get to this result, it was a lot of handwork, pretty much. It was just a matter of really placing the cards where they're supposed to be. This is a shot of the pass.
And even seeing the chains and all the elements that bound him, which hints back at the gameplay stuff, and
exactly
making sure that reads.
Exactly. So again, with the alpha cards, it was a matter of actually making sure everything is following certain directions. So I remember grabbing references and even drawing lines with poly paint on top of this guy and kind of using that as a texture to place the cards in the in the direction they're supposed to go, to kind of have that flow. If you grab your dog and you start seeing very up close the way the fur kind of flows around their face, it's a very specific pattern, and we were trying to make sure that happening. And on top of all of that, when it comes to the body, Raph had the beautiful and amazing idea to also have little scars hidden in there. So we have bald patches, and we have a rope that is wrapped around the. So there was no other chance just to make it by hand, and we had the time, and we actually focused a lot of our efforts towards that, and this is the result. It took me quite some time, but I think we did that.
Yeah, and then kind of in contrast to these characters that we're fighting against, there's other characters in the world that we want to kind of build out and make sure not everything's here to attack and kill you. And hopefully the aim of that is that it still feels magical, and there's areas you want to go back. In the first game, we did this with Charlie, and we have some other characters in this game with characters that could be on your side and help you depending on the circumstances. So a mermaid, one of the challenges with this, like a lot of the other characters, is types of these characters have been done a lot in kind of by other properties and subject matters. And again, doing a little bit of a take on this that hopefully reads nice for all the aesthetics that we've set up in the storytelling. This was done by Raph with a brief kind of the color and scale paint over by Shan, but was a really unique character.
Yeah, and it was a lot of work to kind of balance in, and I think that's the word that sort of summarized the entire process with her. Raph's concept was pretty spot on what he was trying to do with this character. So it was a matter of actually making all of that beautiful colors and sort of little details make sense in the sculpture. So like I was saying, it was a lot of back and forth between the huge amount and heavy patterns of scales and little details to, at some point, starting to smooth things out and sort of find again, balance between these shapes and solve certain areas, just not with the smooth surface, but with a little bit of a pattern. I remember, for example, on the belly area towards the bottom, these images you guys are watching right now, for example, we went and start skewing and kind of modifying a wave, like a photograph of a wave of water, like something just dropped in a pond. And using that, we start putting noise on top of that. That's something that we did using Photoshop, and we brought that into ZBrush. We put that wave in there, we put some noise, we put it back into Photoshop. But it's trying to find a specific, like kind of like a watery pattern, like a wave, but at the same time it's sort of giving these characters certain personality into the skin.
And that's a nice way to also, I think, you and the team brought a lot of like gesture into the interior design of the character, which is something that was really key for her.
Yeah, for this character in specific, it was extremely important because I remember, for example, we had conversations about, okay, we are going to bring this pattern here. We probably can lay down the UVs in ZBrush and sculpt on the UVs, and maybe then we go back to the model, and that's going to make sense. But end up being extremely heavy. We were trying to make something that I think the word that Raph and I used a lot was elegant, something that feel smooth, some detail here and there, but it feels like a dress. That's like the whole thing with this character. And again, one of the things with this one is that in contrast with what we do for an enemy, this character, we were trying to do something for a cinematic.
Mm-hmm.
So we, at some point, we had the idea of like the camera being super up close. Things changed down the line, but all of this detail at some point becomes extremely useful. And
yeah, that's a nice element too, like a little bit of variety. We don't have to take all the combat considerations in, and it can focus on the look of the character and how they'll act in the cinematics.
Exactly. And here, again, another challenge. Let's sit down and start texturing this character. Raph had a couple of wild ideas on what he was looking for, and he actually painted some stuff that you guys can see here. And then I grabbed this thing again, and we were trying to, for the most part, fake some sort of like translucency that you find in some goldfish and some ballerina fish that, you know, you kind of can see through them a little bit, and we did that with diffuse. That's pretty much, we were painting this stuff.
Yeah, in the body, yeah, and even the stuff in the face too, which is really nice.
Yeah. This character evolved a lot, and we kind of like play a lot with the values on the materials, like the metalness, the glossiness. We are trying to make sure that on this specific scene, you can see this character at its best, you know. So
yeah, every inch of the character, I think you put that attention to detail in, which really pays off in the end. And then finally, the last one we have here is the All-Father, Odin himself. This is a character we thought about in the first game in 2018 and knew 100% he would be making an appearance in God of War Ragnarok. And we did a wide range of explorations here. It's a piece I did. We wanted something that stood out from the rest of the Aesir. We wanted each of them to look different. This is a character that fights and interacts very differently than the other ones, and it's something new for Kratos to encounter, in contrast to Thor and Baldur and Magni and Modi. But we wanted a character, too, that pulled from the mythology, the wisdom, someone who was cunning and manipulative, can cut you with a word as easily as you can with any weapon. This was the final design, and in the art book, there's more that we can kind of show the exploration of that. But then Josiah and Raph had helped on this.
I was going to say, I loved getting the sculpt from Raph because he did pretty much the whole outfit, and I just did some polishing on top of that. But it was really cool seeing how he set up all the details on the shirt, and then you know, the hand sculpted cloth and stuff feels pretty natural, and it's very cool. And then I did the head and the hands also. Again, started from some scans because this also is based on an actor, so we got a great starting point on that, and then kind of adjust and adapt based on the story and the character. You know, add the classic eye patch in and all the awesome designs.
The scans, some of the work you did there with the eye patch.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
Cut you
he's
with a
awesome.
knife or a word.
And yeah, story-wise, like you want to make sure that it feels like what we want the character to be. So not 100% friendly and not 100% evil. Like, you know, like maybe a manipulative guy, and you know, can't really tell what he's thinking all the time.
And even I know you did a lot in the pattern work too, but you could see the raven motif on his shoulders, add a little more ornate elements. And I know when you came to the gold stuff too, that there's a bit of royalty in him, but still feels like he exists.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the thing that Raph did on the outfit, he basically blocked in all those patterns on a flat plane, because trying to get all that, you know, to work in 3D and then also sculpting on it can be a bit of a nightmare. So, you know, think smart and plan ahead. So like he did all those designs and patterns on a flat thing and then wrapped it around to match the outfit, which saved a lot of time and looks great. And because of collaboration, you got to keep in mind like different techniques and things like that, because then I went in and added the ravens and some other parts after the fact, and I had to match the style that he did. So learning that and sharing it with your coworkers is super helpful.
Yeah, that collaboration and just being economic at the same time, because we do not have all the time in the world, but that's a smart way to approach it. Like Josiah's mentioning, is something we try and leverage.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the fabrics, like I said before, we love to add all that stuff in the high res, even if we end up redoing it in the low poly, because it just looks cool, and also it's more fun. So yeah,
incredible. It doesn't look
yeah.
cool.
I'm almost
Details.
speechless.
Yeah, so for the fabrics and things like that, again, it's just, you know, some planes subdivided up, sculpted on, and then alphas, and then a little polish on top, because like, you never just want to drag something out and leave it as is. You want to go in and add a little nicks and scratches and loose threads and like make it feel hand-worn, especially in this game where everything is kind of handmade.
And that's part of the trick too, is taking something that's as a subtle silhouette as this character and adding that detail so it still has that visual punch that you want with the character.
Yeah.
It's always easy to push the silhouette, but then working inside of that is also a nice design element that the team focuses on.
Yeah, and same with the ropes. We, you know, you want to see the ropes and stuff in there, but then we remake them in the low poly because it has to be a tiling mesh and things like that, tricks like that to get it actually running in the game. But it just looks cool in ZBrush, and we love to try stuff out and see how it looks.
Yeah, and even elements in the costume like the ropes were hints from the mythology. Odin had made sacrifices to gain his knowledge, and so we put some of those things, like the elements of the rope actually come from some of the tales.
That's awesome. They look great. Even awesome. Grayscale, they look amazing. I mean, it's really something to behold.
And then for the final in-game, there's a lot of clear distinction between blue and gold in his outfit. So it's really important to keep it from looking too flat. You want to make sure there's a lot of breakup. So even in the gold, it might still just look like gold, but there's a lot of values in there to keep the right things popping out, like the ravens, keeping them like as a focus, so that even if you're not thinking about it, subconsciously you associate it with the character. And
so did you inflate it a little bit more? Is this what it looks like? Did you inflate the raven?
So it's a little bit glossier, and it's a little bit brighter in the diffuse also.
Yeah.
And then it is a little bit more inflated too. So like, since I added that actually after we had already finished the character essentially, and we went in and tweaked that a little bit,
right.
Yeah, I had the control over like popping it out. And
I definitely noticed it. I definitely noticed it.
You did. You had an eagle eye there. Not a raven's eye, but an eagle eye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
And then
we're here all week.
Just one eye.
And then for tattoos, everybody's got tattoos in this game. A lot of fun tattoos. And in this case, it's actually really awesome how they designed it where his ravens are actually represented as his tattoos. So not only do they have a lot of cool features in the game, they also, every single inch of them like means something in the story. So we're very careful with that kind of thing. And then same with his face tattoo. Super fun to work on. I actually love doing some stuff like that with poly paint and ZBrush and just turning off pen pressure, because then you can just get some really sharp graphical edges and
that's cool. Yeah,
paint all day, which is super fun.
Yeah, and the tattoos were also a visual nod back to our most tattooed character, Balder. Since this is his father, we got that connection between the father and son. And as you'll see with the last couple of games, father and son relationships are a big part of the themes throughout the game.
Yeah. And then also for, especially for the graphical read of the character, and in a couple scenes, he's got a cloak on. So that's important to kind of follow through with the same elements where you have the gold patterns and things like that on the cloak also. So whether he has it on or off, you still get a similar read, but then a different silhouette, which is really cool. And same thing, like we did that all in ZBrush, and then you do a lot in the texturing stage to get the same details to pop through and become interesting. So
yeah, and that was again making sure we have some presence in the character. But when we stood him up against the entire family of the Aesir gods, that you could see that he was the one in charge and the father of that family, but still had a bit of those through lines. Like the greens that you put in there go back to Magni and Modi and even in Thor. But yeah, just making sure as a set that they read good, so we're not designing everything in isolation.
Yeah. Beautiful. It's phenomenal work, guys.
So we just again want to say a big thanks for letting us come here and share this work. It's been great for us. all the years of work and to show a little peek about what it is from the modeling team, again, led by Eric Valdez, and amazing work. And so we just want to say a big thank you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate you being here today to show us all of those fantastically detailed models and assets from the world leading. I mean, it's an institution at this point. Paul Gabriel's nodding a very, very succinct nod. He says, a little grin, and even making a small sound, he said.
I'm going to taste salt in the morning. That's all I know. I'm going to cry on my pillow. Can't sculpt anything like that.
Oh, here we go. Let's take a look. Paul Gabriel's got some people that have been smashing questions, I'm sure. You want to take a few questions? Is that cool?
Well, there was a lot that came through. I was just letting them get through that was the big 400 slides. They're like, just don't say anything. Let them get through the 400. Once Raph dropped, there's 400 slides. They're like, let them get through the 400. Don't say anything. So, yeah, well, I think you guys answered a lot. A lot of people were asking about the details. You guys were pushing the deals and actually putting the details in, sculpting most of that stuff in there, painting, figuring out ideas as well. So thank you for sharing so much. That was incredible. I know a lot of people are taking back how much detail you guys were putting into these characters and thought process in them. So there was a lot of really great stuff that people really enjoyed that you shared. So. And the books were shared multiple times in the chat, so we'll see.
Oh, hey,
hopefully.
You put the link to the place to purchase the book?
There's a bunch of links. There's two, right? There's the deluxe version.
Yes.
It looks like, and then there's a regular. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You're getting the deluxe one.
Christmas is around the corner.
That's right. Your birthday's almost up.
Thanksgiving gift.
Birthday and Christmas. You get a double gift.
One of them,
Oh,
or just
we know what to put. We know what to put on your desk at the office.
There you go. Yeah, I'm excited. Like, there's even more images in the book than what you were saying.
Yeah, we go through the whole cast and share that work, and similar to here, the aim with that is what we're trying to do is also just walk you through what it goes into making this and sharing that information, because we face all those same design challenges and learning that and what really goes into making games.
Here's two quick questions for you that I saw coming through multiple times. How much time did you guys really get for each character, would you say, in general? And what was your polygon count limits for the hero characters, let's say?
You want to go in?
Well, we always try to keep things as low as possible because it is a game.
Sure.
So we do want to keep it in there. So we try to optimize certain areas as much as possible so that the other ones we can keep high, right? Like things like the faces and the beards, and stuff like that.
The beards are very important, as you can see.
Yeah. So we try to keep it, in that area, and like a lot of the hairs are around like 50,000 to 100,000. It can go wildly different
for just
depending
the
on
hair.
the character. For just the hair, and then some of the characters can be 100 or 200,000. Like it's kind of all over the map. There's ones like the Noggin that are really small though.
Yeah, we'll probably prioritize too the character, like something like Kratos and Atreus will have more of that depending on how much the presence is in there.
And how many UDIMs and multiple meshes do you say?
We usually have like between 5 and 10 like different sets of UDIMs basically. So some characters, but again, it's all over the place. So some characters like the Noggin, like a small thing that's just an enemy, can only have maybe 1 or 2, but then things like Kratos can have.
Try and get Angel to come back on the stage.
You can get her to come back.
Come
Stand
back
over. What are you doing?
Come back on the stage,
Angel, come on.
Let's welcome her on.
Bring that chair. Bring that chair.
Bring that chair in here. Okay, here she comes.
Okay. And then how much time you guys were getting?
When it comes to the
I know,
time-
Andrew, you said you were working
Magic
quite a
of the
while on the
nature.
one. You got quite a bit.
Yeah,
of
so
time.
when it comes to the time we put in on these characters,
There you
really, one thing you can just throw out there is just say 2 months around that time, but it's not really 2 months. We go a lot into modifying these characters down the line, depending on what the gameplay aspects and whatever need comes out of the blue, and it's like you can easily say that these characters take the whole production. Like we are going back to them, we are tweaking things, we are making sure things actually like run well in the game. So
yeah, I think some of that too, though, is maybe something like the final detailing and stuff too. There's obviously, like Josiah said, a limitation of making the game. We have to be responsible and economic about how we do this and what makes sense. There's always a little bit of give and take on that. So depending where we are on the schedule, that's a huge consideration, making sure we hit the deadlines.
I got one.
Okay, go.
Conceptually speaking, when you're designing that stuff, do you sort of, which one maybe stands out to you as one you were very, very happy with? If you could point the finger at one. And then I'll have another question for you as well.
Well, Atreus, obviously, like I said, I had worked on him in the 2018. That was nice, creating a brand new character. And then in God of War Ragnarok, seeing him grow and putting that attention to detail. And I've worked closely with Raph and especially Eric Valdez in the office, like all those little details. And, I feel confident, like, with everyone that's working on it, we all equally care about the characters as much, and especially a lot of love for Atreus. We feel like we've kind of grown with him, and like I said, for me and Eric and Raphael feel like proud parents of our boy.
So that one, because of the transition you've seen across the design
yeah, and
time.
And seeing how he grows and the narrative stuff, and then a secondary character for me is Anchor Boda, which I got to design a lot of, and again, who is has a connection with Atreus throughout the game that the players will see. But that design was really special, and dialing in on one of those was fantastic.
Okay, it's good to get that. See that? We got an insider track right there.
Okay.
And then how many pages is the book? The deluxe edition, of course, because apparently someone's getting it for his birthday and Christmas. Not both birthday and Christmas. You get separate gifts. That's horrible.
I didn't see the number of pages.
How many pages is it?
I don't know. I gotta see if I can see if it says.
Yeah, we tried to pack a lot of goodness in there, and working with Dark Horse was great, and the writer Amy was awesome. You know, we could have made a book 5 times as big.
And it's already how many pages? 600 pages?
I don't.
645 pages.
It's growing.
I'm getting a lot of email messages. And
I don't see. It doesn't say how many pages.
I think we're at 2-something in there. In that neighborhood. Again, what we want to do is just show a little bit of the process the team goes through on that.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. What's the distinction between the deluxe edition and the regular humanoid version?
I think it comes in a very nice
it comes in a super nice big blue box. With
Made of wood?
A work.
Like a balsa wood?
It opens up, there's some artwork in there.
You're kidding.
Well. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the big difference that I'm seeing.
Has it got a poster in there for the office?
It's not poster size. It's book size. Opens up and has a nice piece of artwork.
But there isn't a poster in there is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't see one.
Does it come with a T-shirt?
So we'll see down the road. Maybe we could do a little signing or something somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Well, it's beautiful. I say, first, for those that really enjoy this artwork, I think the art book is definitely a must-get, especially for someone like me that likes to collect art books, too. It'll be on my shelf. I will say that much for sure. So I couldn't thank you guys again.
Oh, man.
That was taking time out of your day. You know, it is the middle of the day for people.
I want to ask them another question.
Okay, Lou, you got another question?
I'm full of questions. I could sit here and talk to you all day about these things. This is open to any of you. One challenge that you had to overcome in the making of this, again, seminal hit game, to get to the point of being rated 10 is a lot of sleepless nights and energy. What's one challenge that you overcame that you think is something you're very proud of as you walk away from this project now that it's complete? Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go. One of the things that I learned is to really care for the characters that we work on. You know, you guys were talking about the timeline that we get from production, but, you know, one thing is the days that we get. But another thing is, you know, when I play through the levels to polish stuff, I see things that could be better, that I could have, you know, made better. So I will, like, you know, sneak some time to bring it back, fix something, and then put it back into the game. And next week, I'll be working on another task. And then I would still, you know, try to fix as I go, like maybe coming on a weekend to, like, you know, just try to get more polishing done. So, you know, it's a cool experience to be able to just, you know, care so much for your characters that you don't get, you know, stuck with only the deadline by production, but you just go, like, the extra mile. So.
Okay, yeah, I can tell that. And you had that.
The viewers saw that too. I can tell you that from the comments. They saw all of your passion that you guys put into this project. They saw it in what you guys were presenting and what you were sharing.
They could feel it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
I can feel it.
Multiple times people said it. You can see the passion they have.
For sure.
For these characters and what they did.
Even through the digital space, floating in the ether of the internet. We've succeeded at translating that passion that you have. Anybody else have something that they overcame or a challenge that
Well, I would say in general, I think this is something that everybody, I think, experienced a little bit, and we have talked about that stuff, is that coming from Santa Monica releasing this amazing game that everybody respected, and the guys did such an incredible job, we get into this new challenge of actually, you know, making something that, you know, can be next to this masterpiece, as many people call, and, you know, stand proudly beside that incredible product. So jumping into this was, you know, that idea was in our minds all the time. Like, we need to make sure what we are doing here is gonna, you know, be what the fans love and what is gonna be the best we can do. So I think just like Angie was saying, we were going back at things where we really didn't have to go if we were in another studio, and this is probably not trying to knock anybody, but we were really in love with what we were working on, and we really tried to go all the way in.
And I think part of that we deal with too is, you know, not necessarily thinking what this will be at the end, but making sure during the process that we've put all our effort into each piece that we did. So however it goes out and is received, we can walk away saying we did our best. And I think that approach kind of gives us a little bit of that freedom to let's just focus on these characters, and then the rest of it starts to gel as the team comes along. And then the great thing that I love is every step of the process adds to a character. We're very early on where we get to sit with the writers and the art direction with the design, but then when it hands off to modeling, it adds so much. And then we see the animation and the voice acting and the effects, and it becomes, on the concept side, it's like we helped plant the seed, but then what it grew into is because of collaboration from all the other departments. And it's like that is even a grander character and effect than we had initially thought in the beginning. It's because the work of everyone on the team is really putting in that hard and their best into it, and the result thankfully shows. And Raph kind of helps kind of really cultivate that culture, and I think the results are really based on the work that he's put in there for the art department.
Yeah,
that's significant.
I'm going to say on every single character, like learning to collaborate and trust and rely on your team, because not a single one of those things you guys saw was made by one person. You know, every single one was a whole team of people. So jumping around and like learning from each other and then also growing as an artist is always super key. So.
That's excellent. That's fantastic. Words of wisdom. I think the other thing too is working on such a huge property could be a real source of energy. Would you agree that that's something that helped you to get across the finish line and know that was pushing you as you went along? You're like making history with this thing. Everyone knows it's going to be great.
I'd say like the energy that our fans have is fantastic. They've been continually supportive from the last game to this one. You know, there's just like in everyday life, there's ups and downs that you go through. But on those long days, I would just pop on a YouTube video of our fan and just seeing the reaction, and like we've mentioned, they pick up on all the nuance we put into that, and that enthusiasm like amps me up again to jump back in and know that that'll be kind of seen by everyone out there. So I love the enthusiasm our fans have, and it helps inspire us as well.
Well, that's the driving force here. The enthusiasm of the fans seems to be what pushes us all. That goes doubly for the ZBrush development team and everyone, working with Maxon across the globe to push the products, to make them the best products so that people like yourselves can use them inside of the pipeline and bring the fans even greater heights of detail and realism, and a game everyone can be a proud sort of participant in, whether they're playing the game, whether they're sort of fans of the franchise or helping to make the stuff. I think we're all sort of in bed together making an impact in a very positive way. And for you guys at this particular junction, the number of the day was what? 10. So I'm going to take the shackles and swing them in another direction. And I want to say an emphatic thank you. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much.
having us.
It was
Thank you.
incredible. Paul Gabriel, any last words for these guys before I send us off?
No, just thank you. I know I've been talking to them for a while about putting this together, especially 1 week after the game.
Very gracious.
They were in meetings with us while they were getting ready to deliver the game. So seriously, thanks.
Oh, and thank you. It was a great experience.
Raph, if you're still watching, thank you, man. And Eric, we missed you.
Love you, man.
Yeah.
So, on behalf of my compatriot Paul Gabriel, I'd like to say thank you formally to Andrew Arizza, Angela Rico, Della Longfish, Josiah Scholten, and from afar, Rafael Grassetti. Muito obrigado. And everyone else watching around the world. This was a presentation of the highest magnitude with members of the God of War team. If you haven't played the game, please do so. It's a winner. 10, as they said, is the score that people are giving it around the globe, and we give it a 10 as well from an art standpoint. Sit tight. We're going to be doing some giveaways with my friend here, Paul Gabriel. He loves to give away this kitchen sink. If you're watching still, stay tuned. He's going to give some stuff away, but I thank you again, and we'll be right back after this with some giveaways. So thank you so much, guys, again. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're not done. That's only the second presentation for today. We've got Marco Plouffe coming up next. Some hard surface stuff, man. I'm telling you, if you want to learn about doing hard surface in ZBrush, this is a presentation you definitely want to see. And some collectible stuff is going to be thrown in there as well. But let's get to the giveaways between every single presentation. Again, you register. We're going to do the giveaways after every single presentation. Once we have finished with giving these away, we reset our system, so in the next presentation, you will have to register again. So let's start with the all access membership to the ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Let me spin my wheel here, and we've got a winner. The winner is David Caston. David Caston, congratulations, David. You are the lucky winner of a fantastic workshop. Great group of people over there. You're going to learn a lot. I'm just saying, you're going to learn quite a bit. All right, let's keep going here. Let's do one of these. Let's do a 10-week online course from Gnomon.
That's a biggie.
10-week online course from Gnomon. So this is going to allow you, wherever you are in the world, to take an online course. Let's draw the winner of that. And the winner is Connor Elwell. Connor Elwell.
That's no bag of mints. That's a
there you go.
price on that one, Paul.
Yeah. That's a really, really good one to have for sure.
Kidding me? From anywhere in the world.
Hey, listen, I'm feeling good. Let's keep giving them away. Let's keep giving some stuff away here. Let me do one of these. Let's stay with courses in here. Let's go with another bundle. So a ZBrush 4-course bundle from XMD Academy. All right, this is going to be phenomenal. XMD Academy, and the winner is, for that, Clifford Gaines. Clifford, you are the lucky winner of the 4-course from XMD Academy. Let me put those name in both chats.
Clifford,
so you've got it. Clifford Gaines, there you go.
Well done.
You know what? I'm going to do one more before we get ready for our next presentation. Let's do another one. Let's do another one here. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's go with this one. Let's go with there we go, a little bit for the 3D concept artists, ZBrush End-to-End Creature Workshop. ZBrush Creature End-to-End Workshop. This is Pablo Munez, the 3D concept artist. Let's see who has won that for you. And the winner is Zach Ashton. Zach Ashton, you are the winner. So I'm going to put that in both the chats. So that's it for this run, but again, you can register again during Marco's presentation that's coming up next. I'm telling you, if you want to know how to do hard surface, you want to see how to do also some special surprise coming up too, don't miss this. This
is your thing. This is all you.
I'm buckled up in both places. And I'd also like to send special thanks to our platinum sponsors again, Dell Technologies. Thank you again for being one of our platinum sponsors. And NVIDIA is also one of our other platinum sponsors. I thank you again for being a part of our show and all sponsors for being a part of our show. Special thanks, though, to that platinum sponsor, NVIDIA and Dell Technologies. Really appreciate you working with us. So don't go anywhere. If you're like me, I'm in a flight suit, double buckled up for Marco. We're going to bring him on stage here in a little bit, and we'll be right back with Marco Plouffe.
Keos,
we'll see you in a little bit.
We'll see you soon.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the world. Louis Tucci here with Paul Gaboury live for the ZBrush Summit 2022. The magic continues. We just had a stellar presentation from the team at Sony Santa Monica with the God of War, swinging the chains and making it real. My Lord, the amount of detail. I am hyped. Can you tell?
Yes, I can tell. Yes,
Moving
you're ready
at the
to go.
speed of light.
You got
Wow.
Sound effects.
Wow is the right word, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we're not done. We're not done.
We're not done
We
in
still
any
got three
stretch of
more
the imagination,
presentations.
but how do you feel about it so far?
I feel fantastic. I feel great. I'm super
You want the
excited.
book. I know you do.
Well, I'm
You've said it.
going to get it. It's going to happen.
Well, guess what?
Yes, talk to me.
Next up,
All right.
a really no stranger to the world of ZBrush. He's a nice guy, too. It's always nice to see him. It's going to be Marco Plouffe, and he's going to be here with Keos Maxon. And it's our pleasure to have him. We're going to be walking him to the stage. I am excited to continue the magic here across day 2. It's day 3, really, if you think about it. Because
body
we had a ZBrush sculpt off. In case you missed it, you can check it out on our social media channels. You can recap. But let's bring out Marco Plouffe from Keos Maxon, and we'll talk to him more about some things that he's been up to right now. Let's do it. Marco, you found your way back home with the ZBrush team here onto the green screen stage in sunny Burbank, California. I'm here with Paul Gaboury, Louis Tucci, and Marco Plouffe finally makes his way to the ZBrush Summit. How are you?
I'm pretty good, pretty good. It's really nice to be back here after, the last time that we had the event, so it's pretty cool. New stage also, it's pretty rad. Pretty rad, you guys
He's
did
no
well.
stranger. This is number 3 for the summit for
The
you.
repeat
right?
offender.
This is number
That's what you
3.
Exactly.
The repeat. I think you're actually maybe the only one that's been 3 times that I can think of.
That's cool.
So you're in a special...
Repeats aside, he's been working with the Four Horsemen on a new project. Is that correct?
Patrick.
Yeah, exactly. That's been like the huge project lately, so it's cool because I'll be like showing a little bit of that today, or at least like I'll use that as like my platform for my presentation.
Man, it's good. I'm happy to be here, locked and loaded, and the hits keep on coming. I feel like the most blessed person on planet Earth. I get to
I'm going to try and zip it up as much as I can. You know I can't, but I'm looking forward to what Marco's going to be showing everybody.
You like your hard surface. It's no secret on this planet that Paul Gaboury is a big fan of hard surface modeling. And Marco, we're not going to chat over you. We're going to let you take it away now. Give the people at home what they're waiting for. They're not waiting to hear us. They want to hear from you. Take it away, Marco Plouffe.
All right, cool. All right. Well, I mean, so it's the 3rd time I come here, but for people who don't know me, I'll still present myself. My name is Marco Plouffe. I worked for 12 years in the industry as a character artist, and as an artist, I worked in like a few studios like BioWare, ADOS, but pretty rapidly I created my own company called Keos Masons with Cedric Seo. That was 8 years ago. And basically, I'm like the co-founder of the company. I'm also a business manager, an art director, an artist there. And we've been pretty blessed to be able to work with a lot of like AAA studios doing character art. So that's pretty cool. And in my career as an artist or with Keos Masons, I've been able to actually work with a few like pretty cool projects and some giants of the industry and whatnot. So like our most recent project was Gotham Knight, where we did like, I don't know, like easily like 60 characters for the project. And I mean, they turned out pretty good. Like I'm pretty happy, like and some important characters as well. So
you say 60, 6-0. I want the people
6-0.
to make sure they get this.
How big was the team that you...
Just him.
It's just him and Cedric.
Exactly. No, we were like a team of, we started with like a team of 10, then like we went down to a team of 4, like on a more continuous basis. But it was a pretty long project, so like we didn't need to be like a huge team to accomplish all that. But you know what, in the end, it looked pretty cool. So like I'm very happy about that. And so yeah, that was the last project. There's like so much more to come that I'm super excited about, but I can't talk
Zip
about
upper
it
lip,
right now.
he says. Look at that. He even did the gesture.
You got plenty to share today, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But like overall, with Keos Mason and everything, like we've worked on stuff like The Witcher, Overwatch, Apex, Borderlands, Outlast, Baldur's Gate, PUBG, and of course I worked for Mass Effect and Deus Ex since we've like as a personal artist, but that's a lot of video game, right?
Yeah, that was a lot to take in right there.
That was a lot to take in. I didn't take a breath before doing the list.
Just pause for a second.
Man, I can't believe that you and Cedric founded this 8 years ago, too. That was a mind blower for me, too, man. 8 years ago. Holy
time flies by, seriously.
Yeah.
So, no, we're pretty lucky. I mean, we've put the efforts in, and we're happy, like, to be able to show, like, everything we've accomplished so far. And, I mean, it's just going up.
Yeah, we applaud you.
They've killed it. I remember the days when at the convention center with Marco, me and Marco, like 9 years ago, probably 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Cedric too, was, I think 13 years ago. Us roaming around at SIGGRAPH.
Yeah, one of the time we went, it was like pretty much at the beginning of the company. So long.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks, man.
Same to you, Cedric, if you're watching.
Keep going. And he's got a cool hat on today with that. It's under these lights, it's like a hot pink. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty contrasty with the stuff, but I like it.
I dig it.
It's me peacocking, basically.
Yeah. Well, I don't know anything about peacocking. Stay tuned. Here we go.
Here we go. So I've talked about a lot of video games and stuff, right? But the thing is, like, lately my passion has been with collectible figures a lot. For people that follow me, like you've seen it, like I've been working a lot on on statues that can be printed and everything. And I've always did that in my career, but like in terms of like spending my own time on my own projects, I've been pulling a lot of efforts into creating like IPs that can be printed and whatnot. So that's kind of like a bit of what I'll be showing today. And the reason why I'm so passionate about the collectible industry is because video games are all fun, right? But something I really love to do is to be able to create kind of like a moment with the character, like having him in a pose and like some composition. Yeah, exactly. Kind of try to tell like a story in one frame and that sort of stuff. And I feel this is something you can accomplish. And if you can print it and paint it afterward and make it look cool, well, it's even better. So when I was asked to come here, I was like, okay, well, one thing that could be cool is to show like a little bit of that, but make sure things like stay relevant to like the video game industry as well. And basically, I told myself I could show a project I've been working on and a few of the like methodologies and the techniques that I actually used to get to the end product, which was a printed sculpture. But the thing is that pretty much like 90% of what I have to show is applicable to video game as well. So either if you like video games or if you like the collectible industry, like I have nice things to show.
It's good to see that and hear that overlap is about to be demonstrated because we know it and maybe now the general public will know it even more.
Happens a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, people ask me that question often and it's the same thing I say. It's like you can pretty much approach it the same way for a long time and then at some point like you choose what fork you take, but a lot can be done before that. Just before I start showing, I get into like the core of this. Some might know the Four Horsemen already. It's a series of characters I've been working on for a long time. It's the thing you can see on the screen right now.
Also a stable in wrestling in the 1980s, but that's a different Four Horsemen.
Yeah, exactly. But it's inspired, let's say.
Yeah, Paul Gabriel. Woo!
But so I've been, like this was my first group of characters that I created, and basically they were meant to exist into like a world that I worked in, like behind the curtain, so like what that world is and like the characters that could live in it and whatever. And I basically created this website called neo-apocalypse.com, where people can learn about this universe. And this is a universe where the Four Horsemen live, basically. And I've been created this other group of characters called the Archangels, on screen right now, which are basically like the sequel in the story. And I'm basically just creating the story to have like these characters exist in the world and have some backbone for whatever other series of character I'll be creating afterwards. And the thing that I'm the most proud about this project is that it captured the interest of a company that's now a collaborator of mine called XM Studios. And we've been able to produce these characters into printed statues and everything. Victory. And they look like pretty rad. I just want to show you something here.
Mm-hmm. Superb.
It's a little teaser. Some of you might have seen it already, but it's basically just like introducing the first character of the series called War from the Four Horsemen. And what you see right now is basically the actual statue printed and painted by XM. So it's my design. It's XM's production. And I'm really happy to be able to say that it's the first of the 4 that we're producing. It's out on pre-orders right now. I tell you, seriously, it's like one of my biggest accomplishments. I'm so happy of like.
Congratulations.
I bow to you, sir.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
And they really did a great job for like the production and everything. So seriously, it's really cool. So if you ever want to learn more about Neopocalypse, because I mean, I'll get to the good stuff now, but if ever you want to learn more about the characters of that universe and have some cool renders and ways to like view the characters and everything, just go on neo-apocalypse.com, go check it out. You'll be able to see the characters. You'll be able to actually also pre-order the characters as well.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm
And
sure.
if you're a video game geek like me, you'll like to know that they all have their own stats. Their all attack
you get
powers
this?
and
he
this
made
and that.
stats for them all. Like,
Yeah.
what's their strengths, their agility.
Scroll up again. Let's see. Never mind the stats. I want to
We
see
need a
death again.
backstory for them all.
The what?
Look at this death again. Show the death again. Oh my goodness, La Muerte.
Yeah, this is one of the 4.
Oh boy, sold.
Yeah. So I've been having a lot of fun, basically.
Wow.
I've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah. So you're killing it. It looks, they're amazing.
Yeah,
They're
thanks, man. Thanks.
breathtaking. Beautiful.
Really great.
And now, boof, straight transition to ZBrush, where you can see the actual sculpture.
That's the sculpture for the statue you just showed.
Yeah, exactly.
Way to look at this.
So basically, I'll be using like a few of these models to show my process today, and I'll be starting by explaining like a bit about how I went for like designing them, or at least finding like the main like general idea for these characters. Although like I'm not necessarily like a concept artist or anything, there's still like a process that I like to use for just giving me like a bit of a stepping stone before I actually go in ZBrush. So I'll just really rapidly show you this image right here. As many of us do, I always start by gathering references and that sort of stuff. And really like, even if I don't really have like a specific idea of what I'm looking for, I'm just trying to get inspired by things that I find and everything. Maybe that I had an idea of like making the 4 Horsemen because it's a theme that I like, and since I like to do hard surface, I knew I wanted to like make it with this kind of like visual. But I really started with just like capturing a lot of things that for me had some kind of like whatever, like just something that inspires me, even if it's just a little detail of like an image or that sort of stuff. And this is, by the way, like a very short version of my reference. Like there's much more images normally. But still, I just do that, and it kind of like helps me to like daydream about like where I want to go with things without me doing like anything using my pen or that sort of stuff.
You do this at the beginning of whatever you're trying to conceptualize?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm trying to find like just like a one-liner concept that is going to be like a driving force to go forward with everything.
Sure.
And doing this actually kind of like helps me to unlock things in my head and that sort of stuff. So this is really like the first phase of it. And afterwards, like I said, not a concept artist, but still I like to just push a little bit more in doing like some small like thumbnails and that sort of stuff, just to see if like the vision that I have in my head just translates, at least in this very early stage, because thumbnails you can do them in like a few seconds and that sort of stuff. So I just go through that, but I don't really overstay my welcome with thumbnails, because at the end of the day I'm a 3D artist, so I'll jump like pretty rapidly into
You're going to thumbnail in ZBrush.
into 3D. Yeah, exactly. I'll thumbnail in ZBrush, and this is where like the exciting stuff, like at least for me, really like starts, right? But this is like a good way to just make it clear in my head where I want to go with things. And at the end of it, like the bottom section here is basically just like a few images that I find represents the best what I'm going for, and this will be the like most abridged version of the idea. And that's pretty much like all it is for everything that's like before ZBrush. But
I just want to stop you for a second. That model on the screen that you have is 290 million polygons.
Yeah. It's by the way a pretty good computer that you have here to be able to run this scene, because like there's a lot happening in here. And of course, I mean, I don't work on everything at the same time like this. Like I chop it off in like pieces.
How many subtools Paul Gabriel wants to know?
What does it
Dude,
say?
I don't know. I mean, right now there's like 138, but this is not even the real amount
that's not
because
the
I
real one.
merged things
Yeah,
together
of
for the
course.
final
Not the
scene,
working model.
basically. So it's pretty catastrophic at the end how much.
But I
bugs
noticed
there
on
are.
hard surface, you use a lot more subtools in a lot of cases in
Yeah.
hard surface than you do in organic, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks for like the folders and everything because that
You're
really
welcome.
like helps to sort it
Hey,
out.
Right there.
Yeah, especially when I need to do like there you
300 million this guy.
go. So, but you know, at the end of the day, if I want to do like switch outs, like the hand just changed here, or like the head just changed, with the folders, it's just really nice to be able to just like do those switch outs and stuff, especially in the collectible industry because it's a thing, right? To have switch
different
outs
hands, different
and
heads.
stuff. So yeah, no, basically that's
Look at that.
Yeah, just basically.
yeah.
Just
So,
another day.
that's
Just
pretty
another
much
day in
it, my
office with Marco.
presentation. So just do that and like there you
Hey,
go.
we're done. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. So this is like this is a demonstration of the end product, but of course, like everything starts somewhere more humble, and basically this is like a good starting point to show you like where the whole process goes. And from the thumbnail that I showed you earlier, like I'll still go through like having my characters in T-pose, A-pose, whatever you want to call them. And for doing a lineup, something that I thought was very interesting to do is to start even like earlier with these characters. This is like something that can actually get, like it takes more time to actually go through everything, but I like to have my characters be like constructed with layers, basically. And I always start a bit like I would do with like a human character that has armor or everything. So I'll just start with what does the character look like if he was, in quotes, naked as an android. And I also work on this like blocking the 4 characters at the same time because since there's a group, they're also like a unit.
Right.
As like even the 4 of them together are a unit, and they have to have like their own differences and their body archetype and that sort of stuff. So like I'll start like very normally with like a human-based mesh. Maybe if I was doing like a beast, I would start from a sphere, right? But might as well start with a humanoid figure. And what I do, or at least what I did, is to be able to save on time, the way that I like to layer the character is to use poly paint to really break what is like more like the underneath, maybe like the synthetic muscles and that sort of stuff. And then I'll go like a little bit more of a gray, and I'll use it to for everything that's more like maybe like the cloth that's holding things together, a bit like fascia if you want. And then I'll use a lighter poly paint just to express what's really like over as like the top surface of the character. And for me, this is like really a quick way to really cut into anything that would be more like time consuming for creating like at least like the body of the character, because it's like there's all these tools to create like many like assets and stuff, but I don't think it's like right now the moment really to do those things. When you're exploring, when you're looking for shapes, you really want to use like what's the quickest. So for one, I'll use poly paint like this. And also, at some point, I'll start working on like the layers that would be on top of the character here. And the layers here, I don't necessarily use like a lot of subtool anyway. And just to give you an example here, like, okay. So you can see like the different colors. They're basically like all the layers that I will be adding on top. For example, if I click on this, this is basically a mesh that was hidden inside of the character. I'll do a little demonstration afterwards. But it was a layer that was kind of like hidden in the character, and I just like extruded the shapes out of the character, trying to define like what would be like the armor on top. But it's pretty much like all one subtool anyway, except maybe for like the shoulders that you can see were made of like actually two subtools here. Just trying to say that like I try to be very like efficient in terms of like not creating too much stuff that can be in the way. And yeah, that's like how I'm able to pretty much get to, like, for example, this result within like maybe like a day or two, like for like the blocking of this character.
Right what you have on screen now is in a day or two.
Yes, well, I mean, the underneath of the character was like a day.
The whole thing is a day or two? All right.
Well, I had a pretty good idea of what I was going for.
Okay.
Right? Like You know, sometimes it takes
Max is going to say, I worked 4 hours each one of those days.
Yeah, well, I mean, you need to be like, I'm saying like 8 hours full time.
Yeah, of course.
I started from a sphere, and I got this in 4 hours, and here it is, enjoy.
Well, you start from the human character, so.
Yeah. Here we go, this guy.
Jeez.
But seriously, sometimes I'll give myself the chance to explore further, and I'll just like put it to the trash and start over and do something else, right? So
I think that's good. Let go.
Yeah, exactly.
Let go, and then start again. You'll probably discover
And that's why I don't want to spend more than maybe like a day or two for like doing a whole thing like this, because like maybe if I'm going to scrap it, then it's like, well, I need to spend it like
Don't
again.
get married to it, as I say. Don't get too married to it.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, all of the characters will I'll do the same thing until I have like.
So you create this, in essence, almost skeleton pattern polypaint thing for all your meshes to start with, for the most part, or just for these?
Well, I mean, since they're a group, and I wanted to find like a way that they're unified in their design, I actually went and I made them like naked. But if I was to do like a one-off character that you never see under everything, I'm not necessarily always going to spend like this amount of time. But since it's like something more like a group, I was like, that's worth it. Plus, like I thought it was fun. So even if it's not like the maximum efficiency, I thought that, that could be cool. And I didn't really know also how much armor I wanted to put on them. So I was like, well, at least I'll have what's under the armor already done.
No,
and it's all blocking, right? So it's like, I didn't spend like that much time on it. But yeah, so just to go into like demo mode for a second right here, and I'll just take this character. I'll split this off right now. And what I want to do is I just want to show you what I was talking about earlier, where like what I do when I start concepting. Well, for this part, I mean, it's already done. Basically, this is just using clay buildup, dam standard to find like the things, and using polypaint. So I kind of like explained that. But to build on top of this, the way that I work, and it didn't really change from like when I started to do 3D, is that I will duplicate this character. I'll just make sure there's no like.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I have this question that's probably nagging a lot of people. Did you specifically make that base for this project, or is that something that you do typically the way this looks?
Oh, this is a base mesh that I use all the time.
Okay.
Like all the time. I have like a few, but they're all pretty much just like a certain like archetype of body. So maybe like I'll have like a muscular one, a more like skinny one, a female one, and that sort of stuff.
I'm glad I asked you that.
Yeah, but they all start from like, they all start from the same base. So yeah, one of the first thing that I'll do is I'll just take this character, for example, and I'll just like inflate it. I always like to use a transpose line with right click in this one here to do that. It's a really quick way to inflate. And you can see that now like everything is inside of the character, except for like a few things sticking out, but whatever. And once that you have this, I'll pretty much start from there and build on top using like clay buildup or that sort of stuff. So you see, you can simply like paint, and whatever like, wherever you paint, like it basically like shows like what's underneath. And this is how like I build like the top layers and everything.
So this is the armor pieces now.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, I mean, it could be whatever you want, right? But in this instance of this character, it would be like his armor and everything. So you see, I'll just use like clay buildup to kind of like give the volumes and everything. And then I'll use dam standard to just create some like inverted volume to create like edges. Yeah. Or not using alt, it will create just like the cavities and everything. So I can pretty much just like get like my volumes, get planes. If you use like ins and outs of dam standard, it'll create your volumes like this. And to give it like a smooth surface, I won't even like start using like H-polish yet. I'll simply use smooth, because smooth will smooth out your mesh, and a smooth mesh already gives it a more like hard surfacey look, if I can say. So yeah, or you can use like H-polish. I'm just saying smooth really does a lot of work, especially in the blocking stage. You don't want to always have to change your brushes, so it's really nice that like the shift key gets you there.
What material are you using for this for you? Because you obviously want the reflectivity.
It's in Blend, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm in Blend right now.
You're just using a Blend?
Yeah. Or at this point, I'd say I'm not looking too much at the material. It was really just like I used the first thing that came here. Like if it was maybe this material, I would not sculpt with this one. But or you could. It could be a challenge.
It would be interesting.
The next ZBrush challenge, you have to sculpt using this material only.
Wow, that would be something. Here we go.
It actually might help because the normal map of that material, you would see the actual level change.
I'm not sure I can look at that for
But you like blind yourself by the end of the competition.
It'd probably get you squirrely-eyed after a while.
Yeah, pretty much.
I haven't heard someone say that in a dog's ear.
Hey, well, there you go. I haven't heard that one either in a dog's ear. There you go. I'm bringing it today, people.
So another tool that I like to use is basically just curve strap snap. It's been in ZBrush for a while, and I just find it works really well to create like any kind of like belt-ish kind of thing, or you can even be more than just a belt. You can basically just use it and say like, oh, you know what? It's like a metal trim for like another piece of armor or whatever. And it's just like a quick way to have like a mesh inserted on your model and do whatever you want with it afterwards. And I just love it. You just have to be conscientious that you need to use a mesh that doesn't have subdivision or like layers. This is why, once again, in blocking, I try to not use like too much like layers and whatnot, or have subdivision levels to my mesh to be able to use tools like this.
Yeah, you're keeping your freedom open.
Yeah, exactly. So the same way with the curved tube snap. So if ever like you need to have like a tube or something more tubular like this, you can easily place it on your model, and then you go to your move brush and you start like placing it around and just figuring out like where it goes. I don't mind for the stretching and that sort of stuff at this stage, because it's, once again, I'm just looking for shapes and forms and whatever. I'll never stop myself like polishing too much. And so even if like the tube has a stretch, it's like whatever, it reads as a tube, so it's fine, right? So stuff like this. There's another one that I like to use as well. I don't have it in my quick shortcuts though, because I don't use it often, but it's still a nice one. Curve quad fill for doing like vast but thin regions. I just take something like this here. This one I might actually split it into another subtool just to have a bit more control over it, like maybe to reduce the thickness. And like I could, if I want to sculpt in it, now maybe the resolution is not superb, but something that I can do pretty easily is, for example, let's say hide this polygroup. I'll do a mirror and weld. I'll do an auto group because I know that there's like a mesh in the middle now that I did my mirror and weld. This way I have one continuous shape. I can just Z-remesh it. Let's say 2000 polys. That might be a little too much. There we go, a little better. And from there, you can simply like give it like a quick, a quick shape to simulate like a cape. Just to be able to say like, well, there you go, that's a cape. And I use a lot of my imagination at this point to tell myself, it looks good, it looks really credible. But you know what, as long as it reads, I mean, I'm good enough for like the concepting point.
I like the joy with which he said that. He said, I use my imagination, and he laughs.
People, you can use your imagination for the entire presentation. If ever I do something that looks ugly, just tell yourself, wow,
no, it's in my head.
So good. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. This is just a nice, like, quick way to create like somewhat of like a cape for the character.
So you don't put the little, it's interesting, you don't put the little silhouette window that we have. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've just like...
You've just gotten used to doing it.
I just got used to like always like pushing back the character and that sort of stuff. It's a great feature.
We work in a similar fashion, you and me. It's fine. Carry on.
There you go.
I'm just making an observation for myself. Thank you.
No problem.
It's all good.
You probably stop talking out loud when I'm thinking, huh?
Hey, well, we're all good here. So yeah, something else that I like to do is just using the good old extract. Especially for doing like just taking part of a mesh that like really does like follow the silhouette of the character. So I'll just like mask like part of it. Let's say like this, and I'll extract it. And most of the time I don't even look at like the result. I'll just like commit to the extraction right away, because like I do often, I'll just grab whatever like subdivision it gives me. Sorry, not subdivision, but like mesh or shape it gives me.
Yeah.
Always run it through ZBrush Mesh to just get something. Most of the time, it's to get a lighter like density of polygon. And the reason is because with a lighter density of polygon, you just have more like flexibility into like melting the shape away and redoing the whole shape. It's just because like the brushes react more vividly, or they're more reactive to the shape. So yeah. So once you get this here, I'll put it into double again, and you can simply like start moving it around, get like a hood shape pretty rapidly as well. And in the idea of conceptualizing things, it just like helps to really go fast and add stuff on top and whatnot. It's kind of weird. The pressure is very low. Like I have to press like super hard to get something.
Oh, really?
Anyways, whatever. It'll work. But basically, yeah, like I'll do that, and this is just like the first step. You continue to do that, or like I said, use your imagination now and just tell yourself like, wow, that looks pretty great. But yeah, that's basically the tools I actually would use to create some of those meshes. I sometimes for like stuff that I know that are going to be like floor meshes, like especially like shoulder pads and that sort of stuff, I'll go grab like the IMM primitives, maybe like the sphere, let's say. Insert sphere. There you go. And I'll just add them on top like this, split them into their own subtool afterwards. And after that, I can simply like start exploring the like its shape in a very like typical like way of like sculpting the volumes and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like it's really hard. The pressure doesn't seem to actually go like pretty.
Really?
Yeah, I'll try to. Well, you see, if I actually just like make the Z intensity like higher, it actually works a little bit better.
I'll tell you what, we modulated it because you said you were so fast. We wanted to see if we could slow you down a bit. How's that for on the spot?
Yeah, I guess I should not have said that, eh? I shot myself in the foot.
We could try restarting the Wacom driver and see.
Yeah.
Got a controller on that thing.
Well, I mean, it's not really gonna like stop me enough, I'd say. So it should be okay. But whatever. This is not really a demonstration of the whole process. This is just me like showing like a few like quick tricks that I like to use while doing concept. And yeah, and of course, I mean, just to say that Dynamesh is always my friend. At any point, if I do like a transformation to the mesh that's going to like just like hinder my my resolution to create like volumes and stuff, of course, I'll always just Dynamesh whatever I have in this instance. And so at this point, I'll actually end up having, like I'll end up like creating something like this out of just like using those tools. Everything that you see on the character right now, I'm like pretty certain doesn't have like one single tool that I just didn't show like right here. So it's all about just like figuring out like what looks good, exploring like the designs and everything, and then you have like your you have your character in this level of detail, which is, like I said, since I'm using tools that are pretty simple, you can get there like relatively fast if you like know what you're going for with the design and everything. So you can have like this whole group of character done like pretty quickly. And once that you have them, then you can start really figuring out like what looks like, how they can be like different but similar at the same time, right? Because since they like a group of this, like a character called the Four Horsemen, they have to look like they're part of the same group, but you don't want to do 4 times the same character, so you kind of like, you have to find like what makes them different one from the other. Like Death here, for me, the example, like my goal was to make him look kind of like a necromancer. So all of his like armor, they kind of look like skulls, or like animal skulls or human skulls. Even if it's just like, it's not really like a head, it has kind of like a skull-ish aspects to it. Whereas War, right beside him, had to look more like a dark paladin. That this is what I was going for, right? But I figured that out while I was sculpting the characters. Like the the look of them and the look of their armor and everything. Her was more like elegant, that sort of stuff. And Famine here was more like disheveled, fallen knight, that sort of stuff. And those are all things that I pretty much like figure out when I'm sculpting the characters inside of ZBrush, because it gives me a little bit more time while I work on finding my shapes. I find that like it gives times for my brain to just like see, like to just figure out what I see and what I like, and get to something that I find is a good direction, something that I will commit to push further afterwards. At this stage, I'm not done with the blocking though, because something, especially when it comes to printing, something you want to block is you want to block the final pose of the character pretty much right away. So for example, like this is like the next target in my process. I'll try to have the character posed in the blocking. So you see, like if you look closely, it's still the blocking. I didn't do anything more. Well, I mean, there's now a horse. That's something more, but it's...
He's got a brush for that.
Yeah, exactly, the horse brush.
IMM horse.
He blinks.
IMM horse.
Horse.
Processing, and there it is, IMM horse.
And it's a really good brush. Thanks for adding it to ZBrush. And
it's our pleasure.
Yeah, no problem. But whatever, I mean, the horse was the same process. So it's just rinse and repeat the whole thing, but just start from horse. And the idea is to be able to get to this, this thing right here. And the way that I go by is that I'll just take, for example, my posed model, and I'll decimate it. I'll create polygroups just for like some of the sections, even like if the section is merged, like this belly section here, I'll take it. And this way, from like a character that stands in an A pose, it's really just a matter of like moving the character around and finding the right composition, because since they're in different like polygroups, you can always just use like the transpose line, control-click on it, do like a bit of a blur, like a masking blur, and you can always just rotate the character around until you pretty much like put it in a pose that for you looks like it would make for a great composition at the end. I'll go into detail of like the posing later on a more complex character, but this is just to say that from the very, very beginning, I want to know where I'm heading. Like it's very important for me. It's a thing because like it gives me confidence, I'd say, to commit to my character and to push forward, because the next step afterwards, like the polishing and everything, they'll take like much more time, right? And if you commit to do something that's going to take a lot of time, I find that it's always better to know like where you're going, so that you're not too much in the dark, or at least less in the dark.
At least clear about your intention. Let me slip a quick question in there for you. How do you circumvent or overcome the hardship of the hard surface parts when you're posing that? Let's say you had like an elbow pad or a knee pad in this case. How are you avoiding the sort of distortion? It's
a very good question. If I could have almost asked you to ask this question for my next step, so that's pretty great.
It's not even scripted. I just, this is what we do here.
Yeah, exactly. I think we were mind reading as well. Yeah, because this is where I was going.
Brothers in Z. Brothers in Z.
Yeah, exactly. Brothers in Z. Basically, the idea is that this blocking here, it can stretch, it can do whatever it wants, and like I don't really care with it, because the thing is that if it does stretch, I'll know that it's something that I need to change on the design before I go further into like polishing. So it's really the time to make those mistakes and to see what's really going to work or not. And especially when it comes to the final pose of the character, well, I'll know that like if I actually do something like extremely exaggerated, well, I have to have the design kind of like work for it at the same time. So this is the one thing that's cool about sculpting, is that sometimes you can also sculpt for the final pose, actually, not for like every condition of like the movements and everything.
Right.
So this is kind of like a one little like cheat thing that's kind of fun in terms of like matching design with 3D print and statues and whatnot. So if you look at this character, for example, it's kind of hard to say because it's still like pretty like blocky, right? But you can see how like the back of the calf armor actually goes inside of the thigh armor, while this is kind of like for me a good demonstration that in the posed character, or at least let's take the one that looks good, in the posed character, well, in this section here, I'll need to maybe like cut it just so it allows for more space before I do the polishing.
Yeah, especially if you've gotten that deep. This is the biggest problem I see with hard surface. They go too soon trying to do the cool polishing parts. And then once they get moving, they're like, this is all not working together anymore. And then now you're reverse engineering trying to go backwards.
And that's the thing that's fun, is that if you know things ahead, I mean, you won't fall like in these pitfalls. But at the same time, I mean, I did fall in a couple of pitfalls over my career, and I still do. And there's always a way to fix it afterwards, and it's fine, right? It's not, there's no like real point of no return. It's just like, you might save like a couple of hours maybe if you just like think ahead.
I think the thing to be careful of for people who are just getting started is burning out on artistic sort of stamina.
Yeah.
And then just realizing, oh God, I have to go backwards, and like now I don't have the energy to fix it. You know, that's a reality for a lot of people.
Yes, indeed.
They feel so deflated, you know, that they don't know, what have I done?
Yeah. So this is just like giving you like a little bit of like extra stamina, I'd say.
Yeah. Excellent.
One thing I can say also, by the way, is this was my T-pose for the horse. Like I already knew I wanted the horse to do like a, I think it's called counting when they go on their legs like this. Anyways, whatever.
Oh.
Like I wanted the horse to be kind of like in that position, so I actually modeled him in this position, knowing that the end result is like pretty close to this. I'll do that sometimes, not all the time, because like it's fun to work on a character that has like a nice gesture and everything. But I found that for the horse, like it was inspiring enough to do it in that pose here that like that's what I went for. It just helps for the final posing of everything, I'd say.
Speaking of the pose, I like Death the way that you have handled the sort of inflection or the bending of the abdomen region. A lot of people don't do that. You know, he's got him. Do you see that, Paul? You see how he's like lurched over a little.
Yeah, I was inspired by the Napoleon painting.
Yes.
Like him on the horse.
Now that you say it, it's so stark. It's right there.
Yeah. So.
Oh look, they're all there together.
Yeah. And the
a whole community of killers.
Put them a bit more lined up. There we go.
It's very powerful to see them all there lined up like that. Look at that. There's not even enough screen space for that stuff.
Yeah, but also I think it's like very important to be able to view them as a group like this, because once again, for the same reason I said earlier, you kind of like want them to look like a unit, like a legion. Really.
Oh,
like
they look like a legion, all right, you know.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's great.
Yeah. And also an extra thing, I like to think about like how they're gonna look on your shelf if you have the 4 of them. Like for me, like this is like the winning composition. You know what? Short story. I did an interview. If you go on neoapocalypse.com.
I've been sharing it. I've shared it.
He's in the chat right there. That's what he's doing. Don't think he's texting his friends. Well, he is. He's communicating with all of our friends.
Thank you, Paul.
Chat,
Yep. He's sharing it in the chat right now again.
Yeah. And if you check the interview on the website, you'll see that the statues are in the background. Well, I didn't even did it on purpose, but I ended up placing them in the exact same composition.
Oh, really?
Just by default. Yeah. Because I think it's just like when I did it, I figured out like this was like my favorite composition, and just naturally I went back to like this composition when I placed them in the background for the interview.
Looking good, man. Looking good. I feel good just looking at this thing.
There you go.
Incredible.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, at this point, if you feel it, I mean, you've pretty much covered like the design of the character, at least the main shapes and everything. You've designed the pose, you've designed them as a group. So it's like, okay, well, when you have this, now you can pretty much like decide to go into something that's more like a commitment. So like the polishing and everything.
Excellent.
Yeah. I actually also used this like image almost to show it to a couple of my friends to ask them like, do you think there's like potential into creating this project and maybe like get the interest of the people? Because since we're doing like statues, like people have to like buy them to show like there's the support, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, do you think like there's going to be like a clientele for this?
I think the answer is yes, 100%.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this.
I have to sit back when I say that. 100% yes. There is an audience waiting for everything.
But you want to have also like something to show them, to be like, because you don't want to tell them like, oh, I have this idea about the 4 horsemen. You want to have like something that you can like show them and be like, hey, what's your feeling about this? And I find that this is pretty much the quickest way to get like the more bang for your buck, let's say, right? Because like you didn't spend that much time. It took a while, but just imagine if that was like all in polish, it would have taken like months and months instead of like maybe like a few weeks, right? So, and it does like.
A few weeks.
I like his your concept of
like,
time is.
Hey, this is a few weeks. For everyone else, it's about 6 months.
Yeah, I'd like to say, I think he might have a skewed concept of time here.
I just think because he's perfected his workflow. So that's what I'm saying. This is the one that you guys get double buckled up from Marco, man. This workflow, he's perfected.
He's not messing around.
Yeah.
Well, it's all, like I said, it's all based on efficiency. Like I'm not stopping time when I work. It's really just like, I think I figured out like a few of the shortcuts that just like help me like go through a few steps that sometimes like you can get lost in and that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, this is, for example, like the polishing of death in its A pose, T pose, whatever.
This is the polished version that we're looking at right now on the screen.
Yes, yes. This is basically like the final version. The only thing that's not there for this character is like the cape. This portion of the cape is still like the blocking, because I knew that this character, like the cape. Let me get back to the actual final model. The cape of this character is extremely flowy, and it really plays with the composition and everything. So there was like no purpose for me to make this cape in symmetry or in T-stance, right? Like I knew that like it was going to have like a lot of like movement and everything. So I basically like told myself, well, this is gonna wait for after the posing. Which is actually like one of the subject that like I wanted to talk about, is basically just knowing like when it's time to do something in T-pose, when it's time to do something like in posing, right? And I find that there's like many school of thoughts, because I know a lot of artists that they're going to pose like the naked character like pretty early, or like kind of like not early in the sense of like blocking, but early in the sense of like the elements on the character. Like pretty early they're going to pose the character and just finish it like in their final pose, which is absolutely fine. I think this is like a great way of working.
Sure.
But you know, like when you're working with a lot of subtools, stuff like that, sometimes, like especially when it's like hard surface and everything, sometimes you kind of like want to have like a lot of your character finished in T-pose before posing him. So you kind of like just have to be like, you have to make choices, I guess. And for me, the cape was one of those choices. Let's do it at the end. And the rest, since it's pretty much like symmetrical, like I can pretty much do it right away. Or if you know that a mesh is not really gonna bend or anything, yeah, you can do it in A stance right now. Like for example, like the hood part, anything that's cloth here, or like this like upper cloth section, like I knew that in the final posing of the character, it will probably not be bent so much. So it's not like if any modification to this part would make it look like bent or whatever. So yeah, I thought that this would help a lot. So in the same idea of like, what do I do now? Another one is just to think ahead about like what you want to use like in symmetry. And something that I do for my character, oops, not this one yet.
Sneak peek.
This guy, sneak peek. So there's something I do for my characters, is that the position of the arm and the position of the, at least the position of the upper arm and the position of the thigh, I try to make sure that it's somewhat like on a straight line, so that from the Z axis, I can still work in symmetry for those models here. So if you use local symmetry and you put yourself in like Z symmetry, at least you benefit from having this like model be in the scene on the character, but be somewhat of like an orthographic view, so you can actually just use the symmetry. For parts like the gauntlet or the greaves, like the tibia section, for those, what I do is I always take my blocking, I place it into like another scene, and I construct those pieces in orthographic view like this here. So this is done like fairly easy, because it's just a matter of grabbing like a section of your character. Like you can basically just like take this one here, clone it into its own Z tool. You erase sections of it, like this. And then you basically just place your floor, remove perspective, and you aim for like the center. Oops. All right, like this, rotation. You pretty much just get like a ballpark estimation of like if it's in the middle, and then you just mirror and weld. And if you haven't lost like too much volume, well then you know that like you're pretty much like smack in the middle of your mesh. You can even like move it like this, try to just like eyeball what's in the middle, and you see like something like that, you haven't lost much volume. You can always get it back by simply like doing this. And this thing, if I do the high res of this, I'll know that like I can always just place it back on the character afterwards, and like it's gonna fit it's going to fit at least 90-95%. So the modification you'll need to do once it's on the posed model, it's not going to be like really big. So this is pretty much like the idea for anything that's not in a kind of like a orthographic view of the character. So basically this was the idea of like, what do you do now? What do you do in pose? So if we jump into, okay, so how do you do all that polishing, like in more precise steps? We can take part of the character, for example. I'll just create a little screenshot of him right there, just as a kind of like an example of like where I'm going with this. And let's just take my blocking, which is this one here. All right. So how do I get from the blocking, or at least like this armor section, to this section here, which is more finished? That is the question. So I'll start by basically just like splitting everything into like auto groups, just to kind of get like only the part that I want to be working on. It's going to be this one here. Activate symmetry. And I'll start by simply like isolating kind of like the section I'm going for. Hiding it, deleting everything that is hidden. I'm using my shortcuts for those. And then I'll just get enough resolution on the mesh so that I can start using polypaint. And what I'll do is I'll just quickly, oops. Yeah, this is the good one. I'll just quickly draw the border of it. Also, sometimes I'll draw, if I want like negative space in my model, like let's say like this is supposed to be like a hole. Yeah. I'll also mask this portion out. But this is like a pretty like a full mesh, so this is going to be fine. Once that I get this, I simply do a mask by intensity to change my polypaint into like an actual mask. So mask by intensity, this is in my shortcuts, this is where I place it. I'll hide this, and I'll just see if there's like a hole in my mask, which there's none, which means that I can reverse this, delete everything. There's subdivisions, so whatever. Delete, and now if I auto-group this, I have this section that is all clean and whatnot. And from this here, the next step that I'll take is basically just get rid of everything that is kind of like mid details or actual details. I'll simply use like the clay brush to kind of like get rid of it visually, because the step afterwards is going to rely on like one of the algorithms. So what I'm doing is I'm just like doing something that I'm sure is going to help like the algorithm to understand like what I'm going for. So getting rid of like anything that could be distracting, and I'll even start kind of like emphasizing on what's my goal, like what am I going for in terms of the planes of the object. And if you look at the planes, I'm basically like drawing them right now. Like this is what I'm gonna go for. Like you can, it's all bumpy and stuff, but you can see what I'm going for. There's this section, and this one here is split in this one and this one here. Once that I have this, I can even take H-polish just to give it like a little extra clean pass, let's just say.
Very slick series of operations you just demonstrated there without even batting an eyelash. Did you catch that?
I caught it all.
It's a good thing it's being recorded. We can watch it again later at regular human speed.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this is really rinse and repeat. This is like, like when I do like my streams and everything, like I always tell people, you always need to start working on like this part, this part, this part. Right. And it feels like it's always like this three steps that is just gonna help you in the long run. So the first step was like basically the piece itself. The second step was its edges, and the third step is its planes. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just making sure the planes are readable, and I've used the edges right before to kind of like insist on where there's a plane change. Once that I have this, I'm actually pretty much ready to get my, my final mesh for this character. So what I'll do, my final mesh will be a ZRemesh, but right now it's kind of like a Dynamesh. So what I'll do is I'll simply start to kind of like select the areas that I want to be really like the different planes. Since they're really visible, because I've used the cavity and everything, I can simply go over like this, hide them, give them different poly groups. There we go. And now all of my planes have like these like different sections here. And by the way, I mean, there's going to be other planes on this character later when I'm going to be placing the mid-level details and that sort of stuff. But this is pretty much like what I do is I break down like what's major shapes and then what's like the other like less, how could I say that? Less like elemental things, let's say. So I do these because what I want to do is before I ZRemesh, I want to put the keep group option on. And what I'll do is I'll simply click ZRemesh with my keep group, and it's going to give me, oops, I actually put the resolution too high. So let's go back and try with maybe around like 1,000 polys. Yeah, there you go, okay. So I'll just do that again. All right, so for most of it, it's pretty good. I got like a little artifact here, and I could actually just like try to fix it by hand. Or what I could do, sometimes when I get like stuff like that happens, I just try to use like the other ZRemesh option, which is like the one where you click Alt.
The Alt key?
Yeah, the Alt key, exactly. I cannot use it in my shortcut. You see, like it actually gives me like something different, so that's good. So when I get this, sometimes you'll get like meshes like this, but most of the time you can actually get some pretty good results, and you can always fix it by just reapplying another ZRemesh on top of it, and you get something that's actually pretty clean, really fast. So you might say like, oh, but you lost, like it got like smoother and stuff, and yeah, sure, it did, but I mean, it's never like something that you cannot like repair relatively quickly. You can get back like the shapes that maybe might have been like too smoothed. Like even when the algorithm works like from the get-go really quickly, I find that it's always better to just like start really working on having the shape that you want, the silhouette that you want at this stage here. So now you have this, you see it's much cleaner. You can already see like where I'm going in terms of like having it polished. So what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of the same of what I just did before, but like with this mesh now. So I'll start kind of like making sure that like the curves, the elements of this object are more in line with like the final result that I'm going for. So what I'll do is I'll look at it from like different views, try to make sure that the line flow of my mesh is kind of like clean. Like if you look at this line here and the line that it does, at this point I'll try to make sure that like this aspect of it is good, because it's probably going to be like the final state of this portion. So that was for the line flow and that stuff. And now once I got the entire piece, once I get the edges correct, so 2. Now I work on 3, which is the planes on the object. So what I'll be doing to get something clean is I'll actually hide them one by one using their polygroups once again. I'll just use a material that is just easier to see. And I'll just H-polish things so that they look like flatter, more hard surface. I'll do this for every section. I use a combination of Alt and not pressing Alt when I use H-polish.
Hey, what does the Alt button do?
It kind of like just like instead of like pushing in the shape, it kind of like elevates it like a little bit higher. Wow. Both of them are trying to flatten it to a certain like average, but there's still like a direction that it goes. And I find that it's really good. And another thing that I find that using the Alt key does is, for example, let's say I use it like this. Look at this part here. If I don't use Alt, it's kind of like crushing this part in. But if I use Alt, it's elevating it without really affecting like in the radius of the brush also. So there's that you can use at your advantage actually. In this instance, I find that just like hiding sections like this is like works well for me. And although they still like have like they're a little bit bumpy between themselves, this will be fixed in another step I'll show like right after. And the final one, like for this curved section here, I won't be using H-polish because the thing about H-polish, since you're flattening stuff, sometimes you might lose a bit of like your curve. And one thing that I find really works well for me is using the smooth brush, but by removing the shift key from
the Alt smooth.
Yeah, like the Alt smooth. I call it the smooth relax. Like I don't even know if it's its name, but
it's a smart polish smooth brush, which is now it's called officially Alt smooth.
Alt smooth.
Because we shipped it now, you can actually make that your default.
Can I still call it smooth relax?
Yeah, yeah.
I call it
relax.
Awesome.
In fact, that's how I explain it. I explain it more as like you're relaxing the topology more than pushing.
You're holding
I like to go a little step above and say it's like Superman. I'm not pushing through the wall.
Oh, look at this.
I'm just only climbing the wall like Spider-Man. Just relax. Just relax.
So I could not have said it in better words because that's what I'm trying to do with this mesh here. If I use H-polish, like I'll probably start like crushing the this like curve here. It's not a big curve, but still H-polish is gonna start like flatten stuff, and I might lose like the volume that I have. And Alt will kind of like elevate it, but add like planes to it. So I feel that like using so it's smooth. And it's not the normal smooth because normal smooth is basically going to like flatten your mesh also, you see? But by using, so you press shift, you click on the screen, you remove your finger from shift, and now you smooth. And it kind of like does not, you see, it didn't destroy my volume, but it did relax pretty much everything so that like I get rid of like the more like uneven aspect of this mesh. So now you see it kind of like looks pretty clean.
It's like a Tuesday afternoon smooth, very relaxed.
Exactly. It's a Taco Tuesday afternoon smooth. And yeah, there's one last thing that I do in order to really like bring it to like its maximum level of polishness. But this one requires that I create a thickness for the piece first. So I'll just do a little panel loop. I'll use my shortcuts once again. I pretty much put all the sliders to the minimum. I just decide of like the good thickness. And I press ignore groups because I have polygroups, right? And I don't want to create different meshes. I want it to be all one mesh. I click panel loop, and now I have my thickness here. So it's pretty cool. That's pretty great. And from there, I'll just make sure that all of the hard edges or hard corners, or at least the corners that I want to keep kind of like sharp and stuff, I'll just make sure that they have creases. So first step, I can already tell ZBrush, hey, you know what? Everywhere there's like different polygroups, I want you to add creases. So crease polygroup. Now there's like dots on the lines here. I know this is gonna stay sharp. And I do the same for every corner I want to keep sharp. My favorite way is to actually use the ZModeler tool. So I just switch to ZModeler. If you go on an edge, you can choose crease, edge, and then you just click every edge that you want to keep hard. You could also use polygroup by normal to kind of like let the software like basically choose where to press to put the polygroups and stuff, creases, well, polygroups and creases. But I kind of find that doing it manually like this works pretty rapidly as well, so there we go. So now that we have that, this is pretty like important in the pipeline because what it does is that if you subdivide, so you see I'm subdividing, but I keep the hard edges where I want, okay? So this is where I'm going for with the creases. But I'll just do one last step before doing that, and it's to add this final level of smoothing. First of all, I'll create a store morph target, just in order that I can come back to this state of the mesh if I want. And what I'll do is I'll go in deformation, and you see like all my tools are all like one next to the other, right? So everything I'm showing with my shortcuts, I just get to do them like extremely rapidly because they're all there. But just to show you, like this is where you would find it, polished crisp edges. And with polished crisp edges, you'll see that all of my surfaces that still have like artifacts and stuff are gonna get pretty much like to their like most smooth that they can get. So polished crisp edge, I don't put a lot. And you see, it's already like much smoother. See, before, after, works pretty well. And the reason why I did a morph target, it's because if you look in this area here, it got pretty round, and maybe that's not what I want to do, but with...
You made that look really simple. I just want to say to you.
It is simple.
Oh, yeah.
It is simple. It's just that like you kind of like have to understand like the way to go by it so that the tool really like responds the way that you want it to respond, right? Like you have to give it a chance, and this is why I did the preparation before to really make it like the kind of curve that I want and the kind of edge that I want, so that this like more like automated process just makes it clean like instantly at this point, at this like moment. And yeah, so I'll just grab my morph brush, and because I saved the morph target, everywhere that I paint, I'll just get like the shape how it was before. So like I'm pretty happy with the rest of the result, but like that curve here was a bit too polished, and this is how I prefer it. At this point here, I pretty much have the mesh how I want it to be with the surfaces all cleaned and everything. So I can go for the actual subdivision of the mesh. And what I'll do is I'll simply tell him to do a crease level of, let's say, 1, so that my first subdivision stays a hard surface, and my second subdivision actually starts to smooth where my creases are, so that it creates kind of like a little like round bevelly like aspect to my mesh. If you find that this is too round, you can always go back before it smooths, putting to 2 of crease level, give it another crease level, and then when you subdivide, it gives you that round crease, but this one is tighter than the first one. So it really just depends on like if you're going for tight creases or more rounded creases, basically. So you have this. The next step afterwards, it's like another chapter, let's say. It's more about like creating the mid-level details, because now you have your mesh, and this is the mesh you're gonna keep for pretty much the rest of the time that you're working on this character. So at this checkpoint here, you need to like know that you're not really going to need to do much more like changes that have to do with the topology of the mesh. So we're really going into like sculpting now at this point. You're committed. You're committing to something.
Committed.
A point of no return.
Well, like I said, it's kind of like point of no return E, but at the same time, there's kind of like ways to go at it, right? Because I can always just like ZRemesh what I have, tell him to keep the polygroups, reproject. There's a lot of tools that I can have. It's just that they're not going to be the quickest way to get to your ends, right? So you kind of like want to just be thoughtful at this moment, because it's kind of like point of return E, yeah. So yeah, at this point, since we're not really going to change the mesh anymore, that's when I'm going to start using the layers, just to like be able to do like before and after on my work. So I'll add this layer, and I'll start to add mid-level details to this mesh. My style is that I always start with like some trim details, and the way that I go at it, I'll just show you the way that I did it for the horseman, is basically just to isolate the edge, shrink it, and at some point...
Control-Shift-S, people. Control-Shift-S.
And Control-Shift-X for grow and shrink. Grow and shrink.
Exactly.
X.
And once that you have actually the section you want, you can mask it, and you can just inflate this. Once again, I'll use the transpose line with right-click, and it's just going to inflate it, and you're going to get like this, this edge right off the bat. And something else that I could have done right before that is save a morph target of this, inflate it, And then I can decide that maybe some parts of the model should not have like an edge. So I can basically just like give it like a certain like look. It's like offsetting from just like a constant edge like this. And or something I like to do sometimes is it's once again it's the morph brush. I just put the focal shift to like almost 100, and you just like take a section, maybe like this one here, and you just press like not too long on it, and you can have kind of like a halfway like of the length of this. So it just adds like a bit of I don't know, like offset.
A variation.
Yeah, a variation.
Sure.
Yeah, there we go.
There's different type of layering happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There seems to be a theme today with layering.
Are you watching?
yes.
Leather upon leather with the God of War team, and now he's doing it.
Yeah, correct.
We find ourselves in the shot here live.
Yeah.
With Marco Plouffe.
It's all about layers.
ZBrush Summit
all about
2022.
layers.
Yeah, I think the next time I come here, I'm just going to talk about layers. I say it right now. I come here for the 4th time, just
There you go.
layers.
That's the theme. Layers.
So
Rule them all.
one layer to rule them all. So this is one thing that I like to do. Another way that I like to play with the trims here is to take a mesh that would actually, kind of like damn standard when you use Alt, it kind of like pushes thing out and it pinches it. Well, this is one brush that's called Orb Crack that I like to use a lot. And when you use Alt, it basically does this kind of like edges here. And something that I like to do is, for example, I can take, I'll just use another layer. Once again, I'll mask like the front, but I'll keep the thickness masked. I'll just blur it a little bit. And you can basically like take a section of your mesh, maybe a little bit bigger than that, and you can basically like manually add like like
a ridge.
Yeah, a ridge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a ridge to it. Sometimes you can even like mask like a portion of it like this, and then when you draw it, you have it already like sectioned off like this. I find this actually works pretty well as well. And so yeah, this is something else. I actually did it on the character here. You can see this is how I did this portion. Of course, there's always the masks and everything. This is one of my favorite. Anytime that you want to just like have your entire surface kind of like, I'm gonna say layer again, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Kind of like layer in or whatever. You can just like mask it off. You find like a shape that's appealing, that follows the line flow of your model. All right. You can have it like this. And my point is going to be to, all right, there we go. It's clean enough, I guess. If you move it, you can just like add like a different like layer on the model. But there's many things that you can do before that. You can like move it just like on the side here to kind of like create like a tapered leveling, let's say, layering, whatever. And this is basically this is done with the move brush and using the Alt key, which is basically going to push the mesh in the direction of the normal of the polygons. I really love this brush. And something else that you can do to the masking, just to have more variety, is at this point, maybe I'm gonna lower the resolution here. At this point, you can always play with the blurriness and the sharpness of the mask to kind of like round things off. So you see I blurred and sharpened. I'll do it again. And the more that I do it, the more that like the shape itself becomes round. What I like about that is because it rounds the corners here. So sometimes I'll actually do a couple of them just around the corners, and then I'll remask another portion that I don't want it to be rounded. And it creates this kind of like shape where like these corners are rounded, these ones are a bit more sharp. So it's just more things that I can do. More things that you can do is you can also blur with the control key, which is basically going to blur in one direction of the mask only. And it creates for very cool like fall off effects when you push it in. So you see that like you have the rounding, and then like this edge here is sharper. So this is another like profile of the mask that it creates. And I think it's pretty cool. But for the example, I'll use this one. And I will basically move it like this. There you go. So now I have like this detail here. I always like to give it just a little smooth afterwards. This may be too much. Just to kind of like blur it a little bit so it's not too sharp. And now you have this. And this is basically like the way that I go by using my masks. You can of course do it like much bigger than that. You can go and pass like planes. It doesn't need to be isolated into like a section of your mesh. So there's like a lot that you can do in terms of like using mask to control your shape. That does not look good, but it could be. But if you use your imagination, there you go.
Well placed.
I have that song in my head.
Don't do it. We're gonna get it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're gonna get tagged on the feed.
So yeah, another tool that I like to use. This one is a fun one. This one I get a lot of reaction when I use it. So trim hole. So basically, what it does, it just like takes the angle of the camera and it just like push the mask like forward. But if you actually move the cursor and you take like an angle to it, sometimes you can have like instantly some like pretty cool like effects, like something like that. You can always smooth it or add some lazy mouse in case like you have like strokes within like this section here. But the idea is that you can basically push your mesh like this and get some pretty cool results just by like experimenting with like the angle of the mesh and the movement of things, that sort of stuff. So you just play around, figure out, you'll find cool stuff to do. And the other one is trim front. Trim front is kind of like the same idea. It's gonna take the angle of the camera, and I like to place a small circle alpha on this one. And what you do is you just calculate like the angle of your mesh, and if you use Alt, it's just gonna bring everything to the same level depending on the angle of the camera. And this is how I do like those kind of like details here. Like it's pretty rapid to be able to do something that looks like it's just responding to like a portion of the surface. So I like it.
It looks cool. Are you kidding?
They're old school ones.
Yeah, yeah.
They're old school.
Little nibs.
They are. But you see, it's like, that's just to say that like the things you can do with like simple brushes in ZBrush, depending on like the angle of this and that or whatever, you can join just a couple of things together and it just like creates a new effect. And sometimes you can fall on like a very cool visual language that you just use for the rest of your career afterwards. Yeah. Like I do.
He says fall into a visual language that you use for the rest of your career.
That's actually well said.
I'm glad you said it. Are you kidding me?
Well, you added the first part to it that I was like, oh, that's a better way of saying it.
Sounds like that needs to go on your website.
Maybe, eh? Yeah. There you go. I have to hire you guys for like PR and stuff.
Hey, no.
Hey, no. Huh? Hey-o.
Hey-o. Of course, mold lines is something very important when you do hard surface stuff. Basically, mold lines, I use two profiles of mold lines. The ones that the DAM standard gives me, which is pretty much like a round fall off and then like a sharp edge, and orb crack, which gives me two hard edges. So depending on like maybe the other visual language that you used on your armor, you'll decide to go for like one profile or the other. But this is pretty much like what I'm going for. So you take orb crack, you go in strokes, you basically maybe augment the lazy radius, and you'll just get like more control over doing the lines here. So for example, let's say I take it here. I save the amorph target because I know that I'm going to maybe like draw over things that I don't want to draw over, like this thing here. So basically, at any point, I can always just go here. And I can get it back. Actually, sorry, no, I didn't do it correctly. There we go. Like if nothing happened. And this I would do at the end after I'm done with all when my mold lines are done, so I don't do it for every line, right? And once that I have this, I like to add some offsetting or some variety to the mold line so that they're not like just always constant. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll just add like an extra line inside. I'll just take like a bigger radius, and I'll just do like a line on a line. So it has like a portion of it that's been kind of like
a line on a line.
A line on a line.
It's made me think of Dracula for some reason.
And you can just use also the standard brush if you want to do like a lip here.
Little ridge.
Yeah, some ridge.
Really
so basically, it's just to say that once you've drawn a line, you can add on top of it just to like make it a little bit more like rich, right? Because you're not going to want to make mold lines like this everywhere and make it too busy. So sometimes what it's fun is to make one line but add complexity to this line, and it's going to make the entire thing look like rich without looking too busy. Yeah, exactly. So there's that. And I mean, the last thing in terms of like the shape themselves, it's pretty much just like IMMs at this point. So the way that I go by adding IMMs is I always create a new mesh, and this mesh I will remove all the layers, all the subdivision levels, and I can actually just start placing IMMs on them. So you just take anything from any library that you have, something that looks kind of cool. And it's just a matter of placing it, good old IMMs. And once I have this, I just make everything disappear but the IMM. I delete what is hidden, and I have my two subtools here together like this. Once you have one IMM in place, this is where I'll be like placing other IMMs using this subtool because it doesn't have layers or whatnot, so you won't have any like warnings of like, oh, you can do this because there's layers and that sort of stuff. So yeah, and IMMs, I mostly use IMMs for like those kind of like small details, maybe like belt buckles or like buttons like this. Sometimes like circular joints on the character. But I try to not use any IMM for like what's my major shapes of my character. That I try to have like agency over it. So it's always going to be for like smaller stuff that like I will be personally using them. So now we're getting into like more like detail stuff. But detail stuff, I find that there's not like really like much to say because in the end, I find that like detail is more about visual language than anything, because all my detailing, most of my detailing at least, it's all done using just like the simple brush and placing alphas and stuff like that. So it's really a matter of just like figuring out shapes that you think look good on your character and trying like placement until like it actually like resonates. There's an old theory about like details and choices and that sort of stuff, right? But that's a whole other book. For sure, but the idea is that you can get like a lot done just by having like a few alphas that you find inspiring and just like testing like how does it look in like certain areas. The one tip I would give is a bit like I said for the line, is try to not add details everywhere, just have specific areas that like you add details there and put your details right there. So it creates kind of like a balance of like empty sections and sections where there's like details and whatnot.
Can I interject for a second?
Some breathing room.
Yeah.
Speaking of breathing room,
yeah.
What's the resolution on this piece right now?
Like in terms of like the
polygon count. He's asking polygon count.
How many polygons are on that thing?
It's
there are no subdivision levels, correct?
1 million.
Ah, okay.
1 million.
Subdivision.
1 million. How many subdivisions you got on there?
5.
There you go.
And he doesn't remesh, right? You don't remesh this because it's already remeshed.
It's already
No,
remeshed.
this is really like the final mesh.
Yeah.
The
That's
final
it.
mesh.
And it's quite simple. I mean, I just wanted to draw people's attention to that. It doesn't have to be sort of a gabillion polygons. It's only 1 million. And it looks that tight and smooth because of all the planning. I just wanted to pause and give people that kind of moment to reflect on that.
Yeah. You know what's interesting also about
tell
that
me.
is it's in terms of like working fast, you have also to be smart about like how dense your mesh is, because like even the best computer at some point is going to start to have problems.
Like chug
and,
chug a lug me.
Pardon?
Like chug chug a lug me.
Yes.
Hey, listen,
Absolutely.
we're here live.
Yeah. So basically, Jesus Christ.
I really threw you off with that one. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
The polygons. Sorry, I really took you.
We're all good.
The chug chug a lug me really threw him off.
You got me on a journey right there for a second. I didn't need it. I needed
A flashback of a different
He needed some
kind.
reflection time on that one.
Exactly. I was on the
Take a water break for a minute here.
Take a sip. Everybody have a sip.
Everybody have a sip. You at home too, take a sip of water.
Cheers. Brought to you
lunch
I should
by-
have taken the cue that it was actually time for water.
It wasn't, but you had a look on your face like you'd got, like I'd taken you back to like some sinful nights in Montreal.
Exactly. Time stopped for me. I went on a 20 years journey. Now I'm back here. I'm just
like
whoa,
Brutopia, circa 2002.
I'm on stage right now making a presentation. What's happening?
Exactly. So, at this point, what I wanted to say is that since you talked about like resolution and that sort of stuff, for me, like there's two things I want to say. The first one is that to be able to be efficient, I never try to go over what's my need in terms of subdivision. So what I'll do, I didn't show it, but what I'll do is when I start adding subdivisions to my mesh, sometimes what I'll do is I'll just take an alpha that is kind of like an alpha that will be probably like the smallest that I think I'm going to go for my needs. And I'm just going to check like how it reacts to the subdivision, to the maximum subdivision that I give it. So maybe I would have like subdivide to 4, place that detail, realize it's too pixelated, subdivide to 5, check that detail and see like, okay, you know what? This has enough resolution for like the renders that I'm going to go for at the end.
And contextualized resolution, not just resolution for the sake of saying I have like, you know, this thing has 10 million points, but in context, right?
Absolutely, and this is, I think, is very important because you'll get to really know like what you're going for, what you're aiming for, and you won't create like excess, especially in terms of stuff that is very like costly for like your processor or your RAM or that sort of stuff. And in the end, you'll be able to work like on a full-size character like Death in one scene just because you made those smart choices. So you basically have to tell yourself, well, okay, what am I doing? Am I doing a full character? Am I focusing on the head? What are the renders I'm going to show at the end? And know that like you might not need to go like so crazy on the details in this area or the like resolution or
I've said
that sort of
for
stuff.
years. Intent should drive your workflow. You know, and what is the intention, the final product? What is it for? And you know, what are you trying to make and what for?
But sometimes when you don't know where you're going, it's like you'll let yourself drive by. You'll let yourself be driven by like subdividing just because you want the resolution to be good without knowing what's really.
Or chasing design without having a clear path. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to show you like this example here.
Look at this, Paul. Wow.
So like once again, like this is the print of Death, right?
Captain Happy, I call him.
Yeah, Captain. Exactly.
Time for the last ride.
Hey, he's having a laugh. He's having a laugh. It's not because he looks crazy that he cannot.
Someone's going to be having a laugh at that final moment. It ain't me.
Exactly. Or maybe everyone. They don't know. But basically, the point of like showing you this, well, first of all, is because I think it's lovely. But the second reason is because talking about like what's the result that you're trying to get, especially when it comes to printing, you're gonna want to basically know how small that you can get in terms of your detail and what's going to actually translate once it's printed. Because depending on like if it's like a 1:1 scale, 1/4, 1/10, whatever the size you're going for. At some point, you're not gonna wanna go like too fine into the details because it's just gonna look blurry at the end because it's not gonna print correctly.
What size is this thing?
This one is 1/4. So basically it's like, well, I don't know if like people are gonna see, but whatever. Let's say like a little bit more than 1/2 meter high and 1/2 meter wide. It's massive. It's really massive.
It's gigantic.
Yeah.
Wow,
well,
half a meter.
If you're gonna do it, do it big.
Yeah,
1/2 meter in height.
There's probably like a picture here of like.
And just to break this down for our folks watching all over the world, that is big.
Have one on their site.
That is big.
Yeah, there was a like I would need to. I know where there's like a picture. It's just I would need to look for it. But there's like a picture of like somebody beside the statue, and it's like.
Like how many centimeters are we talking about?
In centimeters?
Yeah.
Yeah,
inches.
like
in inches for the American.
Oh, dude.
No,
I'm kidding. How many centimeters?
Math.
How many centimeters?
Yeah, I mean, there's the actual size and the. Oh, you see, you know what? There you go. You're asking me a question about technical stuff. It's written right here on this page.
That's what I was hoping.
There you go. Dimensions in millimeters. So.
Okay.
There you go.
How many millimeters?
450 by 510 by 840. Wow. So yeah, like 1/2 meter.
Wow.
In.
That is a big piece.
Yeah, and also 1 meter in height because of like the scythe and everything. Like this one.
1 meter in height.
550 millimeters is like about 21 inches, close to 22 inches.
That's a big boy.
For Americans.
Oh, it's a big boy.
It's a big boy.
It weighs probably like close to 70, 80 pounds.
Can I weatherproof it and put it in front of my house to scare the neighbors away?
You can. Yes. But I think somebody's probably just going to capture it and take it home.
That's actually true.
That's what I would do.
Especially where I live.
And so basically, the idea is to know like what's the end product. So the end product for this one was the statue you just saw, and because of like the scale, I knew that.
Look what Paul's doing over here. He's just doing a hand job.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
85 centimeters by 81 centimeters by 56 centimeters.
Yeah, exactly. Like I see myself in the camera right there, and it's not. I can't even like do it. Like the frame is not even like.
It's bigger than the frame he's in. Okay, so that gives us an idea. If someone at home is measuring this and put it on their shelf, go ahead.
Yeah,
Like, I'm going to buy this.
Please tell us.
Right?
Someone's looking, hey, that goes back to hashtag it, the measurement of your desk for Marco's thing. Hashtag ZBS22.
It's a good challenge. Let's see who can fit it away.
Well, that's the one they're supposed to be sending to doing their selfies. If you got a selfie out there, do a selfie how you're watching us.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
There's some good ones. I've been looking at them. There's some fun
Look
ones.
at this thing, though. Can you maximize that screen? Look at this thing. Get me off the screen and
can't.
show the
They
people the pony. I mean, geez. Look at the detail on that thing.
And it's two heads.
Kindari, let's get the.
Yeah, there's two heads
oh, my
switch out.
Lord.
This one also has like a hand switch out. I have like this one.
Oh,
with
you have a
the-
hand switch out too.
Yeah. There's like the grasping hand and the hand that has the time.
Oh, man, I'll
sense
tell
of
you what I
time.
do.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not set.
Did you make any compartment for the switching out, or they just there's no compartment for them?
compartment?
Yeah, I always wonder this with the hand switch outs and stuff and the head switch stuff for collectibles. Why we don't put something in the base that you can store when you're not using the one
True,
hand?
eh?
Underneath.
So it's not just laying on your shelf,
What a
right? You
guy.
pull out a little thing, it's stored
Hey,
there, it's
You
nice.
need to go
stored
patent
there.
this. Right
Well
there.
Saying, you're making them.
I want a little LED inside that thing.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be pretty rad.
Yeah, that's the cost then's going up.
Oh, that's me. I'll customize my own.
Well, for this one, we wanted to go like artist series. It was like more relying on like the paint of it, like more like traditionally, let's say.
Look at this thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's
I
nice.
want to be that guy. Look at him.
Happy. I'm really happy of what XM did with the paint job. Like I gave them a lot of freedom as long as they follow like the important ideas of.
You
like,
didn't give them a
color
master?
choices.
Did you just give them a ZBrush master or anything for painting?
I gave them I get them renders, the renders that I had,
Yeah.
and like they did a first pass, and then I was like, okay, well this like color needs to be like hotter or warmer, and I really just like made these changes in case that it actually like goes a little bit too outside of like the theme of like what they are, but like choices for like how the skin would look or like some hues and stuff, or like I was like, you know what, you're the experts, you know how it's gonna look once it's going to be printed, painted, and everything. And like I trusted them a lot in those choices, and you know what, pretty happy with it.
That's a great, look at that piece.
Yeah.
A great horse.
So basically,
wow, Paul.
To get back on track, the idea is like if you look at details like this one here, or like this little dot, or at least you know what, this little dot and this line right here, it's pretty much like the smallest that I would actually go for in terms of deciding the scale of a detail. No, not you. He really wants to be in the shot. This one, I keep going.
Second time or third time that guy's made an appearance. There's something to be said about it.
He really wants it.
He really wants
But if you look at it here, like you see, like this is pretty much like the finest line that I will go for, because when you do 3D printing, you kind of like have to be conscientious about the final result. The same way that like the perforation here on the cape, like this was pretty much like the size that I knew already that 1/4 would look good. Because if I go actually smaller, they would start to look really like shallow, and it would just not look good. So you really have to stop yourself sometimes for like the scale of things and that sort of stuff. And I like to go in between. I like to go as small as I can so that like it's nice for the renders, but also smart so that like it prints correctly. So I'm really trying to hit like both worlds at the same time as much as I can. So that was for the details and that sort of stuff. Let me get back on track. Where was I? Here, there we go. Okay. So yeah, detail placement, that's really just like what there is. It's all a matter of like choices, and most of it I do just by placing alphas like this. And sometimes, since I have a form lab at home, sometimes I do like test prototypes of sections.
You have a Form 2 or Form 3?
Form 2. I wish I had a Form 3. It looks really good. But you know what, my Form 2 is still like incredible. The details are really nice.
I've got a Form 2, yeah.
Yeah, and I can do my prototypes and stuff, and I can see that like things work well. And then when I send it to like a production studio or whatever, I know that like it's gonna look like okay at the end, even better, right? Because they're better than me. It's just at least I tested.
Is the perforated cloth that you were showing, was that micropoly? Someone was asking. Wait, the cloth wasn't. It was
like how I did it?
Yeah.
Oh well, you know what? That's exactly what I was going to show.
Look at this.
There you go.
This stuff writes itself.
It's all in the same mindset. That's incredible.
Unbelievable.
Look at that.
I'm going to script it the thing even if I wanted to.
Yeah. So basically, the way that I go at it is I'll just like use UVs for a lot of like this stuff. The moment that like a pattern really gets like over the entire character, I'll rely on UVs to do this. So I'll start by working on a clone, of course. Even ZBrush tells you to work on a clone, so you listen. I'm gonna bake everything, make sure it doesn't have any subdivision levels. So once that you have this here, okay, so we see the topology. All right, so basically I'll simply use the poly groups that I have, and I'll just make sure that my front section plus the thickness of it is on one poly group, and that the back is on another poly group. Once that I have this, I'll simply tell him split by poly group, make it symmetrical, and unwrap. And it's gonna go pretty fast. And if I put like a texture on it, you'll see that, there we go. So I have like this texture, it's already placed symmetrically, if that's a word. And if I do flatten, you can see it's already symmetrical, so you're all good. I think Danny Bell yesterday like showed a bit of like the UVs, and you see like you
drawing the arrows.
Pretty much like orient them right away so that it really goes in the direction of your patterns and everything. And I find that like if you just like cut things on their seams, or for metal plates, you cut them on their like what's the front, what's the back, you'll always have like the chance to put things in the direction that you want for it to look like.
I love that our presenters are watching the presentations and watching the presenters and coming back and talking about each other before and after.
Well, I was just trying to make sure like I don't repeat stuff too much as well.
Great.
And like when he showed that, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna say a quick word.
I think this one is a great one to compound. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So once I have this, you just copy UVs, you put it in your object here. So paste UVs. And so now you can actually like have the same texture here just to confirm. You see, you're good, you're good. And the way that I go by is I'll create a morph target. I'm gonna work on a layer. I'm gonna go into surface, noise. I'm gonna tell him use UVs. I'm gonna use the plugin here. I'm gonna take spheres. I'm gonna say okay. And then I'll just, since we're doing something hard surface, I'll get rid of the noise. I'll just take the effect by itself, and I'll reduce the plugin until I have like the size that I'm going for. Let's say this one. I'm gonna augment. Actually, I'm gonna not use any poly paint, and I'm gonna play with the strength to know like how deep I want to go and like if I'm going up or down. Once I got this, I click OK. Now it's on my mesh. For the moment, it's just a preview. But if I actually apply to mesh, it's going to apply this detail on my layer here. From the layer, I can duplicate the layer to double the intensity. I can merge it, so now it's on one layer. And from there, I can apply also a morph target to this, hide my layer, and just draw where I want this detail to appear. So you get like a lot of control by having it done all over your character, and then you decide where exactly you want it to appear. Like right now, it looks kind of weird like this. Like maybe it would be best if it's actually like maybe inside of a section, but that's basically like the way that I go by to use
This guy's on fire.
Yeah. So many tricks, many tricks. There's a lot more.
They call him Marco Many Tricks Plouffe.
There you go, Marco of all trades.
Yeah, Marco Many Tricks.
A smorgasbord of tips and tricks.
Many tricks on a Tuesday. Tricky Tuesday.
Bring the
Tricky Tuesday.
Right, Tricky Tuesday, live with the ZBrush crew.
So yeah, I mean, like, that's pretty much like all of the major tricks that I use when it comes to creating details and medium details. So from this point out, if you just use everything and you apply it to all of the meshes of the character, you'll pretty much end up with this like fully finished model here. Like once again, nothing that is on screen right now, or I'd say easily 99% of everything that you see on screen right now, I've just shown all of the tricks in the past minutes. So it's really just a matter of rinse and repeat, going at things, and there you go.
Time check for you. You got about 19 minutes.
19 minutes?
Yep.
All right. Well, okay. Well, I have like 2 sections I wanted to talk about. The last one is not really that important.
Take your time. We'll
So
get there.
I'll just jump right into like the last portion that for me I think is really important for like the entire presentation in terms of posing the character in composition. So we're going to talk about, well, posing the character. Yeah. The demonstration I'm going to do is something that takes a lot of time if you want to do it well. People think that like posing the character should be done like quickly and that you should not have to redo anything, and that's not the case.
That's a bit of a fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fantasy.
Yeah.
But you know what? Sometimes it works pretty well, and sometimes you have to redo some parts. But the thing is that you have to be smart about it as well. And for having tested it on like close to like 60, 70 models, complex models, this technique works. You just have to know like what to be careful about. So when you're posing, actually, you know what? I'll just say I'm going to do a little demonstration here. But if you want to see like the full process on a character, just go on keosmasons.com. Go at the bottom. Go on our links. You'll find our YouTube page. And on the YouTube page, if you check our playlist, there's one that's called Mantis.
So you're doing YouTube. I shared your Twitch. So your YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Twitch is the videos. It's just they're archived on YouTube as well, right?
They just watch this for free on the YouTube as well.
You watch them for free.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, they just have to endure me, and the rest is free.
What
so
a
there
time
you
to
go.
be alive.
Sharing away. Sharing away.
Yeah. And so you know what? While I'm saying this, I'm just going to delete a few meshes, because one thing that you have to be careful when you're working with Transpose Master is that if you have like a lot of Z tools open, like I have right now, Z tools of like millions and millions of polygons, you kind of like have to be careful because it can actually make the software crash, because this is like ludicrous, the amount of like things that I have in the RAM in this instance. So let me just delete those. All right, and I'll open my...
And of course, for the younger viewers watching, you would have named all of your tools, correct?
They're named.
Just checking.
What a named your subtool. You mean PM3D_69?
Yeah, we know this, you and I.
PM3D_62 is not a name?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Final 7, final 8, final, really the final 1.
Really,
6.
really the final.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, final.
The final with the change.
This time it's really the final, like the name is just like...
And then my last name, because they're submitting it to me as a student.
Exactly.
Not good.
Yeah.
Name your files.
So, so basically, yeah, the YouTube was just to say that like I show the entire process. I spend like I think 4 hours posing like a fully mechanical character. So the proof is there, the technique works. But just to give you a bit of a taste of like what I do is, first of all, I always try to make sure that like the design of the character allows for bending parts and that sort of stuff. So for these characters, I really try to make sure that like everything around like the waist here or like the elbow. It's like a material that can be flexed, and if not, if it's a joint, I kind of like test during the blocking that if you turn the object around the joint, that it's not going to penetrate with each other, right? So clip into each other. So I did that. I did this for this guy here, and for things like, for example, the shoulder here, I really try to make sure that things are kind of like modeled in a way that like things can slide into each other. So you see like all the plates here on the shoulder. Basically, if the character like lifts his arm, well, the plates can slide into one of each other, and this is going to give me a lot of flexibility for placing this character into the final pose. So I try to make like smart choices like this. But at the end, like my technique still works for like a lot of different design decisions, let's say. I'm going to show you. Okay, well, one thing that I can say as well is that I try to separate my model into sections. So, for example, like the arms, I'm going to section them like this. The legs are going to be sectioned. And I'm gonna actually, sometimes I'm gonna pose like just a portion of the character. Like I could be posing this first and then the rest afterwards, or even like a section like this. And the reason why I don't pose everything at the same time is just to give me a break. I'll place like a portion of it, and then I'll commit my Transpose Master, and I'll save my project, and then I'll go back to Transpose Master. Because the thing is that at the end of the day, I have the final posed model already done. Like I'm posing the character over this model here. So it's like I figured that out. What we were seeing at the beginning of the presentation is like, there's no unknown, or almost no unknown for me. So I just need to pose my character.
You know your end results. You know exactly your end finish line.
So if I pose my character on top of this guy here, there's nothing that's gonna really like go wrong, or at least nothing that cannot be like easily fixed afterwards. So the way that I'm gonna go to do this is I'm going to figure out a section I wanna pose. Let's say this one here. I'm gonna go into my Z plugin, Transpose Master, here, oops. And I'm simply gonna click on Transpose Master. It's going to make all the calculation necessary to pose the character. And then I'll start by putting into polygroups elements that I know that I might actually pose one at the same time, or in two parts, let's say. The entire underbody of the character will be one section, and the plates will be its own section on top of be able to separate them, what is like the belt section and the thigh section. So I'll work with these three things here. Since we're posing the character in, since we're posing the character in a non-symmetrical position, I'll actually have different polygroups for everything that's like symmetry and whatnot. And the legs here, the underbody, I'm gonna start by just like really quickly masking a portion of it just to be able to select it rapidly. I'll try to have it like follow kind of like the flexion areas of the body. Then I'll do the same for like the upper part here, like this. So those are my sections, and this one I'm also going to make non-symmetrical. All right, and I will add my final pose in this file here. Warning, before committing the Transpose Master, you have to delete this extra subtool that I added, or else it's gonna confuse the software. So just a reminder to delete this one here. But basically, we have our final model. I just need to pose my polished model on top of this here.
It's also important to note that you've posed it in a way that is not overtly extreme away from the standard pose that you had at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's not going to be going from like an A pose to something that is drastically different.
But it could though. It's just that you would need to plan ahead, and like the pose, you would just need to make sure that like if the character is really going to do like an exaggerated like elevation like this, well, his giant shoulder maybe is not a good thing, right?
That's exactly what I was hoping you were going to say.
And also, I mean, like in real life, it's like you have this much armor, you don't have flexibility, so don't choose like a position that doesn't work.
Right.
Anyways,
broken the context of that design.
Absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll start by placing the pivot. This is pretty much how I start like every posing of my characters. I'll just figure out like that just trying to make sure that like the angle is like somewhat what I'm going for. This one actually is going to need to be rotated a bit like this. All right. And when it's time to place the limbs, I'm going to actually add a layer just to make sure I can go back. And I can simply mask, blur. And a little warning over here. It's always best to make sure that the topology of what's going to bend is not drastically different one from the other. Because when you're blurring your mask, the spread of the blur is going to act differently if your mesh is dense or not dense. So like the blurriness, and I made it on purpose to actually make a little mistake here. But if you look at the tube here, it's very high, and the thigh is much bigger than that. So because I blurred, once you're going to place, like you're going to move the character like this, the bending of the cloth, well, it doesn't really show, but the bending of the cloth will act differently on the high density mesh and the low density mesh. So this is something you just have to be a little bit careful about. And maybe you'll want to remove some subdivision levels of your mesh just so that it kind of like, it's more like averaged with the rest.
Yeah, in essence, make every first level be relatively the same type of polygon size.
Exactly that.
So you're getting consistency with your bend and your masks.
And on all of them as low as possible without degrading the design.
Yeah, keep that silhouette.
Man, the three of us, we should have a show. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
We'll talk about during the pause, I think. Yeah.
Chug-a-lug me.
So the
No, I distracted him again.
So at this point, what I'll do is I'll take some of my meshes that were maybe like bent or that doesn't make any sense if like that they're curved, and I'm gonna use the occasion to kind of like just straighten things out a little bit. And this is something you can do also like at the end, but it's also something you can just do once that you know that like you've placed your thing correctly. You just like try to get rid of like any impressions of stretching just by replacing things correctly like this. And this is also why I made some like more like some smart choice into like what's hard surface and what's flexible, because areas like this, since it's gonna bend a lot, you just really wanna make sure that it's like an object that if you bend it, it's not gonna like remove the nature of like what it is. So I'll do this. For example, I'll mask the armor here, and I'll start like, putting things back into like place. And the reason why I do this with Transpose Master is really just because like I get to move everything at the same time. I'll still do a pass where like each of my subtools, I'll just scrutinize them and see if I've added any like bend. But this is basically like how I go at placing them all together like this. And also sometimes I'll just hide them, and I'll mask portions of them just to maybe like add some mass that I might have lost during the move. And once I replace the mesh, if I see that my mesh are interpenetrating like this here, well, this is why I said earlier that like this entire like layering of object is really helping, because when you layer stuff, you get to place them back afterwards. You just have to find like something that looks just like
would make sense.
That makes sense, yeah, exactly. And also, by the way, don't shy away from using the move brush to move your things, because the things like move brush, the problem that sometimes like it can have is that if you use it like on, on like a hard surface object, sometimes it can bend some areas that you don't want it to bend. But the idea is that pretty much everything can be bent without looking bent, except for stuff like primitive shapes. So stuff like the circle here, the moment that you bend it, now it looks absolutely off. But like plates that don't really have like very primitive shapes in it, you can move it and it's not gonna look like that bent. So the idea that like you cannot reshape a hard surface object is not true. You really can. It's just some stuff is more sensible to the eye, and some is not really sensible. So you see this plate, which was hard surface, well, I pretty much like bend it to kind of like fill the holes and do all that stuff. And this is how I'm actually gonna go by to place the entire character. And the one final thing, how much minute do I have?
I would say probably
7 minutes.
7 minutes. I was going to say that. 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
As if I was timing you.
So the one thing I'll say is that I've shown that like I use like polygroups and masking and blurring to move my object, but like I said, sometimes the topology is just going to make things not really move equally. Like for example, if I take this upper body part here and I just blur it and move it, so you see that like all the meshes are kind of like separating from each other, and you're creating negative space. And I think a lot of things are not really like bending accordingly. So what I do to average this mask, but to the same kind of like spread along all of the different meshes with their different density, is I place my mask by hand, just using the mask with the dot stroke like this. So really just by hand. And the reason why I do it by hand like this, it's because the radius of your brush will apply the same strength of mask everywhere on every vertices at the same intensity. It doesn't have to do with like the density of the mesh. It really like just makes it much more equal. So you kind of like have by hand to make that kind of like fade or that gradient. But once you do, and you don't need to be like extremely like precious about like the spreading. After that, you see the way that it's gonna bend, it's not gonna do like all the separations and everything, because the vertices were pretty much allowed the same kind of like movement and range. So you do this, you place it into position, and now you can actually keep your mask, and already start to kind of like move the mesh around to give it more of like a flow that's gonna look maybe less like bent. Sorry, I keep pressing on the right.
That's great. Just keep doing what you're doing. Looking good.
There you go.
Marco Many Tricks Plouffe here on a Tuesday. Tricky Tuesdays.
There you go.
Magic fingers.
ZBrush Summit 2022.
I really want tacos now.
Well,
Actually, you know what? I'm going for Mexican after.
Hey, thanks a lot,
There
pal.
you go. Look at that.
Yeah. Perfect.
We're here all week.
Perfect.
Think of us while you're eating that taco. We're down to, we got about 90, what is it, 180 seconds are left here, 2.5 minutes.
Perfect.
What did you say, 3 minutes? About 3 minutes left.
Okay, well, you know what? It's pretty much done. The idea is that, like, because of like that mask, I was able to move things in a way that like is not like really spreading everything around. Once I apply the transpose master to this, like I'll just do it.
Don't forget to delete that mesh.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
There we go, like this.
Delete.
And here, brother.
Boom. Transpose. So this is like the step where, like, if I had like a ton of Z tool open, it might actually be problematic. So now that I actually remove from the RAM most of it, it's gonna find correctly like the mesh. It's gonna apply the changes. Everything should be fine. So you see it's already moving things around.
The best part about this, you get to see all of his subtools.
Somebody at home wants to know, what happens if I change my mind after I do that?
Change your mind about what?
Change your
About
mind.
the pose, yeah. What happens if they change their mind? Then
Well,
what?
I mean, at some point you kind of like have to commit, and this is why you do a lot of iterations
You could
with
do it later.
blocking until you figure out which is the one you want. But the idea is that if you actually pose it like this and you still have changes to do, you can always go back and transpose master afterwards and replace it and do changes and whatever. So you can go in transpose master as much time as you want over this process until you figure out that the final posing of your character actually looks good.
Yes.
So there we go.
At some point, you must commit. Don't be
Yeah, exactly.
commitment-phobic.
Plus, I mean, at this point here, like there's still like some stretches in some areas. Like I'll still go over like areas that were maybe a bit problematic and like move things around just to remove a bit of the impression of the stretching. But the idea is that those are the most problematic sections that I just showed you. The rest is much more of a breeze, and you don't get much like distortion and that sort of stuff. So it ends up being like a really cool. Like a really viable way for posing characters that are pretty complex, and like any kind of character. Like, I mean, if you're posing a character that's organic with like anatomy and everything, you're still gonna have to like rework like how the anatomy is after like the flexion. So the same idea that stuff have to be like fixed after this step is applicable to organic or to hard surface.
Okay, let's finish with your model in its entirety on the screen, perhaps. Show the
Yeah,
whole
well, actually, you know what? I'm kind of like, I'm loading this model here.
Okay.
And
This is one of my faves.
Yeah, the idea is just to show you that, like, at the same time, characters, depending on like their style or anything, every trick that I showed here can be
Applicable.
Applied, yeah, all the
can
things.
be applied to any style or anything like that, or at least the range of possibility is pretty vast. So for something that like looks compact like this, I'll use the same method to get the same results and everything. So the sky is the limit.
Wow.
It's an angel, right?
It's the sky is the limit, and it's come to that time when we reach for the sky and stretch a bit and say thank you so much. Marco Many Tricks Plouffe here. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Ça fait plaisir.
Superbe. For our French correspondents and people at home, he's got a big smile on his face. We appreciate it. I'm Louis Tucci here live for the ZBrush Summit 2022 with Paul Gabri. We're going to send you off, and we're going to do some giveaways. So thank you again to Marco Plouffe, and I'm sure their fans along all over the world are saying yes, 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 more. But we'll be back after this with some giveaways, all right? Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Thanks, Mark.
My pleasure.
All right. Well, that was amazing. Like I said, double seatbelt for that one. No ejection here. But I got a special, one more time, giveaway.
Special giveaway.
This is involving Marco, actually. Marco has teamed up with the XMD people, and we're going to give away one of those statues.
Come on, what a
We're going
time
to
to
give
be
away
alive.
a war
Wow.
statue
Magnifique.
right now, live.
Can I
We're
do a
giving
jig?
it
Let me
away.
do a jig.
You got to do a jig.
Holy moly,
All
that's worth
right.
dancing for.
So one of you right now is about to win the war figure from XM Studios that Marco just showed.
The guy riding on the horse.
It's in pre-order right now, so obviously if you're the winner, you got to give time for it to be put together, shipped to you. It's not something you're going to be able to get instantaneous.
Does the word flabbergasted
And if
mean
you
anything
live in
to
the
you?
Montreal area, maybe if you're walking the streets and you run into Marco, hey, I have a pen available.
Je me souviens.
Yeah.
Je me souviens.
All right. So let's take a look at the model. I got an image up so you guys can see what we're giving away, of course, just to remember.
Look at
Here's
this
what we're, look at this thing, geez, old piece. And we went, it's big, it's big, it's big, it's big. Get that space. Someone said I only have room for it on my kitchen table. Well, guess what?
Get rid of the table.
Get rid of the table. Make some room, make some room. All right, here we go. Here's our winner for Marco's piece, all right? Martina Nimic. Martina Nimic. I am going to put it in both chats. You are the winner of Marco's war piece from XM Studios. Congratulations. That's a unique one. That's a big one for sure. Thank you for watching. I know we got some more stuff, though, to give away. I'm going to continue giving stuff away. I want to now give away a 4-course bundle. Almost like I'm giving away a meal. Speaking of that. All right, so let's do a XMD Academy 4-course bundle. 4-course bundle. That's 4 little workshops. That's 4 workshops for you to watch again and again. So here is our winner for that. Tatessa Naveen. Tatessa Naveen. Here you go. Let me put those in the chat so you have your name. You see it in the bright lights. You're in Hollywood. There you go. It's happening. Let's keep going, Louis. I keep wanting to give some stuff away.
This guy's the giveaway king.
I might as well have some power when I've got it.
That's the power of ZBrush.
That's the power of my mouse. Here we go. And my keyboard too, tap-a-tap. Or let's do a space mouse from 3D Connections, a Space Mouse Enterprise kit. Let's draw the winner for that and see who we have here for this. Rodrigo Gonzalez. Rodrigo Gonzalez, you are the winner of that wonderful giveaway from our 3D Connection friends. Once again, I've put it in the chat so you can see it. You know what? I'm doing one more.
One more, he says.
I'm doing another one. I'm doing another one. Why not?
Wow.
Wow. Let's do this one. Let's do one of these. All right. Let's go ahead and put this one up. So we're going to do all access membership. An all-access membership here. All right, so let's draw the winner for our all-access membership, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Let's draw the winner for that. Here we go. Great set of instructors. You're going to get Alberto. Memo Alberto. Here you go. Let me put that in the chat as well, so you have that. And you know what, Louis? I'm gonna do one more. I'm feeling good. I'm just feeling good. Raining giveaways over here. Raining giveaways. Let's do it. Let's do one of these. We haven't done one of these yet today. We have not done one of these. There's more coming. Don't you worry. A 1-year subscription to Nomen Workshop. So you've got a plethora, as I
digital gold for
digital gold. Lots of artists you can go and take a look at. You're gonna have 1 year to get so much. Brad, you are a winner. Brad LeMay, you are the winner for that Nomen 1-year subscription.
The MIT of the CG world.
And then, listen, we're not done. We are not done. We've still got more presentations coming. We got still 2 more. We got a beautiful one that's going to be about scan data, the scan truck. Look, we're going to go inside the scan truck. I've said it. We're doing another one of these. You're going to see right inside how photogrammetry works. We're going to be looking at that. And then we have our friend Ara is going to be showing us how you can use scan data. And don't forget, we still have Pixar with Lightyear too today.
Stay tuned.
All these other giveaways. So we look forward to seeing you. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Bye for now.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Hello again, people at home and around the world. Day 2 continues here with the ZBrush Summit 2022. Paul Gabriel with his arms reaching for the sky. I am Louis Tucci, and I am flabbergasted by what I have seen and the stuff that has been shown. I'm sure you are too, watching at home. The saga continues, Paul Gabriel. We are about to do something, another behind the scenes, on location with our...
Unique, another unique.
Unique is an understatement, brother. This is the future of everything hip and cool, and we've got our very own on location ZBrush correspondent and fellow teammate Ian Robinson is going to take us there. But right now in the studio, I want to introduce old-time ZBrush friend and guy's been with us in the community for a number of years. We're happy to see him here on the green screen set, the Mobian Studios in sunny Burbank, California. We've got Ara Kermanikian, and he's here waving hello at the people. Let's get a shot of Ara. Say hello. We're going to go live with the scan truck outside, and we're going to be, are we doing a scan?
We're doing scan.
Are we scanning you or me?
No.
We're not scanning me, are we?
Me or you. No, we're not scanning you. No.
Are you kidding me? Look at all that hair.
We're not scanning you.
Okay,
we're going to be scanning Ian.
We're scanning Ian?
Yeah, we're scanning Ian.
A scoundrel.
Yes.
I can't believe it. No wonder he didn't say, no wonder he was so coy. He said, oh, I'll do it. I said, okay, cool, here we go. So without further ado, it's going to be Ara Kermanikian, Jigs Love, and Vlad Gallet taking us on a wild ride through the 3D Scan Truck Tour. And I am Louis Tucci and Paul Gabriel. Let's take it over to Ian live now in the parking lot.
Awesome. Well, hey, welcome everybody. My name is Ian Robinson. I'm with the Maxon team, and I'm here in Burbank, California. And we're looking at this massive truck behind me called the Scan Truck, and we're going to take a deep dive on what happens with photogrammetry in this thing. So come with me. Let's do a ride. Paul, Louis, always awesome to chat with you. So if you have any questions, or the audience does, feel free to bug me. But let's see what this is all about, because it's wild.
Hey, welcome aboard the Scan Truck spaceship.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you doing? Thank you. It's going good. So, who are you? Introduce yourself, please, so everybody can know who you are.
Yeah, I'm Jigs, and this is Vlad, and we built the Scan Truck here. This is actually the second version of it.
Looking good, guys. Looking good.
Yeah, of the rig, but we built the original one in my garage. Classic story, right?
No, you really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool, dude.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, like, I'm seeing a lot of stuff, and I'm sure the audience is, like, blown away already just by the presence of this. But I'm seeing a little pup over here. Can you explain what is this?
This is the late Shmoo, my English bulldog that we 3D scanned, and then Locke over at there you have it 3D printed him and made us a golden Shmoo to have him always with us, which is he's kind of our mascot.
That's super cool, and that happened here.
Yeah. So come on in, check this out.
Cool.
So this is, like I said, this is the second version of our mobile photogrammetry studio. This one is 160 DSLR cameras. We have the Canon SL3s. We got 216 custom LED cross-polarized strobes.
Wow.
So essentially, we'll do this with you in a bit, but essentially, the person stands here in the middle, stands in this position, and we take a photograph from every angle all at once, and then reconstruct that into a 3D model, where we give that to someone like you in ZBrush to go in and clean it up.
Perfect.
And
you know I'm going to want to do that.
Yeah. This is perfect.
Cool. So all the magic happens here. You take the shot, but there's more to it than that, right? It's just not a click, we're done. It has to be processed in some way.
Yeah, that's Vlad's department. So
cool.
he runs our post-processing division. And
yeah, so we got our mobile workstation here. So this is kind of like the mission control. So we got a computer that's operating the rig, so we can actually scan from this laptop.
Wow.
And the reason why we picked a laptop is because this is actually really easily replaceable.
Okay.
So we got a bunch of these on the truck in case if we need to like switch them out. And then we have our main operating workstation, and this is the beefy machine. Okay. So up in the front of the truck over the cupola area, we got a server rack with a powerful machine so that we can actually process the data on site.
Nice,
so
okay.
We can scan, process. We got an onboard generator, so we can actually power this entire rig, and we can go and scan anywhere.
So this is 100% mobile. So anywhere in the world where this truck can actually be, you guys take it. So have you gotten to like some crazy, wild, like like locations, fun locations you guys been?
Yeah. I mean, for Dune, we were out in the desert. That was pretty awesome. And it was actually kind of nice for the elements when it was super hot. We got 3 ACs on board, so we're kind of chilling. We had crew members kind of coming in and hanging out and being like, oh yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Nice.
But yeah, and also just going to celebrities' houses and stuff. You know, being able just to kind of like zip in and zip out with this rig. The other rig that we just built is even bigger. That one's based out of Atlanta right now.
Okay.
And that lends better to places with more space.
Okay.
So like LA, you've got some older studios and things. You know, this is a 24-foot box truck. So this is right at the brink of.
The wind is hitting us right now.
Yeah. See, feeling that cross.
Yeah, I love it. This is great. It's great space. I mean, you're cozy too. Look at this.
We got to keep it comfy, especially on set. You know, you're on 12, 14-hour days. You want to be comfortable and.
Yeah.
And we always try and create a fun vibe for people on here, you know, and play music, and it's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
So where can this technology be used? You know, my first guess is, okay, I want to be put into a video game or maybe a film or maybe 3D printed, but like, what is the range that this technology really takes you? What can you implement it in?
Sure, we'll go over some of that. We'll show some examples. I mean, everything from, you know, AR, VR, film, TV, all things metaverse, you know, I mean, video games, we've just now started to get more into the games, which is fun. They've got a lot bigger volume too. You start doing like sports teams and stuff like that.
Cool.
And it's really cool because it's like, you know, the applications are endless, and you know, just watching the technology explode in general and being kind of on the cutting edge of that. I mean, it's never a dull moment for sure.
No, you must be enjoying it because this is super awesome. Cool. Well, you mentioned some video
let's check it
clips.
out.
Let's check those out.
Yeah. You want to cue it up? So we're not going to have audio on these, so maybe we can talk about some of the stuff that you're seeing quickly cut through.
There's the truck.
That was the first version of the rig. So you'll notice we painted everything white in there, and that was using specular light.
Okay.
So, and that was different cameras, different lights, different rig. So we ended up just shredding this rig, taking everything out, and painting the room black. And now we're going cross-polarized light, which actually gives you a lot of like subdermal blood flow, a lot of the details that you wouldn't get with specular.
I saw a lot of posing of the faces too. Like you can get different facial expressions and then be able to just you want to be screaming. I can be screaming like that's. Yeah. It doesn't always have to be stoic, or is there a time and a place for that to be put in?
Yeah, you know, the more facial action coding system poses that you scan, the more abilities you have to show with your blend shapes.
Nice.
So, I mean, technically you could take one neutral scan and start morphing it, but it's just not going to look as real as if you get these real dynamic expressions. So sometimes you do upwards of, 100 plus facial scans and create all those blend shapes.
Yeah. So that's good for anybody who's into blend shapes and trying to get into some more crazy animation, but with lifelike, this could definitely help with that process. That's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's like one of those things, the more you put into it, the more realistic the model becomes.
Oh, nice. Okay. So it's not just a click and we're done. Like you could do a lot, but you want to invest more essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We also wanted to show you a little bit of like a video of our studio.
Yeah.
So you can get an idea of what we kind of go through day to day and all the different toys that we got.
Let's do it. That's super cool.
So this is a robotic scanning solution that we built. We used a KUKA arm, a structure light laser scanner, and a high megapixel single camera for photogrammetry with cross-polarized light. That's for objects.
Okay.
That was the original scan truck.
And you can see that the truck is parked right inside the studio.
Yeah.
So it's
pull it in, take it, park it. Like, that's cool.
It's like our spaceship that's like docked at the port,
Yeah. Now I saw some shiny bits in there. Is specular really easy to capture, or do you have tricks for that?
We got some tricks for that.
Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Wow, this is really intense, and like there's so much happening, but it's so cool that it's portable. That's what I'm really digging about it. You said 160 cameras?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's really like opened up a lot of doors for us. There's certain talent that just they don't want to deal with it, and when we can come to their house, they literally come outside for a couple of minutes if we just need 1 or 2 scans, and they're like, okay, I'll do that. So it's opened up projects that I think wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Wow.
And it's fun for us. I mean, we're always in different situations and kind of like having crazy experiences with the truck. So
yeah, that's super cool. I mean, Paul, Louis, you seeing half of this stuff?
It's mind-blowing. It's just about as mind-blowing as that T-shirt he's wearing, which looks like me on the front of it. It's insane. The whole thing is blowing my mind.
T-shirt's wild.
This reminds me to be here now, always. Because otherwise my head's in a million places with the tech. You know, you got to keep it centered, otherwise it gets
perfect. Oh, that's super cool. Okay, so I'm really curious. I'm really curious what it's going to look like when you scan me.
Yeah, you want to get scanned?
Can we get scanned?
Yeah,
do
sure.
that? Yeah, then we'll come back to this. That's great.
Of course.
Perfect, perfect.
Cool. We'll come on in.
We're going to do it.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go, getting scanned. They already want the model, Ian. They said, how fast are we getting the model, Ian?
Put both feet there and stare in that direction. That's great.
And then you
put your
like
hands
this?
out. That's great. Spread your fingers a little bit more.
About to go into the Matrix, Ian.
Perfect. Now, my favorite part. I'm going to raise you up into position.
Oh, here we go.
Going up.
Stay still, Ian. Stay still.
Great. All right, Vlad, are you ready?
Okay, and I am ready.
All right, and holding. 3, 2, 1. Nice.
Just like that.
Yeah, now you see all the different images. So we broke up your body into quadrants. We focused a lot on the face. We have different lenses, you know, zoomed in on the face, the hands. Hands are really tricky. There's a lot of occlusions in between the fingers. So
okay, yeah, that's why you wanted me to really spread them. That makes
totally.
sense.
And also that awesome position that you're standing in, almost like a TSA. Like.
Yeah. Go ahead, pat me down.
Right.
Wow, this is really, really cool. Wow.
So that's it right there. I mean, even with that, just a single A pose, you know, you can create so much content with even just something like that, you know.
Wow.
Now, if we were to build out a full avatar of you, we'd want to do a base scan.
Yeah.
So probably in shorts, no shirt, you know, as much skin as possible to get all that information. And then we would layer the clothing on, like if you had a jacket and different stuff, so we could break it all out and retopologize it all separately and have it move so it's not all kind of glued to you.
Yeah. That's super cool.
And then the facts as well and building that out. But what's really cool though, you know, like you can always build on these things.
Right.
That's what I like. You know, we've done a lot of talent where you know they just needed a full body A pose for the project. And I said, well, hey, while we have them here, why don't we do some blend shapes? You know, let's get a couple outfits, whatever. And then, you know, a year or two later, they come back with another project. They're like, oh, we need his face to be animated. It's like, okay, well, we have that in the can, you know?
Yeah,
so it's kind of cool.
That's cool. I like that. Well, it's also really simple. I mean, as the audience just saw right now, I just walked in there, you set me up, and then you fired it off. Now, I know that part's easy, but how long would you say it takes to stitch this together just to have something that then could be worked on? So from time to scan to computer process.
Sure. It really depends on the processing power of your computer. Okay. So, I mean, this probably took us anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
And, you know, it depends on the resolution that you're trying to achieve. But you can see that these are the still images, and we got 160 of these frames. And now with the software called Reality Capture, we took all of them and aligned them in a 3D space.
Nice.
So you can see that each one of these little icons, and I can actually make it a little bit larger to show you.
Wow.
These are all of the images that we've just taken and aligned them in space.
Wow. And because I'm seeing color right now, you're able to get textures off of this as well, or at least have some sort of color reference for the artist who ends up cleaning it up?
Well, that's the beauty of photogrammetry. That's the best thing about it, is that not only you get the geo, and I can show you what that looks like. So right now in the solid view, you'll see the model without any texture information. And this is completely raw. So we took the images, reconstructed, and you can see that it's looking pretty nice, right?
Yeah, I mean, it already looks like a statue.
Ready for 3D print, right?
Yeah.
We should do you next.
Okay.
And then we add the color through projecting these images on top of the mesh.
Wow.
And we end up with a hyper-realistic model. Now, this, of course, is not finished. There's still a process of cleanup, you know, in ZBrush, obviously. And then retopology, rigging, and getting this model optimized for a game engine, and then, of course, animation.
Nice. Wow, this is a lot. Paul, Louis, do we have any audience questions?
I got a
'Cause I'm
question
sure-
coming through. Just a techie question here. What's the shutter speed that they're putting the cameras at?
Techie question. Shutter speed, which I like. What is it?
So for this, we're at what, 1/10?
Yeah, for this one actually is interesting because the strobes dictate the shutter speed.
Right.
Right.
So we had, actually I'm going to show you a slide where we had a previous iteration of this truck.
Yeah.
We used what's called diffuse lighting.
Okay.
So the LEDs were actually pointed on the outside of the truck and bouncing off the walls.
Nice.
So it was like a diffuse lighting condition.
Nice.
So then our shutter speed really mattered, whereas the strobes are pointed at the subject, and it's just a blink of an eye. So I actually wanted to show you another slide of us building the rig.
Whoa.
This is the original OG, circa 2018.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy that how much has changed from 2018 to now 2022. It's only a few years, and yet, I mean, the setup looks similar, but I'm sure there's a lot of differences too.
Totally.
Well, that's the cool thing about our field is that the technology is changing so fast that we're constantly trying to keep up and learning new skills, learning new ways of doing it. And this is this is the first truck we build. We also build a trailer that is now deployed in basically East Coast. It takes care of all of the East Coast region from Atlanta to New York to Albuquerque, New Mexico. And this is the second one we built. We learned we used what we learned on this one and applied it here. And then trust me, the next one we build is going to be a lot different too.
I'm sure, 100%. Yeah, wow. I mean, honestly, this stuff is so cool. I'm kind of speechless on it because it's just, I know some photography, I did a little bit myself, but like this just takes it on a whole nother level because you're taking what essentially was just once to capture a moment, and now you're just taking that moment and you can essentially change it and manipulate it and put it wherever you need to, and that's super cool.
Yeah, and I like it for historical preservation. You got artifacts, you've got like sports memorabilia, you got music memorabilia, you got so many like different like places you can go with it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
wow.
This is a list that we put together because I mean, us getting into this field, we really just it's games, it's movies, but as soon as we started digging deeper into it, like all of these other avenues opened up that we never even imagined.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been really fun, and we got some.
I see you got reverse engineering. Could you talk about that a little bit? What does that mean? Because that's just that seems very like vague, but I'm sure you have a very specific. Can you talk about it?
Yeah, of course. That's the technical side of our business.
Okay.
So this is when we take a part, whether it be part of the car or maybe an airplane, and we 3D scan it, and then we create drawings so that the technical team can actually manufacture the part. So it's basically taking something that's already in existence, digitizing it, and then building it back up to that original part. But now you can, use different CNC milling techniques and essentially mass produce it.
Wow.
So sometimes, if an airplane is old and then like the part can no longer be manufactured, we can reverse engineer it and make that part.
Wow, that's clever.
3D scanning.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in LA, so there's car culture galore.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm sure there's guys hitting you up being like, I have this 1960 something that I need.
I'm salivating right now, Ian.
Yeah, but Babish will show you the laser scanner. It gets down to the 0.25 microns or something. I mean,
wow,
thing's pretty awesome.
Okay, cool.
So here's some of the works recent works. We were on Wakanda Forever. That was amazing. Beautiful film.
Yeah.
And Dune and
Scanning hot in the desert. It was pretty cool experience for us. Yeah.
Especially with AC, I'm sure you guys were just fine, like you were mentioning earlier. That's so cool.
Yeah, and Doctor Strange 2, that was fun. A lot of the Marvel stuff, and it's just cool to see, like we basically entertain all different types of projects. I mean, we from every level, and there's kind of pros and cons to all of it, But working with Marvel on some of the really high level stuff has been, educational to say the least, for sure. Like every time we're there, they're like, "Oh, hey, can you try this, try that?" We're like, "Okay," like trying to figure it out,
Yeah, for sure.
So this little clip shows our work with Konami.
This drone pilot was amazing, by the way.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
Right?
Going all inside the trailer, giving us the 360 view. Pretty cool,
That's some
right?
trust right there.
You know how tight it is in there.
Yeah.
Look, he ducks this bar right here too.
Whoop. Whoa.
Yeah, so we've been getting into that. Here's with Rockstar. We did Grand Theft Auto, so we did Dre and Jimmy.
Nice.
It was cool pulling up to his house. This is really important for us to be able to provide that service.
Yeah.
And we did this, when COVID was still in effect. So it was really cool because there's basically very minimal crew, and we can go to places and get the production going, even though a lot of places were stopped. We could still operate.
Nice.
Yeah, we
nice.
parked on his basketball court.
That's pretty sweet. Okay, to have a basketball court, that's pretty ballers.
Yeah.
Well, so question before you, because you mentioned some outside tech,
Yeah.
which is really cool, but just real quick, like if there's anyone interested in trying to get into this field, do you have any just beginner-friendly tips you'd like to let them know what to look for? I mean, did you guys have photography experience yourself?
Yeah,
that you were
totally.
This was something that you could transition to?
Yeah.
I would say start with one camera first before you get into a rig like this. Because essentially what you can do with a single camera, all of the same principles apply in a camera rig like this.
Right.
So if you can get really good and basically, learn all the tricks and learn the software, then you can get into this.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so start crawling, don't start running.
Which is kind of cool too to think. Like I've really loved watching, even with music, and when Ableton came out, it just really leveled the play field for people. You don't need to have a record label to make amazing music now, and same thing with this. It's like one camera, get some beta versions of some photogrammetry software, start playing with it,
Yeah.
I just love how accessible it is for everyone,
Yeah, that's
Pretty
super cool. Paul, go ahead. You got a question coming in.
Yeah, well, actually, I think because you were asking about how to get in, someone was asking, do they work with freelancers? Like, how if somebody wants to get it scanned, how do they work with them?
Oh, do you guys work with freelancers? Like somebody who's interested in this technology and wanting to figure it out?
Absolutely.
And scan themselves?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
And
we also have our virtually conscious sector of our company. So when people have projects that help make the world a better place, revolved around education, helping people in some way, we're always game to try and help make those projects happen. So we'll
How do they handle the bottom?
whatever we can to help make those projects happen. And especially we've been building our team. It's so funny. I was thinking about it with ZBrush Online. We're always building our ZBrush team. So
nice.
Different artists that are looking to either freelance or potentially come on full time with us. We're always trying out different artists, and
Nice.
yeah.
Okay,
It
cool.
takes a village.
For sure.
Definitely hit us up on info at the scan truck.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
totally.
Well, the scan truck, that's so easy to remember.
We were going to be Photogrammetry, but that was just like...
No, that's a mouthful. We had another question. How do you handle the bottom of somebody? So the whole I'm assuming that's the question.
That's a great question, yeah.
I'm all trying to dance this question out. How do you handle the bottom?
Yeah. So there's definitely limitations, and some areas will be occluded. So the way to solve the mystery of what's on the bottom of your foot is to actually take texture photography.
Okay.
Or sometimes we'll scan the shoes separately and combine that scan data. But basically anything that we can get with the camera rig, we'll do texture photography, and then that data can be added to the overall data set.
Okay. Is there ever a time where maybe you just have the artist and ZBrush kind of make up, they have enough information that makes the person what it is, but is there ever a point where it's like, that we didn't get their foot, just go ahead and sculpt a foot? Does that ever happen sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes, artists have to do a little interpretation.
Yeah.
But of course, we'll, if the actor can do it, we'll just tell him to stand
take
on
his
their
shoes
hands.
off. Let's go. Okay, cool, man, cool.
Nice.
Paul, does the audience have any more questions? Louis, do you guys have any?
Yeah, there's more questions coming through. Another tech question, obviously, because he brought up start with one camera. I guess this could be a couple. What camera are they using and lenses are they using? And then what Vlad was saying, start with one camera. What would he recommend for that one camera?
Okay, cool. So, all right, so this is a big question. All right, but because I know we got more to show.
Sure.
But what camera and lenses are you using? And more specifically, you've mentioned one camera. Vlad, what would be the camera and lens setup you would have them use if it was just one?
Sure. You want to take the first one?
Sure, yeah. These are the Canon SL3s. They're great. We actually had Nikon.
Full frame?
No.
Okay, so
Yeah,
crop.
Crop.
Perfect.
Yep. And we use a variety of lenses, Vlad. What do we have? We got 50s, 50 millimeter primes.
Yeah, 50s and 35s.
Yeah.
Those are kind of like the go-to. Up to 70 millimeters on the face.
Okay.
So we're trying to get as much detail on the face as possible. So we're trying to crop in.
So that's why you go with crop body though too, right? Because you got
helps.
the 50 mil and that kicks you to almost 85. So
And you don't want like too wide. You don't want to go too distorted if you're trying to, when you're overlapping the images, you got that distortion.
It's better to have more overlap than to have super wide angle lens.
okay, cool.
I would say that's true.
And then what? Oh, go ahead.
If you're shooting with a single camera, I would say something that's full frame would be cool.
Okay.
Because you get a lot of data for that, and if you're spending the money, like to get 160 full frame cameras would be really expensive.
Yeah.
But if you're getting one, get the full frame.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like a Sony Alpha 7, and like as far as the lens, I would say a nifty 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tack
Perfect.
sharp. Tack sharp.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Prime,
Cool.
definitely.
So would my Canon 60D crop body 50 mil work? If I want to
That'd be
go
great.
home and start going. shooting?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna try it.
I love it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So I know there's more questions,
Yeah.
but we have outside stuff to do.
check it out.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna go out that way, if you don't
Cool.
mind leading
Yeah,
the way.
please. Vabish, we're coming for you.
All right.
Perfect, perfect. Man, this stuff is super cool. Like, I'm just, wow. All right, I'm gonna come back here. What's happening?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. My name's Ian. Who are you?
Babish.
Labish, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, okay, we got a light bulb. We got some trigonometry thing happening here. Can you
Yeah.
explain what's happening?
Sure, sure. I think you just went through the photogrammetry pipeline, right?
Yes.
So photogrammetry with cross-polarized light is phenomenal for textures, and you get really good 16K quality, texture maps. So everything looks really good in terms of the color space.
Yeah.
But photogrammetry kind of works like your cell phone.
Okay.
It's like triangulation.
Okay.
Right. So your phone knows where it is based off pinging off 3 towers, right?
Right.
So if you have objects like that don't have features or is black in color or highly specular, then photogrammetry has a tough time.
Right.
So I'll give you an example, right? Now imagine you're the camera in
Okay.
there, and this is an object, right?
Okay.
So as I rotate, you know where you are in
Right.
3D space in relative to this.
Okay.
But what if I do this?
Okay. I see what
Now
you
you
did
don't know
there.
where you are.
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So the algorithm has a tough time when it has to work with anything that's very shiny
Okay.
because light bounces off of it. Anything that's black because there's no information in there, or anything that's highly specular,
Okay.
right? So that's where this comes into play.
Okay. Cool.
So this is called structured light scanning, and what you have here is a scanner. And in typical structured light scanning, you still have to put stickers on an object to know where the scanner is in relative space.
Okay.
But with this, you don't have to.
Perfect.
Because these targets that are all around this scanning head are seen by those 2 cameras.
Okay. So this is talking to that machine that's always updating it on the fly.
Exactly.
Wow.
So
That's
you-
super cool.
Yeah, so you've got a pitch axis, you've got a roll axis, and you've got a yaw axis.
Oh, so you're flying an aircraft.
Exactly. That's all day long.
That's so cool.
And yeah, so all these targets have a unique ID.
Yeah.
And they're seen by those 2 cameras there.
Okay.
And that's how it knows where in space it is, and that's how it can scan the object.
That's super awesome. So, I don't know. Can we run through an example of some sort? Like,
let's make it difficult.
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Let's do it
Okay.
even more.
Let's get
Oh my God. This
the pharaoh head.
Okay, so not only is it a pharaoh head,
Yeah.
but this thing is like, I can see myself
Absolutely.
in it. So this is a mirror finish almost.
Yep.
And you're going to scan this.
Absolutely.
You got that, right?
Yeah.
Paul, Louis, audience?
That is just.
You want to bet on it?
No, I believe you because you're here, but it's like, just, it's
a tough one.
it doesn't always translate. That's tough. That has to be tough.
That's a monument of a different kind.
All right. I'm going to stop talking.
All right, go
I'm going
ahead.
to start scanning.
With the monument challenge, I like it.
All right, you ready?
Perfect. Let's do it, yeah.
What's he doing? What kind of black magic is this?
I know, right? It's just intense. Absolutely.
There we go. Long scan. And boom.
What does the audience think of this setup? Because this is another
So,
level. We
if you
had
look at the
photogrammetry
TV in real
and then
time,
this.
it just constructs instantly.
What?
And this is like spray painting. So you're just
That's
spraying
so
it.
wild.
Wow.
And yeah, the only thing
It's
is you
creating
can lock the
right
cameras.
on the computer instantly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, that's going. That's another level of awesomeness
Yeah.
right there. Now, yeah, so we accidentally broke this connection here,
Yeah.
but at the same time, like, yeah, you're just spraying and praying, so to
That's
speak.
exactly what you got to do. That's it.
That's so cool. So how long does it take to, after you're done scanning it,
Yeah.
would you say, how long does it take to actually process on the computer? Is it like, it looked real time,
Yep.
but I'm sure there's like a construction process. How long does that usually take?
It's so the scan's instant.
Okay.
And it's live.
Wow.
But it's still considered raw data.
Okay.
Right. It still needs the cleanup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that I don't need a modeler anymore. I don't need a hot surface modeler.
You don't need me anymore?
No. I need to hang on.
Okay.
Well, I did that because I don't know how to model.
Okay.
Because I have this.
I got you.
But it makes life so much easier because
Yeah.
now you have this will probably take me about 5 to 6 minutes to scan.
Right.
And now I've got a raw mesh
Yeah.
that I can go bring in a ZBrush or any other platform that you have and edit it, resculpt it, add things onto it.
Nice.
And like I said, this is used for objects like this, which is impossible to get in any other way.
No, absolutely. And so now, I mean, I'm just blown away.
Yeah.
Seriously, this
Yeah.
is super cool. So, I mean, this is a little bit more portable. So, but it's more condensed. I mean, that inside was pretty condensed. But what are the limitations of scanning? Can you scan big objects, or is this maybe focused more on something smaller?
I mean, we've scanned airplanes.
I'm sorry, what?
We've scanned an airplane.
Skip. Okay, that's it.
What about the other way, Ian? How small can it go?
Yeah, it's very modular.
Okay, well, how small can you go?
Okay, I'll give you some details. So the precision of this is 65 microns.
Okay.
Which is 0.025 millimeters.
Cool. So tiny.
Very, very tiny.
Perfect.
And it's great for reverse engineering.
Wow.
Because it's absolutely accurate data.
Yeah.
And you could take that data, and the limitation right now is your 3D printer. Because
Okay.
it can't print something that fine.
Right.
So in 10 years from now, when technology is caught up on the printable end,
Yeah.
this data is still relevant.
But can this also be used for CNC?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
it's end-to-end. So you can scan it. You have a mesh
Yeah.
that you can pull surfaces off it and have a CAD file.
Okay.
And then you could throw it as an IGES file or an STL file, and you can feed it to a CNC, a 3D printer,
Yeah.
and you can make molds out of it. You could do
Sweet.
whatever you want to.
Perfect.
It's a lot of fun.
So Ian, if they're doing something
Yeah,
more with a
it is.
glass,
And it's,
or crystal, do they have
I'm just
to
gonna
powder
reset
it with that
this.
scanner?
So we had a question coming in.
Yeah.
When you're doing something that's really glass, like this, for example,
Yeah.
this is very see-through. Do you have to do a special powder or a gloss, or can you just scan it as is?
Just scan it.
Just scan it as is.
You don't need any matting spray. You don't need anything like that. I'm just going to reset this if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Yeah. So it looks like they don't need to powder it or spray it. Yeah, that's amazing.
And you don't need trackers either.
You don't need trackers either.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what these trackers do, right? So it knows the pitch, roll, and yaw axis.
Wow.
So here's for the person who had the question about the light bulb.
Yeah.
We'll set it up. So actually, now that we have this screen, I can walk you through a few things, right?
Okay, cool.
There we go. This is actually cool. So what we do is we actually calibrate this C-track with this particular bar, and I think we call it the rain dance because it is kind of like a rain dance.
Oh,
so you got
interesting.
this reference here, and you walk, and it gives you a green mark. So there you go. You hit the green mark, and this is how you define your space. So when I want to extend my volume and I want to scan something bigger, I can just infinitely go and extend my space.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so when you scan something, can you you're scanning it to scale essentially, if I'm understanding you correctly?
Absolutely. it's the accuracy is 0.025 millimeters.
Wow.
So you can't cheat that.
No, not at all. That's wild. I'm just gonna be on this side so you can
Yeah.
do your rain dance. That's really awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a quick. So the thing is because it's so precise, the temperature actually affects the calibration.
Oh, okay.
So because we're out here in the sun and the temperature is changing so rapidly, it affects the calibration file.
So you would do this more maybe indoors typically?
Oh, absolutely. In a temperature controlled room, that would be great because then you get accurate information.
What's the ideal temperature, would you say?
What's comfortable, like 72 in Sony.
Okay, nice.
That's nice.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's actually, I'm the limiting factor here, not that. Because if it gets too hot, I don't like it.
Right. Cool. Well, we have a few more minutes, so, but yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't even like begin to fathom this technology, but it's super cool. And I can definitely see how it can be very easy to integrate things from the real world into whatever projects you happen to be working on.
Absolutely. It is kind of like the future of what it is, right? Like it's when you get highly precise objects that's very easy to scan, it's essentially a tool. And now it's like you scan something, you've got a 3D model of it in the digital space, and the world's your oyster. You can do whatever you want with it.
Okay, cool. I might have some car parts too.
Good one.
So Paul, Louis, I'm sure more questions are coming in. Hit me with your best shot, guys. What do you got?
Yeah, so they were asking again what that scanner's made of. What is it, kind of lights? What's exactly?
So what's the scanner made of exactly? Like some people are still asking like.
Sure. So these are all aluminum tubing.
Okay.
And these are trackers that have a unique ID.
Okay.
So each tracker has basically like an RFID.
Okay.
That has a unique signature. You've got two cameras down here. And then you've got the laser projector there, and it's a blue laser.
Okay.
And it projects a pattern on the object, and it's witnessed by these cameras.
Oh, okay.
So these cameras are capturing information in real time. The two cameras on the C-track are noticing these trackers, so it knows exactly where it is, and that's how the scan happens.
Okay.
And you've got basically three different modes. Like a typical camera, you've got shutter speed, which controls in a camera, shutter speed controls one of the three functions. You get f-stop, shutter speed, and ISO. A shutter speed in a structured light scanner, it depends on the object.
Okay.
So if you're scanning something black or highly chromatic or specular, you bump up the shutter speed.
Okay.
So it increases the strength of the laser, so the pattern's more recognizable.
Nice.
And that's how you scan it.
Okay.
And then if you're scanning something on white, you go like an HDR, so you go low shutter speed.
Right.
And that's how you're able to capture that information.
Wow.
And
That's super impressive.
it's actually very intelligent. So if you had an object that's white, chrome, black, all in one plate, I can put it on a high dynamic range, and it'll automatically adjust the shutter speed as I scan the whole thing.
Wow.
And I don't have to do anything.
So you set it up.
Set it up in
start scanning?
HDR, and scan it.
That's crazy. Man.
It's fun.
This is super, super cool.
It is.
We are really excited to also see how this is going to be translated, because we know we have Ara on set with Paul and Louis, and they're definitely going to be going over a little bit of the cleanup process.
Yeah.
Before we do that, does the audience have any final questions they'd like to ask before we kick it back to you, Paul and Louis?
Yeah, one last question, because this is so portable, especially with the truck. There's obviously movement happening in the truck. Do they have to recalibrate the cameras when they get to their destination, or how do they lock everything down?
Oh, great question. So they're asking about, because everything's so portable for the truck and this setup here, what does the calibration time look like to set things up? Is that like a big process, or?
No. So for this, you need about 20 minutes for all the systems to get up to temperature and spec.
Okay.
So it's kind of like how a gyroscope spools up, right?
Okay.
It just needs a little bit of time. And this is calibration of this. So in 30 minutes, we could be good to go.
30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Wow, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That is super impressive.
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes to pack it up, 30 minutes to calibrate it, and then you can scan it for a whole day.
So it's really quick. So you can just
Absolutely.
show up on a set, give yourself a couple minutes, get everything going, and then start scanning, and then pack up.
Yeah.
And just make millions. That's super awesome.
It is, and I mean, like, I think in traditional like VFX and film sets, they have like the Faro, where they go and it's a LiDAR that goes around and captures environments.
Yeah.
And that's portable as well. But if it's high detail and accuracy that you want, you can treat this the exact same way.
Okay. Now you said you scanned a plane. How long did that take you, if you remember?
I do. It
I'm
took
so
me,
sorry.
I mean, we really went very, very accurate. Like, you can go down and see the lettering on the actual switches.
Wow.
But it took me about, I think 6 hours.
Okay. 6 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a Ferrari with,
and we
with
got
our
all the
name
cat
on it,
files as
Ian.
well. So it's good fun.
Well, my buddy Louis has a Ferrari, so.
Okay. we have scanned a car. We scanned a Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's really awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. This has been amazing, super eye-opening, and just wonderful to get to see new technology that's going to always change the way we work as artists.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we definitely need hard surface modelers.
Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'll tell a couple of my friends that too. All right, Paul, Louis, I'm going to let you take it away from here. But thank you again, the Scan Truck, coming out here and hanging out with us. This is super awesome.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ian Robinson on location yet again with another home run. Paul Gavery, the song continues, the hits keep on coming.
And look who we've got with us, as you mentioned.
We have Ara Kerminikin, and he's here live with us. I got Paul Gavery.
Yep.
And what are you going to do for us now?
Well, I'm going to do a brief presentation, and then I'm going to show how you can take this amazing stuff that they do in the Scan Truck and their scanning devices, and then how you can start using that in ZBrush. ZBrush is the hub for everything you can use it for, so I'll share some of my experiences and my work with it. So I don't know if you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, they'll put it up.
Oh, yeah, they got you covered.
All right.
We got you covered. We'll put it up here. Just giving them. There you go.
Cool. All right. So I'll do a brief introduction of myself. One thing that's kind of key is that I am a ZBrush Live streamer, and I stream every Friday night from 7 to 9 p.m. LA time. So you guys can tune in, ask me questions about the stuff or any of the other things that I work on. You can see I mostly work on hard surface stuff, mechs and whatnot. So you can do that. To get a hold of me, I'm pretty active on some of the social medias, Instagram most of all. So here's my link tree if you want to get a hold of me. And if you want to see my work, you can see it at kermaco.com. So please connect with me on the socials. And if you have any questions about my work, tune in on my ZBrush Live streams, and I'll be more than happy to answer them for you. I actually don't work for the Scan Truck. I work for a company called Autograph, and you can see some examples of things that I work on in here. I work with a very amazing creative team, and they do amazing stuff. Of course, I contribute to that. So I do this kind of work, working on scans and whatnot, and also modeling things like this football, etc. So that's what I do during the day, and of course I do a bunch of other fun ZBrush stuff at night. So shout out to my team over at Autograph, and here I also want to let you guys know how I know these folks from the Scan Truck, and that's because I wanted to do a tutorial on this, and I did it for the Gnomon Workshop a while back, and I partnered with the folks at Scan Truck, and they basically did the scanning portion of it, and then I did the cleanup portion of it. So if you guys are interested in seeing more of this stuff that I'm going to show today in more detail in a tutorial format, you can subscribe to the Gnomon Workshop and watch.
They're also a sponsor.
They are.
Summit,
exactly.
and we're giving away 1 year
if you're one of the lucky ones, you might win a
6
6-month subscription to the Gnomon Workshop.
There you go.
So there's that, and it's
Look
the
at
MIT
this.
of the industry. Here we
Man, it feels like someone planned their show out.
You know, in addition to this, they have a bunch of other really amazing tutorials too. It's really, of all the tutorials, I think they're the MIT or the cream of the crop of tutorials, and it's an honor for me to have my stuff on there.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on, let's talk a little bit about photogrammetry. I think they covered stuff. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, so maybe there'll be some repetition here. But basically, photogrammetry happens with all those cameras. They all take the pictures. The pictures get loaded into software like Agisoft or Reality Capture. And then what happens is, you get into something like this, and then it reconstructs your form with something called a point cloud. And then you can export that out as an FBX. And you get a bunch of things with it, and I'll show you what those are in a minute. But the benefit of photogrammetry is you get likeness. So you definitely get the likeness of the person. I know there are a lot of amazing ZBrush sculptors that do likeness really, really well. Chris Costa being one of them, Marco De Luca, there's quite a few of them. And so they start with a sphere and then they come up with an amazing likeness. But in production, especially in the types of projects that I'm on, we don't have that kind of time to spend to start from a sphere and get it to the likeness. So this gets you the likeness immediately. It gets you proportion, so everything is exactly proportional to what it actually is. And you also get a texture. So with that, I just want to mention that photogrammetry is not like a big deal. It's, of course, if you're going to do professional scans, you could use companies like the Scan Truck, and there's many others internationally. We work with some companies in the UK. So there's a lot of companies that will do this for you. If you're working with talent whose time is very limited, going with a professional service is the best way to go. But you can also do this yourself. So you can do it with a cell phone. So if you have a cell phone, you can download an application like Maxon Moves or Polycam or Scandy. I've got a bunch of them listed here. And you can just go around your subject. If your subject is not moving, if it's just a static object, it's a lot easier to do. If it is if it's a human, you have to get them to be very still. And you also have to worry a little bit about the lighting, but they give you instructions on how to do that. And I've gotten some great results doing that as well. In addition to that, you can also buy scans. You can buy scans from 3D Scan Store, Epic Mega Scans for like terrains and sand and materials and all kinds of fun stuff. Render People has renders you can buy, Turbo Squid, and there are many others. So for ZBrush artists to be able to use photogrammetry data, there's plenty of it out there that you can buy, and if you want to do your own scanning, you can do that as well. And again, if you're going to work with something that's more professional talent, actors, things like that, services like the Scan Truck are the way to go. All right, so that's enough slideware. Let's get into the demo. So first things first, this is what the scan looks like once you load it in. So once you load in the FBX, you can see here that you get a very, very dense model. So looking at this one right here, if you look at the poly count, it's about 20 million polys. So that's quite a bit of data on here. And as I zoom in closer and closer to this, you'll notice that it is, as my teacher at Noman used to say, triangle soup. So it's basically a bunch of triangles. So what happens is that the scan software scans a point cloud. So every one of these vertices is a point that's scanned. And then what happens is that the software connects them all and produces this triangle soup. So the good news is here, if I turn the polyframe off, I've got, not perspective, but polyframe. If I turn the polyframe off, you can see that I've got a perfect likeness. This is definitely me. Everybody can recognize that it's me. And also, I would like to apologize that this is going to be a lot of scans of me and talking about my data. I'm not an egotistical maniac. It's just that we had a different subject we were going to do, but circumstances.
Totally fine. Don't even say anymore. It's good to see you both in the flesh and digitally speaking.
Well, not only that, we're going to pop them up in the environment.
And he's going to pop up in the AR.
That's right.
Lots of aura.
And also, I would like to excuse my little COVID pouch over here. I didn't flatten the curve during COVID, but the good news is this is the kind of stuff that we can easily replicate.
Well, in ZBrush, you a little move brush, and you're good.
Exactly. However, you cannot use the move brush on here because this triangle soup is really not conducive to that kind of stuff. So then you have to use some of the ZBrush capabilities to fix that. Now, in addition to getting this kind of point cloud over here, you also get polypaint. So when I bring up polypaint, you also notice that I definitely get a polypaint of this as well, right? So here's kind of the t-shirt with the material on it. Everything is in pretty much detail. I can zoom in on this quite a bit, and you can see that you can see a lot of the detail.
Let's see your face up on there, and then look up at the camera for the people at home. Look at that.
All right, here we go. Yeah. All right. And I mean, it's pretty amazing. So here, if I hide the polypaint for a second, you can see that it even catches the inside of your retina, and the scan goes all the way inside the lens of your eye to show you that detail. So now we have a perfect representation. We have a great texture as far as polypaint is concerned. And we also, with the software, in the FBX file, we also get a texture map. So we also have a texture map here. If I turn that on, that's there. But if you can see here, the UVs are horrendous, right? Like, what is that? really kind of crazy UVs on this. So again, we get a lot of good stuff, but none of it is usable until it's brought into ZBrush and use some of the ZBrush capabilities to get that stuff out. So the first thing I usually do is I just bring this in and do scaling of it. So I use the Scale Master plugin to make sure that this is to scale. And also, let me go over to my other subtool here. So going over to this subtool here, so this is the same, I have two scans. The one I showed you was processed using reality capture. This one is used using Agisoft, and for some reason Agisoft gave me a Yondu fro over here. So we'll also see how we can correct issues like that. So first things first, the first thing I do is I bring in a one scale cube, and the way that that works, and do I have it on solo? I don't. Where are you, cube? Oh, is it in here? Yep. All right, so I have a 1 foot cube that I bring in. Again, Scale Master does that for me. So here under Scale Master, basically the things that I do is that I, where are you? Scale Master, here we are. Okay, so the first thing I do is I go in here and I say set scene scale, and then I basically put in the height. It comes in correctly sometimes with the FBX, but if it doesn't, I can always correct it. And then once that's done, another really important thing to do is to ZBrush Scale Unify. And what that will do is it will put my model, even though it is to scale now, it will put it into ZBrush's working environment of 2 by 2 by 2. Right, so it does that for me as well. And then the last thing is I will go ahead and create a 1 unit helper, which creates this cube. And then I basically have that for reference. I put it in a folder, so it is available for me just for scale reference. Okay, so now we have this data. What do we do with it next? The next thing we do is we examine it. So here, I'm going to turn off my, is there a texture on here? I think there is. So let's turn that off. And let's look at the model, right? So if I'm looking at this model, I will notice that I have some issues. And I don't know if I'm on the right one here. There's a little bit of glare on here, but I should be okay. All right, so I think, you know, like the little Yondu furrow over there, and there's a hole right here. You can see that. Sometimes I was wearing a black pair of pants, so sometimes with black pair of pants, it doesn't really come through. But I just want to point out like what does come through. So you can definitely tell what brand of shoes I'm wearing here. You can definitely look and see the different folds. You can even see the stitching on the t-shirt. If you go to the face here, you can definitely see a lot of detail on the face. You can see my stubble. Again, photogrammetry does not work very well with hair. Luckily, I don't have that on. What's that?
I'm lost.
I know. You would have to put your head up in a ponytail and shave your beard.
There is no me.
You would have made a bald cap.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
This will never fit in a bald. They don't make bald caps that big.
Sure they do.
Come on now.
Maybe a chin one, too.
Chin one, too?
Everything.
Chin cap?
Chin cap.
You can scan my cheeks and my nose and my forehead, maybe. All right.
However, you can fix all that in ZBrush, right?
I know how to do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, you get this kind of like shaving foam kind of stuff that's happening over here. All right, so now we have this thing looking good. What we need to do is fix some things. Another thing that isn't showing up here is that you get these floaty bits, right? So sometimes when you do your scan, there are these things that are kind of come into the scene that are floaty bits. So the best way to get rid of those is you hold Control-Shift and select a little bit of your model like this. And then Control-Shift-A, which I think is visible. All, right?
All, yeah. Show all.
What that will do, show all. And what that will do is basically show you the entire model, but not show you the floaty bits. And then you just go to Delete Hidden, and they go away. So that's one way of fixing that problem.
No more stragglers.
What's that? That's
no more
right.
stragglers.
Yeah, that's an important tip, actually, for those dealing with photogrammetry, because there's always going to be some floating pieces of geometry somewhere, and then you might not even see them either.
Yep.
So select just the main portion and do what Ara just said, for sure.
Right, and then just do that. And I gotta thank you for giving me that tip. Paul is always amazing. So he told me about that, and because before I used to go and select each one of those floaty bits and delete them and then try and find them again. So that really solved my problem. So
glad I could
thank
help.
you.
Pretty good dude.
Glad I could help.
This guy.
Amazing.
I'm just trying.
So the other thing that you notice is that there are holes under the feet here. You can see that they're occluded because of the normals. And so the next thing you do is you go under geometry and close holes. And what that will do is modify topology, close holes here. It will close the holes for you. Again, it will not give you good topology, but it will definitely get you to a state that's good. So instead of doing these things live, I actually have them pre-done. So here is the next model, which is the exact same thing, but with those problems solved. Now, the other thing also you'll notice is that the scan works really a lot in detail in some areas, but in other areas, it's kind of this big blocky area. But none of that is really important right now because we don't really care about that. We're going to clean it up. Another place that has issues is underarms. So here you can see that I've got all this crud over here. Even though I closed the hole, I still have to do a little bit of cleaning up of that. Now, there's no way you are going to be able to do any of this cleanup with this type of topology, right? So the first thing you want to do, I totally forgot to show something. I'll show it later. The first thing you got to do is make sure that you get this into something that's sculptable, right? So the first thing you can do is Dynamesh it. So I would Dynamesh this at the highest resolution possible. So just go in here under Geometry, Dynamesh, and crank this up. Now don't worry about getting the blur here to 0 or anything like that. Just crank this up to 424 and click Dynamesh, and that will give you a Dynamesh model. Now with this Dynamesh model, you can go in and start sculpting on it, right? You can start kind of cleaning up some of this area. So I got rid of my little Yondu fro over there and did a little bit of cleanup under the underarms, but not that much because it's really not that obtrusive, okay? So once you have that, and once you've kind of cleaned it up, just kind of done some sculpting cleanup, the next thing to do is to take this Dynamesh model, and not the original one, and then ZBrush it, okay? And just ZBrush it with the regular ZBrush settings, and in which case you get something like this over here, all right? So, and of course, this is subdivided. So here you basically have the ZBrush model, and this is what it looks like. Of course, you lose a lot of the detail, and there's some really horrible topology going on here. But that doesn't matter at this point because what you're doing is you're just getting this to a state where you can start subdividing it and then doing multi-level sculpting on it. And what I mean by multi-level sculpting on it is that you can make big sweeping changes. Like here, I've moved the arms down from the original posture, which was this, okay? And you don't want to do that with millions of polygons. You want to do that with the least amount of polygons as possible. So, whoops, I showed something over here that, okay, here we go. All right, so basically, you can do big gestural changes at this low level of subdivision, and then you can start walking this thing up. So you walk it up to the next level of subdivision, et cetera. Now, while you're doing this, and before you make the sweeping change, what you do is you ZBrush it, and then you project. So you project the original model. So the original model had 20 million polygons. This one, at the lowest subdivision level, is at about 9,000 polys. So it's not really that much. You subdivide it and subdivide it and subdivide it. So here, I'm just going to go ahead and continue my subdivision level, hide polyframe. And you want to get it to the exact number of polys, or not the exact, but kind of a close number of polys to what you had before. And what we have here is about 23 million. So I went a little bit over. That's fine. Again, every time you subdivide, you're multiplying your topology by 4. So you can actually get it exactly the same, but a little bit over doesn't matter. ZBrush will eat up 20 million polygons like there's no tomorrow. So you're good there. And now, this is where most of the work happens. You can just go down in subdivision levels and do cleanup. So Shift D to go down in subdivision levels and kind of maybe fix that area under the arm. And then you start moving up in subdivision levels and maybe start cleaning up some of the hair that's on the arm here. Clean up the stuff in between the fingers and whatnot. And then just continue to kind of move up in subdivision levels and do some cleanup. So here's an example of an area between the thumb and index finger where you have a little bit of stuff that you might need to get rid of. Actually, I think that's not bad. I'm trying to see, okay, here we go. So like, for example, I want to clean up this area over here. So I wouldn't clean this up at a higher subdivision level. I'd drop this down even further to here, and then I just use the move brush. I don't know if my keystrokes are right. I'll just pick it up from here and just kind of tuck this a little bit back, and then start adding the subdivision level back, and then just start kind of little by little, as I'm moving up and down in subdivision levels, fix this up, right? And then eventually you'll get to a model that looks pretty good. You do all the cleanup this way. Some of the brushes that I use to clean up are just the smooth brush. I use H-polish sometimes. A couple of brushes that are super, super useful for this are not available in the brush menu, but they are available in ZBrush. So if you go to the brush menu here and you go to the smooth brushes, there's a couple here that are super, super useful. And I think here we go. Where are they? Smooth brush right here. And then there are the smooth peaks and smooth valleys, right? So these two brushes are indispensable, and I'll go ahead and choose the smooth peaks one. And those work really well for areas like, for example, here, I've got a little bit of hair poking out. And I'm going to go ahead and go to subdivision levels where I can actually see those. So here I am at subdivision level. I think I must be at the highest one. Let me make sure. Subdivision level 6, yep. And so here I can just kind of hit this, with the shift key. And you can see how I'm kind of getting rid of some of those anomalies. I mean, I don't really want to show the pores on my arm. They're not important. But if there are certain factors that are sticking out, this really, like you can see here, there's a bunch of them. And this really takes care of that part. And then if I go to the other one, the smooth valleys, skip this, and do the same exact thing. That pulls the inside parts out, and then that kind of makes it a little bit smoother. Sometimes it's a good idea to save a morph target if you just want to bring certain things back and forth, but ZBrush is really great for this. So right now, I've gone from like this kind of alien triangle soup scan data to something that I'm really familiar with in ZBrush, which is multi-level sculpting with something that has a quadded topology. Okay, now remember to make sure that you bring in your poly paint and your texture map to this. And this could also be unwrapped, so you just use UV Master to unwrap it, and you basically apply the texture or your poly paint to that. So you basically will get at this, with this model, you will also get that level of detail. So here I've got my poly paint, I've got my texture map, and I've got it cleaned up. You might need to do some texture painting, in here to clean up some of this texture, but there's a great way of doing that too. And I guess this would be the right time to show the thing that I forgot to show earlier, which is another magical thing that ZBrush does. And that is when you bring in your scan data. So when I brought in the scan data, if you bring it in as an FBX file with the cameras, those cameras actually get brought into ZBrush as images. So here, if I have this object, the model here, and I want to actually zoom in on the exact camera and put my sculpture in front of it, I can do that. So right now I just have a perspective camera, but notice here I've brought in all 160 cameras from that scan, right? So if I go to my, let's go to one of these cameras, let's go to, this is going to be interesting to try and get this to stay in still. Here we go. Let's go to camera 17. That's not a really good one. Let's go to a different one here. Let's go to camera 7. Okay, so here's a perfect example, right? So you see my scan over here. However, if I reduce the opacity of my model, you'll see that beneath it is the picture, right? So I can zoom in, or I can just bring up the opacity of that. And I have that camera stored, so I can always go to this camera. And here I can either project on some things that weren't on there by using the ZProject brush, as Paul told me a few minutes ago. So I can bring in the details as well as the poly paint onto the model. And again, I can go to any one of these cameras. So here's camera 8. there's that. I can reduce the opacity of it and see the image underneath and then go back up. And I can toggle the opacity mode on and off. So this is a great way to kind of go in and capture some of the stuff that maybe didn't come through right, and be able to do it that way. So that's another way you can kind of go in and kind of polish up your paint and get it to look a lot better. All right, so now I've got my model. Let me go ahead and turn off the camera here and go back to my perspective camera. And basically, you know, it's just when I go to the different cameras, it goes to the camera pointing to the object and also puts the image that the camera actually took during the photogrammetry session right behind it. Okay, so now we have that model. So the next thing we want to do is we want to wrap that model to good topology, right? So here I've got the exact same model, and I think I picked, did I pick a dark color? Why is this showing up? Let me try a different. Oh, the texture is on, that's why. All right, so let me turn the texture off. Here, oh, it is off. Okay, so why is this so dark? Anyway, doesn't matter. If you look at it here.
Polyframe's on, I think.
Is it okay?
Yeah, polyframe's on.
Ah, okay. But even when it's off, it's weird. Okay, it doesn't matter. Can you see it? Can everybody see it okay? The topology on here?
It's dark.
It is dark. Okay, so let's do this. Let me make sure that I don't have anything on here. And if worst case scenario, I'll just, oh yeah, that's why. This is the one. Okay, so I'll just fill it with white. Nope, that's not doing it either. Oh, that's
you have a texture you're transparent.
The opacity is all the way down. That's why. All right, here we go. We're good now. Okay, so we're looking at this, and now it's got good topology. So how do I get this good topology on here? Now you can do this in ZBrush. You can do the project, go in here under the project option and do projection. But I use a third-party tool to do this called ZWrap, and I'll show you guys how that works. And it's pretty great. So here, I've got a base mesh that I use, and this is one that I purchased and repurposed on, I purchased it from ArtStation and repurposed it by getting rid of the toes, because we really, you know, I mean, it's very rare that you get toes with sculpt data. And basically what you do here is you just load the two models. So I've got, here's the scan, and a low poly version of it, and then here is the model itself, or the topology. And then you basically just match points. And you don't have to do too many of them for this one. I think I did about, anyway, it looks like about 50 of them or so, 52 points. And you just basically map different points. So like, let's say here, I want to do this area and this area. I want this topology to be in this area. So basically, you just kind of place points on both of these, right? And then once you do that, once you get the points placed, and again, you don't have to go overboard, you just place the points where you want them to be. And then you go to the wrapping here, and it's complaining about something. Oh, let's see, I think I made let me undo this. I think, did I add, yeah. So there's, I think I added extra points, added that 54th point. No worries. So let's go back to point select here. Yeah, I added this 54th point. So let me lift that back up to, I don't want to add a point. I want to move this one. Here we go. Move this to here and click here, and now we're good. And now we go to wrapping and click on compute. And this is the coolest thing ever to watch. So I just click on this button, and then it basically, well, this is a pretty fast machine I'm working on. Usually it kind of does the little animation, but you can see that it took that good topology and wrapped it around my model. And then I basically take that and load it into ZBrush at the lowest subdivision level. So this is what I do. And then all the subsequent subdivision levels with all the details on top get added to that. So here we go. So I've got my model with the poly grouping, I mean, sorry, not the poly grouping, but the poly paint, as well as the texture map, but I have it on great topology that I can animate with, okay? So that's the first stage, how I'm doing. I'm doing great on time. All right. So that's basically how to do the body and get it from a triangle soup hell to something that has good topology that can be animated and you can do stuff with it. And in a little while, I'll show you how you can pose this model. Again, there's manual ways of doing it with transpose master, but then there's faster ways of doing it as well. Any questions coming in or anything like that?
Any questions there, Paul, live on the floor?
So there was the Z-Wrap, is what you just showed.
Yes.
For everybody. And then the plugin that you were using to show all the UVs was already mentioned. So I think everyone's been answering them as you've been going, actually.
Okay.
Keep the train rolling.
Awesome. Okay, so now the most important part of the scan are, again, the proportions are important. So this is exactly my proportions. But again, the head is the most important part. And sometimes you want to do some extra things with the head. Like, for example, you want to make it smile or have expressions. So I don't know if they talked about it during the scan truck talk, but in addition to doing the body scan, they also do facial expression scans. And you can load those in, or I'll show you this other trick that I use. So there is this base mesh that you can get from the 3D scan store. And it's free if you're not going to be using it commercially. And if you are going to be using it commercially, there is a fee for it. But it is a really good topology head, right? And it comes in 3 different subdivision levels, right? So it comes with the 3 subdivision levels that are in there. It comes in as a ZTL. And if you load that ZTL in, it gives you this magic, right? So it gives you these layers. And so when you go to the layers here, you'll notice that you have all of these different layers. And each one of them has different expressions on them. So for example, if I want to close the eyes, I can close the eyes, right? And if I want the brows down, I can do that. And these might show better maybe with polyframe off. If I want to do a closed smile, and you can see that the topology is moving according to what I need, right? If I want to do a smile open, if I want to do a long face, you know, right? If I want to open the mouth to the side, open the mouth to the other side, right? All these expressions come with this base mesh, right? Cheek pulls, cheek suck, right? It's hard not to do these without the sound. A cheap puff, right? Like, you know, doing that. And then there's the phonemes, right? There's the ch, you know, if somebody's going to make a ch sound, ch, right? Or somebody's going to say, right? So all of these, like everybody's kind of thinking of Gollum right now from Lord of the Rings, like M, right? So it does all these for you. This base mesh does. Okay? So you've got all of these layers that come in with this base mesh. Now, what if we were able to wrap this base mesh onto an existing model and then get that model to do these expressions? And that's exactly what I've done. So here, what I've done is in my model here, I've got, let's hide these ones. I've got a bust, and let me go ahead and bring that up. So basically, I took just the bust of me. And you'll notice here that something is a little bit different in this one, where I don't have the beard, okay? And I don't have the beard because I actually did a laser scan of me in 2009, which you can see, like, the technology's evolved so much because with that laser scan, it was just head-on, and you can see these, maybe the polyframe will show it better, but you can see that it occluded some of these areas. But the good news about it is I had my mouth and chin without the beard. So I basically just projected that, used the Z-Project brush to get that to come onto the mesh that I had. Okay, so once I had this, then I basically went back to wrap and did a mapping of my face to that model. Now, what's really nice about that base mesh that I talked about is it comes with this texture map. And I think somebody showed that yesterday where they basically had the topology on there. I think it was Damien, right? He showed the face with the topology on there.
Yep.
So this does the exact same thing, but in addition to that, it also has these points where you can map the points to the points on the scan. So this actually is a pretty arduous process, and I had to do it at work for maybe about 10 facial expressions for the character I was working on. So it gets to be a little bit tedious, but it goes by pretty fast. And then you basically just get this kind of mapping of what you have here, which is the scan data, to this base mesh that has all these points that should be corresponding to what you have over here. And again, similarly to that, you just go in here and you click on compute, and it basically wraps your head onto that specific mesh. Now here, the mouth is a little bit open, so to fix that, I can very easily go to select points here and maybe put a few more points, maybe 1, 2, 3. So I'm doing this live, and then 1, 2, 3. The only thing you need to make sure of is to make sure that the points are corresponding. So 107, 108, 109, and then 110, 111, and 112. And then go back to wrapping again and click on compute. And then now it's the wrapping is a little bit closer to what we want. And then you just basically export this, load it into ZBrush. Again, ZBrush is the hub of all of this stuff. And then you get something like this over here, right? This is looking a little bit ominous, so let's go ahead and add some eyes. There we go.
Time check for your aura, 15 minutes left.
15 Whoa, okay, that's good. I'm actually...
15 minutos.
Yeah, I can do it.
15 minutes.
Okay, so here we've got the eyes that came in, right? And in addition to this, what's really great about this base mesh is that 3D Scan Store has a bunch of displacement maps and texture maps that you can map onto there. So I basically just took one of those texture maps and added it to it. And there's also a displacement map, and there's also a primary, secondary, and tertiary displacement map. So you basically can bring that on, and now you can see that I can zoom in quite a bit and get some really good detail on here. Maybe if I turn, or if I just say new texture here, you can see the level of detail I'm getting. And all this is happening very, very quickly. Again, I would love to do these by hand and take my time, but with the production schedules that I have to move pretty fast. So you can see that I've added primary, secondary, and I can even subdivide this one more level to level 7 and add tertiary detail to it. So it's all, again, story morph targets, so you can erase certain areas if you need to, but you can get some really great stuff. And what's really amazing about this is I also get all those layers. So all those layers are here. Now the problem is this is pretty high resolution, so I have to do this, all these things a little bit slower. So I'm gonna do the cheek puff here, and you can see that I'm doing a cheek puff on my sculpt, right? Without having to sculpt this, I can just get all these expressions given to me right in here. Again, this machine is really fast. What is this thing? I want one of these at home.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, the speed's too much?
No, it's...
How about the side
super
smile?
quick?
No,
See the side smile?
the speed is really good. I want one of these machines at home because at my machine, this thing
It's a Dell Precision.
25th anniversary of the Dell Precision.
And it's actually a mini tower. It's not even a full system. It's quite impressive.
My character in here saying, give me one of those. Dell, if you're listening.
Am I right? That's a Dell 25th anniversary.
Here's the other funny thing. If you go the other direction with these, you get some really funky stuff happening.
You look like a Mad Max character for a second there.
Right, whoa, you know, and again, with the sliders, if you use the sliders on top, they're better off. Okay, how many minutes do I have to go?
At least 11.
Oh, wow, okay. All right, so that kind of gives you an idea of how you can do a bust.
Not bad.
And so that way, if you have close-ups and if you're doing expressions, you wanted me to do one, Louis, I will definitely...
Side smile, I want this one.
The side smile, okay, smile.
Slack jaw, do they call that, I think. Slack jaw.
Cheek pull, you want to...
The best part is when you pull on these, you actually do it to your mouth, even though you don't need to.
I know.
Do it. Like, you're pulling on the slider and you're like, I'm going to do it too.
Yeah, see, he's doing it, I'm doing it, look.
You can't stop.
I can smell with the rock. Look at my eyebrow.
Too. I
should cooking. Look at my face real quick, look at it. Use me for reference.
Are you asking me to look at your face?
Look at me, I'm looking at you, look at me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so like you do that, you take a picture of it, and then you try to match that in here, which is really awesome.
People at home saw the eyebrow, the people's eyebrow.
And you can put in eyebrows, and you can put in eyelashes and all that kind of stuff, right? So now I've got the teeth, I can go back and do that, and I've got one other thing to show, and the timing is just working out perfectly here. So here, for example, if I do that cheek pull, I have the teeth inside. I got to talk to Dr. Zhivago.
There you go.
And get my actual teeth scanned. I've got some generic ones in here, but yeah, you can get some really interesting expressions going on here. And last but not least, let's talk about posing the model itself. So I've got a model here that I've already posed, so I'll just go back to that. Let's turn all this off and move up to...
This is something else, Paul. Ara, I can't believe we'll get to see this stuff all day. I mean, day two, look at this scan trucks. We've got all kinds of the gods of war.
Here's a pose. Of course, I can pose this thing. Oh, what's going on with the bus?
10 minutes, Ara, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, I'm good. I'm exactly where I want to be. So here's a pose that I got very, very quickly. Again, this is something that I can fix. This used to be hell, but now it's not because posing is kind of hard, and posing things right, it takes a long time, but there's this new thing, basically, that does it through GoZ. And I don't have time to show the entire process, but you can watch it. But there's this program called Character Creator. And basically what you do is you go to the low subdivision level of your model, and you send it over to Character Creator, and then you basically place a few points, and it rigs it for you, it binds it for you. It's not perfect, or I'm not used to it. I just got this. It just came out in October. And so once you do that, you basically can go in here, and they have libraries of motions that you can apply to it. So here, for example, I want to have my guy walk, right? So I just go to walk here, loads in that. There's the animation of the walk.
You're going to get us canceled.
Wow, that is a pretty fancy walk.
Look at that guy.
Right?
Look at that walk.
Creep show right there. Fresh in the afternoon.
I think I chose the female walk. Let's go ahead and choose the male walk.
The terror. Here we go.
This is going to be a little bit like, yo, okay? So, but what's really beautiful about this is you can also choose some idle poses, and you can get some really natural looking poses. So you just basically go, oh, okay, whatever works here.
Yeah, just a little movement.
Just a
little movement.
Little movement.
Just a little. See a street foot? That's our street foot right there.
Yeah.
Come on, West Coast, baby.
And then you just press Go Z, and it shoots it back into ZBrush, and then you can add the higher subdivision levels.
Somewhere Marco Plouffe was up here a minute ago, was looking at that going, wow, press the button, here we go.
Right, so, I mean, what Marco does is amazing. Like, that guy's work is unbelievable. But it's just, like if you're in fast production, you get a mocap, you can put it in here, you can match it to the mocap, or you can go to their vast library of motions and you can match the motions to here. And then you just basically add the higher subdivision levels, and all this is happening in this beautiful, amazing program that I thank you guys for every day of my life.
Oh, hey.
ZBrush.
Thanks, thank
you.
All
right, to end that.
Swell. That's real swell of you to say that, thank you.
I also want to mention a couple more things. I had some slides for if I didn't have ZWrap working, but I do. I just want to mention that I also do MEX, and I do have a training on Gnomon workshop on that as well. I mostly do MEX, that's kind of my passion, but I do this kind of stuff for work. I do organic as well. ZBrush is my tool of choice.
It should be Kermeco.
Kermeco.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you can basically...
Sense.
What were you saying?
It makes sense.
He was giving you another one.
Yeah.
Kermeco.
Kermeco. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, get it? Kermeco. Man, that's why...
It sank now.
A Louis
and
moment.
That's a moment with Louis.
A moment with Louis.
It's like a marketing workshop happening here live on the real time.
It's like deep
we got
thoughts.
an AR model of you as well, by the way.
Yeah,
What's that?
Leave more time, because we have an AR model of him to pop up.
We do have an AR model.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's my presentation. Thank you. See you on ZBrush Live, but let's have that.
Let's take a look at Ara at a larger size.
Larger than life, Ara.
Than just in person here with us.
He's larger than life in a way.
Yeah.
Well, look, that's a ballerina.
That's a ballerina. Here it comes.
Burned away.
There he is.
And
look at that. That's the scan. That's the original scan you did, right?
That was one that was done when I did the tutorial. So it's an older one, but again, it was posed using the
look at that.
The software I showed you. But yeah, you can load this right. I mean, this is in Unreal, so.
Yeah, you just decimated yours, right? And then just threw it in Unreal. That's pretty much it. So
we're all in
scan
Unreal
that in
right
this
now.
way. You think about objects, think about people, think about all this stuff. You guys scan stuff, put it in.
You know what he looks like?
Looks
like you're the offensive coach for like a football team there.
He does.
Well, I kind of am working with football people.
That's what I said that, Tom
That's
Brady.
true, you are. That's
Mr. Monday Night, here we
There
go.
you go.
So, man, that was a lot. Paul, how do you feel about it?
Listen, I'm excited. I know a lot of people have been excited about this whole day, and they really appreciate someone walking them through scan data and how to process the data, how to get it onto new meshes. So I know several people are like, I've been looking for something like this to understand it better. So
any questions
thanks. Oh, we got all the questions. I think. Let me see if I missed. Oh, one last question did come up. I don't know, maybe. Do you know any good Android app scanning software? Does any? I don't.
The stuff that I put up does have Android stuff as well. Let me bring it back up here. I think Polycam does have an Android version. Scandy has. I think some of these that I brought up earlier, if you go back to the video and watch it, some of the scanning software that I brought up does have Android versions as well.
Let me come at you about something. There, you had your clean-shaven face there. That was like the clean-shaved face colorway. If you had wanted to put the beard back, you'd probably just take like a sphere and pop it in there and just start manipulating and sculpt the hair, correct?
You could, or you could just scan bash the one you had before and bring it in and
Put
then
it
just
back in and
sculpt in some more of the hair.
And you just-
or you can use fiber mesh.
Right, okay. And then
Right.
what? You're going to fiber mesh it and maybe dynamesh that hair that you fiber meshed? Or how does that
No, you just fiber mesh it. I think a few ZBrush summits ago, Damien showed how to use fiber mesh, and that's probably the best fiber mesh hair tutorial I've ever seen. So go watch that.
Interesting.
And then-
You're talking about Damien Kundalay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Damn
Dame Standard Brush.
Yeah.
Dame Standard Brush guy, chock full of information. Hey, so the other thing would be like if it was for a 3D print of that magnitude, then definitely we would be dynameshing that.
Yeah, you would need to have. You can. There has
dynamesh
been
it first and sculpt on
You
it.
could still use fiber mesh, just make the bigger volumes.
Right, that's what I was
And then you can have that all. You got to use unified mesh or dynamesh or live Boolean for that matter. There's so many ways to go.
See what I did? I got you going on it.
This is again one of those things where things just keep popping in my head of ideas of way to do it, another way, and another way, and another way. And that's the beauty that I like. Try it. And that's find different techniques, and that's the point why we also do the summit, is invite people like Ara and the Scan Truck and show you all what is possible in ZBrush, and that there is.
Did you have fun with the segment?
I loved it. I'm a big photogrammetry person. I've been playing with scanners for, I don't know, about 12 years now, 10 years. So
I got one on my phone. You know that, right?
You do. Everyone's got one on their phone.
Well, I got a nice one. It works really well. I'm not gonna name names, but
at this point, everyone's got one.
most people, yeah. So what about you? Did you have a fun time?
Thank you very much. I did. I've been going to ZBrush Summits since the first one, and I'm really happy to be part of the contributing community.
It's good to see you back here in person again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to have you in person. And it was also good to see your colleagues out there, Jigs Love and Vlad Galat. And we also had our on-location correspondent, our fellow teammate and friend, Ian Robinson. Ian, man, you really run the gamut this week. He's gone into Sideshow Collectibles today. He got himself scanned, ready in about an hour. It's like Lens Crafters. He's going to get his scan. Just kidding. Don't run away from the screen because we're going to be doing some giveaways and such. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of
thank you, Ara.
Say again.
And thank you, Ara.
I'm above.
And the Jigs.
Gee, what
I just want to say thank you. Is that okay with you? Can I,
Paul, go ahead.
Can I have a moment with
Please.
Paul? Thank you. Ara, thank you for being a part. Jigs and Vlad, thank you too for being a part of this segment. I know we've had a lot of conversation. I'm super excited to bring something like this to you all as well. Again, this is something very unique that we've never done before, right? So tomorrow we've got another one of these where we're going somewhere.
Brother.
We're doing a locational thing again.
Spoilers.
So I was really excited about these 3 locational ones just to bring something very different.
I think, the team did a great job pulling it together. Today was really good. I want to thank, are you done thanking him? Because
I'm done. You can go.
Okay, fair enough. On behalf of everybody at Maxon and the entire ZBrush team, I want to thank you for being here today and demonstrating, again, some of these future technologies, current and future technologies, and how they are impacting and affecting workflows, and how they are going to impact and affect change, probably in educational circumstances. As your colleague was saying earlier, you like to work with educational partners to help the youth of today learn the skills of tomorrow. So I'm
Ara squared. Ara squared.
Ara squared, right. I'm elated to be a part of that as well. So on behalf of all of us here, thank you very much. And we will go to Paul Gabriel with our prizes. He's standing up. Look at that. What are you doing? He's attacking.
Can't go too close.
Virtual versus the real. Let's run the real. We'll be back for some prizes with Paul Gabriel. I'm Louis Tucci. We'll see you soon.
All right, here we go. Some giveaways again, and as always, for those of you that are just turning in for the first time, why? Number one. Number two, let's get some giveaways going here. So again, you register during the shows. We'll put that up for you when registration becomes available. Between the presentations, we wipe the slate. So it's a clean set of open for people to register. So you do have to register every single presentation. It's not one of these things where you register once and then that's it for the whole day. You gotta be here, you gotta be live, be able to see this. So as you see, we're giving away the Ultimate ZBrush Guide course is one of the things we're gonna give away right now. So let me see who my winner is for that. And I am, Darren Naveen. Let me put that in. You are the winner. So let me put that.
Can they win twice?
Can they win twice? No.
Paul says, nah.
I'm putting it in the chat. Stop distracting me. I'm trying to stay focused over here with giveaways.
Checking my notes. Running through the game here.
So let's keep going along here. Let's do one of these. Let's do, since Ara was here with us and he brought it up, the Gnomon Workshop. Let's do a 6-month subscription, to the Gnomon Workshop. So here is our winner, Jenna. Hold on, I just closed it without looking at the last name. Jenna Soverna. Oh boy, it's that kind of day for me right now.
Want me to help you?
Soverna. Okay, Soverna. It's one of those days for me going right now.
Soverna.
There you go. So what? I got more stuff.
Keep it coming, man.
People. I'm gonna keep them coming. I'm gonna keep them coming. Keep it rocking and rolling. All right, let's give away one of Shane Olson's lifetime membership to his 3D character workshop. This is something for those of you who really want to know how to do characterized characters. This is it right here. So I'm gonna draw that winner.
How long is a lifetime?
It's a long time. It's a long time, that's for sure. All right, let's see who we got here. And let me make a copy of your name. Walter, you are the winner here. So Walter Jimenez. Here you go. Put it in the chat so you can see your name. There you go. I'm going. I'm still going. I still got more to give. I got more to give. I've got more.
Want to re-give that other one from Marcello?
No. Can't do it right now. It's not how the system works, Louis. Stop throwing curveballs at me.
Sorry, brother.
Okay, 4-course bundle to XMD. Again, 4-course bundle. So there's 4 courses here that you're going to get access to. All right, so here is our winner. Let me copy that. Confirm. George Crudo. George Crudo, you are the winner.
He was a contestant in the Sculpt-Off. George Crudo.
He was?
Holy smoke, I remember. We showed his work.
Oh, there, look at it. Look at you with those memories. Look at that.
Hey,
it's all coming.
Smarter than I look.
Together for you right now. It's coming. I'm going to do one more. I'm doing one more. Okay? Because I'm on a roll right now, and I'll be honest with you. I'm feeling good about this. Let's give away a tablet. Let's give away a Sense Labs pen medium bundle tablet. You got everything you're seeing there in the picture.
You got a sack of money you want to hand off?
Why would you not want this? Why would you not? Okay, here we go. Pen tablet medium. Let me draw the winner here. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get a copy of that. Autumn Nunberg. You have won a medium Sense Labs tablet bundle. Congratulations on that. All right, so those are their giveaways for this segment. We still have more, and we still have Pixar coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We've got Caleb Rice from Pixar coming to show us Lightyear. Looking forward to seeing you back when we got him all ready to go here on the stage.
Locked
we'll see you
and
in just
loaded.
a little bit.
Locked and loaded. Hey, this program, remember, is brought to you by our platinum sponsors, Dell Technologies and NVIDIA. Once again, promotional consideration and sponsorship brought to you by our platinum sponsors, Dell Technologies and NVIDIA. Dell celebrating the 25th anniversary. See you in a minute.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership. learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
Live from the Mobian stage in Burbank, California, I am Louis Tucci, and to my left is Paul Gabriel. We are here on behalf of Maxon ZBrush, and a hello to all of our Maxonian friends and colleagues around the globe. We are now into deep, deep water into day 2 of the ZBrush Summit 2022. We had a sculpt off, and now we're going to finish up the day. Paul, how you feeling over there?
I feel fantastic. Super ready for this one.
You have worked.
Excited.
I'm going to stop you from talking for 1 second and give you, and I'm going to give you your just desserts. Paul Gabriel has worked tirelessly for over 8 years to make this next presentation possible with our friends from a little north, a little nicer. We are now going to what I call infinity and beyond. We're going to be bringing to the main stage from Pixar, Caleb Rice. That's Caleb with a K. Roll the tape. Let's get it set up for him to make his way onto the stage. And we are live in a second. We'll see you in 1 moment. Paul Gabriel, it's really happened. You've done it. I have to stand and give you a high five. Everybody.
We did it.
There he is.
Pixar.
Bam. Paul Gabriel has done it yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, Caleb Rice, welcome to the main stage here at the ZBrush Summit 2022. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Thank you all for having me.
Well, thanks for, and then for him too, he did a lot of footwork too to help us make this happen too.
You were on the other end of it.
No problem.
Yeah.
And everybody there too that was willing to work, and let's go ahead and have them show some Lightyear.
Hold on a second. Before you get anything started here, I want to draw attention to Caleb's shirt. Can we get a shot of
Wait,
the
is that from the Pixar store?
Stand up a little bit.
At Pixar?
Look at that.
No.
I think,
Stand still a
well,
second
my
here. Let me
sister
show
got it for me. I'm not sure where it's
that.
from.
Oh. Because you guys still have the unique store, right?
We do
the
still
studio.
have the store.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So.
Thanks.
Yeah, their store, by the way, their store is unique. You can only get the stuff at their store at the studio. Like, it's nowhere else. Like, some of the artists are still doing designs there and everything, right?
Exclusive is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's exclusive. You have to go to Pixar Studio to get the merch there. It's awesome.
We're very pleased to have you on behalf of everybody. Thank you.
I'm a child right now. I'm just saying.
He's freaking out. He's fanning out. He's fanning
child
out.
right now.
What was his name again? Evil Knievel, the guy? No.
What?
What's his name? Keanu Reeves. I ride the bikes.
Duke, oh God, now you're going to, Kaboom.
Kid Kaboom.
Kid Kaboom. There
Kid Kaboom, my favorite. Okay, take it away.
Oh, well, thank you. And no, I'm super stoked to be here. I mean, I'm a ZBrush fan just as much as y'all are Pixar fans, so I wouldn't have a job without ZBrush, so thank you all.
Thank you for being here.
Swell of
I'm
you.
excited.
Hey, nice
all
guy.
right, I will, let's see. I don't know where the keynote's showing up, but if it's on
It'll pop
my
up.
screen.
Let's get his
Okay,
screen
cool.
up on there. There you go.
Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, today I'm just gonna do a talk sort of kind of compressing a little bit of art, sculpting on Lightyear. And there's obviously a lot of different spots in the pipeline where ZBrush is used and can be used, but I'm just going to sort of talk about being in art on Lightyear and how we used ZBrush. So yeah, first off, I'm just going to show the sculpts I did of our main kind of cast. Lightyear had Buzz, obviously, and one of the cool things was our art director, Matt Nolte, kind of gave all of us a different character to sort of focus on. So Dean Heesen had Buzz sort of focus on his design. Matt took Darby, I took Mo, and then Grant took Izzy. So we each kind of had a different character that we were focusing on, and you know, we all sort of helped each other, and I think ZBrush was a big part of that back and forth. So, I mean, some of the things I don't even have proof of when they were just a drawing design, because it was like Matt or Grant or someone would just do a sketch, and then we'd do something quick in ZBrush, and then that sort of just was what evolved into some of these designs. And so, yeah, so I'm just going to go down and start with just where we started and how we kind of came to Buzz's design, some of the other characters' designs. And so we still have two clay sculptors at Pixar, Greg Dykstra and Jerome Ramft, and they still are on all of our films. And I mean, there are definitely two sculptors who inspired me in terms of just my ZBrush sculpting. So it definitely was an honor to get to work with Greg, and I've worked with Jerome as well, and they've been the clay sculptors at Pixar forever. So, you know, that's kind of where sculpting starts, and it, you know, it's cool that now we get to do digital sculpts as well, and with the clay sculpt. So this was sort of before I came on to the film, and Greg had done this. Matt had done a pass that's up there of some drawings, and Dean as well, of Buzz. And, you know, the story just continuously evolves. And, you know, this was Angus MacLean, his movie, his story of how he wanted to tell the sort of movie that was, you know, the movie in Toy Story. Yeah. And that story just evolved, and that's how all Pixar movies are. There's so many versions of the movie before that final version. And so this version was definitely a younger Buzz, and so, as you can tell, it changed a lot from this starting point. So here was my first pass at sort of taking all those drawings and the Greg sculpt and Matt's designs, Dean's designs, and sort of getting into ZBrush and kind of throwing something on the board. And so this was sort of our first Buzz that was in the computer. And I mean, it wasn't long before the story changed and he wasn't this young anymore. So it didn't feel like it was the correct character. And that's part of the design process, is just like, how does that character feel? It's almost like you're casting for a movie, and it's like, oh no, that actor doesn't really fit. Let's keep casting. So we kept casting, and this wasn't necessarily our final Buzz, but it was a starting point for that for an earlier version. And so after that, it's more back to the drawing boards. So Dean was sort of in charge of the design, and so he continued to do design passes, and we'd watch different boards and things as the story evolved, and the movie started to become more about an older Buzz than what was originally in the story. And so, the design evolves. Greg came back on and did another sculpt as Dean was sort of doing these designs. I was like trying out some other characters, and so, it was always like a nice kind of process when everybody sort of evolved and working together to figure this stuff out. And as you can see, it's like now we're starting to get closer to that point where we were like, oh yeah, I think this is the design. Mm-hmm. And so after that, I had done another pass of Buzz, and this was sort of the version that I handed off to the characters team. And characters in animation, they continue to sort of build on the design and stuff. So, it's sort of like in art, we just get it to a certain point where we're like, that feels right. And then, and it just kind of continues after that. But yeah, this was sort of where I left off with Buzz, and we even, on this right image over here, did a little 3D print of the head, which is the gray thing down there, and just, having Greg sculpt in person, it was nice to have another sculpt that you could see in person, sort of what that looked like. And we had in animation, Jean-Claude Tran was our draw over lead in animation, so he had done a really cool sketch. And so I took the ZBrush sculpt, and so this image up top was trying to hit, just kind of move points around until it felt like his drawing, because there was something kind of cool about that. And so, there continues to be exploration on these designs. And so the next one I'll talk about is on socks.
Socks.
And yeah.
So real quick question though, because in the documentary, Angus was standing in front of the model with ZBrush behind him.
Yeah.
Were you in those meetings and you guys were making changes live with him inside of ZBrush? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah. So
in real time.
Yeah, in real time.
Did you do that with all the characters?
You didn't see me, but I'm like off screen at a little computer as the,
you're looking for, wait, where am I?
And yeah, and so.
It's my foot.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. There's probably my foot in there, but yeah, we definitely did a lot of interactive stuff with Angus, which was, it was great because it helped sort of evolve things. And, at Pixar, it's always about like, okay, trying to figure out the director's vision and like who the characters are that that they're trying to bring to life and tell their story. So, yeah, whenever it's like it can be interactive with the director, that's always like super helpful to all the designers, to all the sculptors, everyone. So, socks was, they had done a couple different passes of socks, but Nicole Castro was a story artist, and she had boarded out the first scene of socks, where you kind of meet socks, and Angus loved the boards, and she'd even made this poster from
the old
one. I don't know where I'm like, the boards might be somewhere online. I didn't find them, so, and obviously I don't, can't just like show that kind of stuff, but yeah, anyways, she did a great job boarding it. So my pass of socks was sort of based on those boards. And so this was the ZBrush sculpts I did of socks. And awesome. She had just sort of like this football-shaped head cat. And I was like, okay, this is already pretty cute. So yeah, it was fun to get to do a pass of socks. And I always loved that character.
Cute.
He was a fun character in the movie.
I like cute sometimes. That's cute.
He became a fun character.
And yeah, so, and as you can see, things changed from this design once it went into model rig and animation. I think Tim Pixon was he's an animator, was doing these tests with this model and sort of like simplifying, rather than having all those joints moving in the arms and legs, just sort of like they were stiff, and just sort of the cat was moving like this, and it was so much funnier, so sometimes animation will do something that's like, oh right. Yeah, that's way better. So they kind of simplified the legs. I think Michael Comet did the final model rig on this.
Are you doing these poses before?
Yeah. So
after you're doing these poses?
Yeah. So I do all the all the poses and expressions, and it just kind of helps see if the design's working, and right. You're trying to get that same feeling. In this case, it was like some of the feeling that were in the boards, and some of the things that Socks was doing. Like I remember there was a shot of like Socks running, and there's just kind of like the hands in the air that I thought, okay, this is really funny and would be a fun. So yeah, different poses kind of based on things from reels and stuff, but just seeing if like will this sort of work for animation, and that right. That just feeling of like, yeah, this is feeling right, like this could be the character. So yeah, so Socks was a fun one, and then yeah, that
it's a character sheet for the animators in a way too.
Clever, very clever. Well noted, Paul.
And yeah, so next character I'll go over is Darby. So Matt Nolte, he was our character art director, and Matt was the one who sort of gave me my a shot to do character design on this, and is the reason that I got to stay in the art department at Pixar. So I'm like so thankful for him, and our Tim Evett, our production designer, who brought me on to Lightyear, because I originally was hired to do characters like model rig, and basically on day one at Pixar, they were like, oh, well, would you be interested in doing some sculpting? Our production designer, recommended that you come on to do sculpting work, sure. And it was Tim, and they were like, okay, yeah, we want you to sculpt Buzz Lightyear for like on my first week, and I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm one of the famous characters from Pixar. Here you go.
And so yeah, and sort of by doing like working on Buzz and then on Socks, Matt was like, oh, I want to give you some character design assignments, and he really like mentored me, and he comes from a 2D animation background, so I just learned so much from, just the way that he goes about character design.
Were you nervous?
Oh yeah, I was really nervous at first, and I looked up to all these people,
Sure.
And so, but once you start working with everybody, and it's like, oh, everybody's so cool, and it's like a meet your heroes moment in a good way, and not in the don't meet your heroes moment. It's like oh yeah, you can meet your heroes, and they can really be awesome people.
Awesome. They got the same passions as you, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah, there's connections.
Thumb with up.
Yeah. So anyways, Matt, here's his awesome designs for Darby. I included this other one that he had done of Buzz in an earlier version of Alicia, and I'll get to that later, but that was another reference I was using. But here was my pass at Darby, and she was she was a fun one to get to work on. I just loved that, like, Matt is always thinking just like, let's make it super graphic, simple shapes. And if you look back at Pixar, that's just a common, with all their characters, it's really like breaking it down to really simple shapes and kind of going from there. And it's almost like just adding detail if necessary in a way, and not trying to, if we really need, that eye bag or that whatever it is, sort of like thinking big and working into the details. So with sculpting, it was thinking about the character design process of just, how they work on characters at Pixar. So this really was like such an opportunity too for me to just learn so much about character design and stuff. So yeah, Darby was a great example because Matt already had all these great drawings that I was pretty much just trying to make what he did in the drawings. So yeah, Darby was a fun one. And her design also, evolved once that got into animation and model rig and that kind of stuff. But yeah, this was the version I passed off, which I had fun with it. So
she was a fun character too in the movie.
Yeah.
Like Pixar's character development is just
par excellence.
Dude, it's
French kiss.
Well, a lot of the characters all had very different roles too from the last movie. I mean, I think at this point she was like like a bug exterminator, and so a lot of these sort of like outfits and things are sort of based on what their original sort of role in the film was.
But that howitzer for shooting insects. Look at that thing.
I know.
Yeah, that's an insect gun.
Yeah.
So
that's some serious.
I'm just saying you're blowing holes in the floor at this point. Where did a cockroach go? He survived.
Good call, Louis.
But yeah, so the next character I wanted to talk about was Alicia, and Dean had done a really cool design of Alicia, but the story was changing, and eventually Alicia and Izzy became related. So once that happened, her design changed. But sort of before they were related, Alicia, we all sort of did different passes on Alicia's design. And so this bottom one was another example of where I got to just sort of do a design, and this was sort of aging up a design Dean had done. And then over on the right here was a drawing I'd done of an Alicia design, which I then took for this one of Buzz and her, this sculpt I did, and tried out my own design. And I had kind of put a bunch of different Alicia designs from all of us. I think Grant, Dean and Matt, everybody had done a pass at what Alicia might look like. And so it was just a good way of, and I was kind of going off of one of Matt's, that earlier drawing I'd shown with Buzz talking to her. And, sometimes, if we weren't quite finding the character design, everybody would just sort of start taking passes and drawing. So it was super collaborative. And so then after was when, Matt was like, I want you to start working on Mo. And Angus had come up to me and said, I'm thinking of Taika Waititi, so I want you to try to make him look like Taika. And so I had done a ton of sketches of Taika, and I just started in drawing and just was sort of sketching, and eventually I did, I think like 4 different versions in ZBrush of Mo, and there was one that everyone was sort of walking past my computer and they'd be like, oh, that's the one. And so it's always fun when everyone sort of agrees, like, yeah, that's it. And, and it just comes down, it's like, oh, that character feels right. And, you know, that's sort of that ending goal of what we do in art is like, oh yeah, that character feels like it's the one we want. So I think this was back when he was, so his outfit sort of reflects he was a doctor, like a children's doctor, and kind of different character, but still pretty silly and goofy. And so I had fun kind of working on this character that was going to be kind of fun and silly.
Great. Really.
So thank you. And yeah, so, you know, with the expressions and stuff, it was like I had all this reference now from Matt and Dean and like how they handle sort of then doing all the drawing out all the character expressions and stuff, and I had already sculpted a lot of those, so I was like, okay, now it's even easier sort of for me to like draw sort of like, okay, what's the squash and stretch, what's all this stuff, and it's like once you sort of run the character through that and just see how it try to think about how it's going to articulate and stuff, it sort of informs the design too. Sometimes I'll start messing around with that kind of stuff, and I'll go back and change the design because I'm like, oh, it doesn't, you know, something just is unbalanced and it's not working. So, but still just trying to keep that kind of cartooniness and then this was Grant's designs for Izzy and Diaz, and this is a good example of one where I was searching and like couldn't even find the original designs for them because they were just like sketches Grant had done, and they sort of just evolved into, you know, I had done a couple of early designs of both these characters, and then it just sort of was like we had them in there, start to, you know, hone in on the design, and then eventually it just, you know, it was these characters, and so yeah, this is sort of last two I put in here is just
cool
ones that
I'm not gonna lie, I own the art book.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
It's on my shelf. I have it.
I really like her pants.
You missed, but I'm a big art book collector. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, really?
I usually get a lot of the art book movie, and we were talking to God of War. I'm like, check mark.
The deluxe edition. He was pre-ordered while we were on the set. I mean, he was buying the damn thing over here.
I just like seeing the work that you guys all do and everybody does.
That's cool.
Pull it off the shelf, get inspiration.
I like the pants on that character. She's interesting. That's an interesting.
Yeah, and this was a version where she was like a forest ranger type character, and a lot of the costumes. I mean, Grant did a ton of work on really like all the costumes, and we had Callum Watts, an artist who did a bunch of like Star Wars type.
Sure.
I mean, he's done work on Star Wars, but he did a ton of costume work. So a lot of this costume stuff is based on his stuff, which definitely was leaning more realism, and then we sort of just like stylized it a little bit. But a lot of the costumes in the film are based on his work that he had done early on. And
so for your face expressions that you were doing, is that what ends up getting put into the blend shapes, or is that
no? So
the animators are using that?
No, it's more of a sort of model packet type, you know, just piece of artwork. And I would, you know, everybody in the characters team had access to all the sculpts and stuff that I did, and sometimes they'd be brought in, and you know, but with the rigging process and characters process, it's pretty much like, okay, we have to really like, it's more of a reference point, like trying to hit a drawing almost, because, you know, it's very difficult, basically, you know, getting all the rigs and stuff to do a lot of these things. So, yeah, it's more of a reference point, and none of this stuff has like final topology or anything. So, you know, when I hand this off, it's like characters will sort of do a pass, and you know, it'll have the final topology, and then at Pixar, the people that do the final model also rig it. So, you know, that's a whole nother huge process, and then animation's involved in that, and then animation will try posing it, and rigging will have to go back and sort of do a lot of work. I mean, it's, you know, it's a process to get these characters moving and doing that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So when I'm doing it in a sculpt way, it's not really thinking about the topology for the final topology, but I do think about topology when I sculpt, and I'm just going to sort of demo a character, and yeah, I'm thinking a lot about sort of edge flow and stuff when I'm sculpting.
Yeah.
So,
finally, somebody
yeah.
says what I was thinking. I was thinking that the whole week. I was waiting for
You're
something.
thinking about edge flows the whole week?
I was thinking about edge flow the whole week. I swear to you. That's the only thing on my mind. I was waiting. Like yesterday, I tried to get Damien Candela. He says, yeah, the edge flow. And here we are again, the edge flow. What a joy.
Well, as a Pixar fan, I know every film they try to do something. I don't know if, because you're here, I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
Technology-wise, they're always trying to push something on a film. Like, you know, obviously, like Incredibles was hair. Bug's Life was crowd, and I think like Brave was fur and hair, right, and figuring all that stuff out. Well, was there something specific on Lightyear too that they're like, hey, we've never really done this, let's push this element?
I mean, I think the thing on Lightyear, and that comes from more of like, let's really push the just level of detail, mechanical, you know, which something like Zurg, for example, it's like had all these pieces, and you know, that's very much unlike any Pixar character. There's just like
it's good to see you make a triumphant return.
A lot of detail on that kind of stuff. And I did some final modeling on the film. I got a character's credit, but I don't deserve credit for any of the, you know, rigging, anything like that. But I did some of the final modeling, and it's tough stuff, you know, to do. Well, I mean, Greg Peltz designed Zurg and did a whole sort of VizDev model. Yeah. I did some final modeling on like his head and that blaster thing, because it was just such a massive thing that, you know, we sort of split it up just to get it finished.
Right.
Because then characters had to rig it to do all that stuff, and so yeah. So I was on helping out with some of the modeling stuff, but Greg Peltz's way of doing his previs stuff was he was using Maya and just sort of bashing together shapes and things like that. So there was a lot of just like intersecting pieces type stuff, and then, you know, it's like you have to do all that geometry. So I had to do like all the final geometry on the head and stuff, but it was already in like, it already looked like how it did. It just had to have that sort of final topology.
You're going to do a demo for us today?
Yeah.
A live demo?
Yeah.
We're going to see a live demo?
Yeah, well.
Wow.
Okay, I will.
People at home ready for that?
Close out of the show. That is it.
Unbelievable. The rare opportunities keep on. The gift that keeps on giving. The ZBrush Summit 2022. Paul Gabriel. Oh my goodness. Caleb Rice is here from Pixar doing a live demo for us on the floor. Wow is the
It's come full circle for me. Come on. When I was in college,
Paul Gabriel's like a young boy here smiling. It's like it's Christmas in July.
We all went to the theater and like, what? And then it was like, what's going on? I was like, I picked the right field. I was excited.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Cool. Okay.
Without further ado, I guess. Take it away.
1 second. Got a little bit of freezing. This should fix it. There we go. Alrighty. Sorry, let me just get situated.
No worries.
So I chose Darby just because I thought this is a great example of sort of that basic shape lockout. And, you know, even this is Matt's design, but it sort of follows a lot of that principle of just how we think about design at Pixar, and that, you know, how can we just start with simple shapes? So this isn't the actual way or the actual start of Darby, but it's pretty much what I did, because I was like, I don't think I even have that saved anymore, because I just get sort of like, you know, some blocked out shapes in there. And with Darby, I really did just start with some, you know, cubes. And so I would just bring a cube in basically, and I'm like, okay, this is gonna be her head. And then get another cube in here, and was like, okay, this is gonna be the lower part of her face. And then, you know, just from here is getting in, oh, sorry, my hotkeys were being a little weird. You know, getting in some plainer stuff, and then, you know, really just trying to think big shape stuff, not even thinking about detail at this phase. So, yeah, this, as you can see with her nose, I started also with a cube. So, and just started to try to bring out, okay, here's where I'm gonna have a nose, and I'll really like just kind of subtly add some stuff, but it's all just thinking big shapes at this point. And I've sort of cookie cuttered in some next steps. So, you know, from here, it's like I could go in and sort of do a subdivide and start thinking about, okay, I'm gonna want her to have folds there. I'm gonna definitely want, you know, sort of some more anatomy, things like that. And just, I want to keep things sharp still, you know, honestly as sharp as possible. I don't want to do too much smoothing or anything yet.
And you're using trim dynamic? Is that what you're using to kind of?
Yeah, I'll sometimes H polish. Yeah, in fact, I probably would use H polish to just get that nice sort of plainer thing in there.
Yeah, well, you're going almost back to like cartoon, like, you know, they would just get shapes. They would just get
exactly.
Shapes, so characters down and then work in the character.
Yeah. So same theory as that, and that's, I mean, that's really the same sort of theories in design, is just how can I kind of break this up into simple shapes. And so, you know, I'm like, okay, I know she's going to need sort of a nasolabial fold and a mouth, and, you know, so I'll start to just go in and sort of put some landmarks and where I might want some folds and things like that. So, but I still want to keep all those cubes intact, and you know, with her neck, I probably would have add a little more anatomy into there, and I mean, I love doing just like move and clay buildup at the beginning and like nothing else. And yeah, so this is starting to get a little bit of what I want, just in terms of little details, but nothing too precise and crazy yet. So it's like, okay, here would be a little more detailed. So started to pull out sort of where the nostrils, a little bit of shaping in the ears. And another thing I would probably just block into that I haven't done yet is some hair. And so I'll just block in something quick here. Let me turn on. Sorry, I'm like, this Cintiq's so big I had to like look around to see where my hand is. This is nice though, this new Cintiq. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm not used to this.
Feel free to adjust
this fancy. But yeah, just trying to think big shapes, and you know, she's got sort of this slicked back hair, so a little bit of a V sort of coming down. That receding hairline. So just something to sort of block it out, and this would be one where get some subdivision in there and just get some hints of the directionality of her hair. So it's starting to feel like just it took like no time, but just having a little bit of something in there that's
coming
quick,
to life already.
And so get to a point where I'm like, all right, I still have sort of everything separated here. You can just see this is all still very much cubes. And so going in here, and then I would, Dynamesh, and at this point I'm like, did I even, oh, okay, sorry, this would be me Dynameshing it. So I just have sort of my Dynameshed thing, and this is pretty rough, but here I would definitely want to like really, wherever I do want there to be any kind of folds or creases, anything like that, I really want to like over-exaggerate at this point, because my next step would be to ZBrush, and I'm pretty much using that ZBrush model for as far as I can go with it. So for all the expressions, so even at this stage, I'm starting to think about, okay, this isn't our final design yet, but what do I want the character to do? What, with a lot of these, I wanted to try to just really over-exaggerate and give them like that cartoony squash stretch, things like that. But what other like mouth shapes with Darby, it was like Matt had drawn her have this ooh mouth shape that like really came out far. And so it's like, okay, how am I gonna, build in sort of details and topology to support that without having to kind of ZBrush for each pose. So, and that's sort of the principles of topology as well. But I'm not going that deep. I'm just trying to think like, still keep it loose and stuff. But that's definitely something that is in the back of my mind at this stage. And so, we're starting to. It's like she's very lumpy, very
What material are you using? Skin Shade 4? What material do you have?
Yeah, so this is Skin Shade 4, and then I just, I'm like, this is my secret startup. It's just Skin Shade 4 with like a little bit less spec, just like a hair less, and that's all it is. And so I use that, with all the stuff that's in every thing that's just right out of ZBrush, that's all it is, how I'm showing it and stuff. And I just feel like it has, the shadows aren't too harsh, and there's just that nice sort of clay fall off feeling.
Soft, it's got a soft look.
There's a softness to it that I'm like, oh, yeah. So that's what I use for everything, and it's been it's been really helpful. And even when I then pull stuff in to sort of render things out, even if it's in another software, it feels like it's close and it gives a similar result. And I'm not sort of like shocked when I go into another, if I throw it into Maya or something, and it's.
Well, I'll tell you what, Letitia's saying she's loving what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's watching. He's here with us tomorrow.
She is. Yeah, I know. I know. Leticia is wonderful. She's one of my best friends.
E-Beast tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see her and Charles.
Yeah.
I know. Charles, another one of my favorite people. So
yeah, the hits keep on coming. The
Yeah.
team rolled into town. They're coming with a vengeance.
Yeah, that was, Charles gave me my first start at DreamWorks. So
did he?
He hired me to work at DreamWorks. So that's
that's
how
awesome.
I got into feature animation was from him. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was great. In fact, I was just talking about how I don't know if I'm allowed to be talking about how great Trolls 2 was, but it really was a great experience. That's where I worked with Charles and Leticia. But yeah, great experience, and yeah, excited to hear their talk tomorrow.
I think you're allowed to spread positivity. I mean,
it's your path. It's your path.
That's true. So yeah, it was one of my favorites was working on that with them and that whole crew. They were the best. So yeah, so from here, and I just sort of did this kind of quick, and this wouldn't actually be. I'd probably go a little further than this right here, but this right here is just hitting ZBrush, seeing what I get, and already I'm sort of getting that nice planar stuff that I wanted to keep in the topology, and I can either sharpen it, soften it, and I have that edge flow that I want. So if I wanted to sort of pinch all that stuff. Just hitting divide, it already gives me some nice kind of planar stuff. I have enough in here to sort of, add some, well, maybe I would want a little more there, but, starting to add some smaller details, maybe if I want her to have dimples, something like that. And in the final, it's like starting to look at 3/4, something like that, is, how to sort of pull back now. Now we're at a point where it's like, okay, she can't just have an actual cube. So how do I bring some anatomy into that? And one thing is like, in the art, in drawings, one of the things is like you have line width. And how do you have line width in your sculpt? And that's these areas, like these harsh planes, that's kind of your line width. So handling those planes where, maybe it goes, rather than just, this is sort of the same all across, right, in this plane. So maybe I soften it down as it comes, and then I could, let's say, sharpen it up here. I don't know, but maybe that's not the right thing. But that sort of idea, so it can go from sharp, it'll fall soft. That would sort of give the idea of like a thicker line. And then if the line kind of thins, maybe it gets sharper. Or maybe, maybe that doesn't work. Maybe you try the opposite, where it sort of goes softer, and then it actually pinches more in the middle. So thinking about things like that, and that's a lot of what I'm thinking about for these details, is like what's the line width I can get in here, and what kind of...
I think it's phenomenal to hear you talk about this way, because it's truly linked to the basic premise of drawing first.
Yes.
So it's almost like you're drawing it in 3D.
Exactly, and that's and I think that's kind of like, I mean, that's why I love ZBrush, is it and I mean it is sculpting, and it's sort of being able to just do those things and use these tools in a way that you would use real tools if you were to sculpt it, or if you were to take a drawing and sculpt it, you would still be thinking about those things as if you were using clay or whatever. So yeah, just taking all those principles and stuff from kind of real life stuff, and it's the same when you're doing something in Photoshop, if you're doing a drawing, Procreate, whatever, and you want to have those areas of like mimicking the real paint or whatever, so it's same kind of premise. So yeah, so as you can see, it's like just going in there, and now it's so easy for me to create a lot of that sort of soft and clean looking stuff, even though I didn't really do much to make it clean. It's just like, it's already sort of baked in that way into my topology. So, I can go in and sort of crispen things up, soften them, whatever. But now I have enough that if I want to start, sort of, putting expressions in, I have that support and that topology to start doing that kind of stuff. So with her though, I'm like, I don't want her mouth open. I would want it closed. So I'll do that first. And so we're starting to get somewhere. I'll give her a little bit darker skin here. And let me just...
Yep, you got about 13 minutes. So
okay, awesome.
Check. All right. So when you're doing this, are you given any freedom to kind of give your own personal input?
Well, yeah, and with Darby, it's definitely, you know, I feel like I was more just going from the design, but yeah, with other characters, it's, you know, especially with characters where it is maybe just something real quick and, you know, there's still a lot to be designed, then I'm going to start sort of trying to figure things out. And you know, same with even sometimes when you do have something you're trying to match, you know, you're still kind of having this freedom to play around and, you know, sort of have fun with it. So, yeah, that's...
Ooh, she's coming to life right in front of your eyes.
It's just incredible what a few strokes can do.
Yeah. She also reminds me a little bit of Up.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar idea. I'm going to steal that hair I did earlier. Okay, insert. Oh, was there going to be sort of like Q&A kind of thing, or?
Yeah, I've actually been throwing questions that have been coming up.
Oh, okay,
questions
cool.
I'm asking you are coming from the chat.
Okay, awesome, awesome. I wasn't sure if I should try to.
It's not just me.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I should try to wrap
you're
up,
good.
but
yeah, no, you're in a good
No
job.
stress.
Good pace.
Yeah, no stress. You're broadcast to 190 countries.
Okay, okay. Let me. Oops.
So you specialize mostly in characters, or do you do environments as well?
Yeah. So now I'm fully on the art team for the past two shows I've been on, and on this current one that I'm on, it's pretty early, and so there's been opportunities to sort of get to do a little bit of environment stuff, and I mean, it's cool. I like characters the most, but it is nice in art when, you know, you sort of get to try different stuff too. I mean, I don't think I'm that good at environments and stuff, so it's like, you know, it's like a learning thing in a way, because I've mostly just worked on characters, so that feels comfortable. But I guess there's always that you want to get out of your comfort zone and keep learning, and you know, I think that's for everything. You know, you always want to do that and keep sort of pushing. So
yeah. Speaking of pushing, this is like totally out of left field. The way it looks right now, it kind of reminds me of Joe Pesci in The Irishman.
Yeah, she's definitely.
Uncle Joe Pesci at the end of the day.
She's going everywhere right now.
She is a little Joe Pesci,
a little hangry.
for sure.
She was definitely the rougher character for the show. The movie.
A lot of people are saying, not me.
Straight to the point. She was straight to the point and blunt, pretty much.
There is that quality to it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, and yeah, maybe the hair's making her a little overly.
That was a compliment, by the way.
Part of the mob or something.
Caleb, just so you know. Okay. That's a compliment. If I say Joe Pesci, you're in good stead.
Here's a question from somebody. Did you learn anything cool while you were working on Zerg?
Oh, on Zerg. I mean, I was basically doing, you know, final topology stuff. So I definitely can't take too much credit on Zerg. But with all the hard surface stuff, it was a huge learning experience for me, because I did Zap Patrol. I did, and Zap Patrol was one that I started that helmet in ZBrush. I just was like, okay, let me figure out how the heck this helmet works before I really started in on the final topology. And then I worked on quite a few of the suits. There was quite a few people that sort of took different pieces and stuff, but
because
I had to do sort of like, I did like a previs for that final suit that he wears. I did all the final modeling on the alpha suit that he wears, which is the, one you see on the posters and that kind of stuff. And so, sometimes it was just doing previs stuff. Sometimes it was doing the final modeling, and both of those things for hard surface is tough. And I was like, I almost don't want to tell anyone that I did any of this because I don't want to have to do it again, because it's tough stuff to do hard surface, and that's I was almost like I don't want to admit that I worked on that stuff because I don't want to be like, hey, can you come do some more hard surface suits and stuff? And I might. That's tough stuff for me.
Don't punish yourself on purpose.
I know, exactly. But I guess I outed myself a little here. That
how early do you? Someone's asking, how early do you bring polypaint into your process?
I like seeing stuff with color, and it for me. It helps see the shapes and stuff better. Like right now, it's like I can see her face already better just by having a little bit of polypaint on it. So I'll show, rather than continuing to do this, it's like I'll just show like where I would end up. And so, with Darby, it's like here was where it was like, okay, I'm in a good place. I've sort of added all those details and stuff, and now I sort of go through and try to push and pull what I have. And so it's like I want to open up her mouth, see how far I can really push and exaggerate that stuff, trying to hit those matte poses that he had done. And so it's like you got your stretch, you got your squash. So just kind of going through and opening.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And she's got kind of a sneer. Just so getting those expressions in and sort of starting to feel that character, for me, it helps. So it's like if I have a character, I've done the neutral model, I want to get it into some sort of pose as quick as possible to start seeing like, okay, is this feeling right? Is this able to do what I want to do? So here's that kind of ooh shape where she's, really bringing those lips out. And so that's the Darby. I know I only have a couple minutes, so was there anything else that you all wanted me to show ZBrush-wise?
Any questions for him up there? Or Paul Gabriel?
Let's see. I was just asked those. I'm looking at 2 chats. So
okay, yeah, no worries.
It's managing a lot of chat.
Are the final sculpts for rigging rebuilt from scratch?
The final, like the final model?
Yeah.
The final model is, so on some of the characters, they would do a wrap of the topology onto the sculpt. But then obviously things, because some of this stuff's done so early and design sort of evolves as it's going on, the people doing those models will have to sort of evolve the model, So, but with some of the early sculpts, it's like a topology has to be created. So, yeah.
And where you were at with her, you were still in Dynamesh, where you were just at with her, were you still in Dynamesh, or did you already have a remesh?
So, yeah, all this stuff is now...
that one's Z-remesh now.
Yeah, so this is all...
So you make that shift when you're going to start doing the expressions? Is that when you make the shift from the Dynamesh to the Z-remeshed version?
No, I keep the Z-remeshed version. So this is my Z-remeshed version. And then going through here is I'm just taking that Z-remeshed version and pushing it around. And, you know, I'll go down to sort of my, oh, well, that's not it. I'll go down to like my base level, and that's where I'm doing all those, you know, movements of like moving the mouth around and opening it up, and is in this low, and then is the high res is where I go in and sort of add any of those details or wrinkles that might be sort of activated by some of the expressions. So
someone, because you opened her expression, creating any tips for creating the mouth cavity? Were you just using clay buildup and pushing in to do her cavity?
Yeah, I was. The mouth cavity is just pushing in, and that is another thing. So that's part of why I leave the mouth open. And what I would probably do in this case, I just did this quick as sort of a test. But if I was actually, you know, doing this, I would sort of go in here and try to mask just the mouth, and then, I'm like, it's because it's live, it's not gonna let me do it. But, you know, I would essentially, there we go, just have the mouth and just push that back, probably make it bigger with masking. So now I have this mouth that sort of goes back, and then when I Z-remesh, now I have a lot of topology back there, so I'll polygroup that once I have the Z-remeshed model, and then I have that on a separate.
Do you have perspective on or off when you're doing this?
Oh, you're right. I turned it off. I turned it off to do a mask, and I never brought it back on.
Okay, so you work in perspective then.
Yes, I always work in perspective. Oh gosh,
Good question.
I've been showing all this stuff, and
nonetheless, it looked nice. And they're giving us the wrap-up signal.
Oh, the wrap. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you all.
I think it was an amazing circumstance to have you here with us. We want to say thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Paul, tell him thank you because you worked so hard to make this happen.
Look, and he did a ton of work to make this all
Both of you.
So,
yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
You and you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it was an exciting one for me, able to get the team from Pixar to come down and be able to show what you guys have been doing with ZBrush. So
I'm happy you did.
Yeah.
Happy you did. Well, you were the last of today, the second day of the formal ZBrush Summit 2022. I think we're going to do one last giveaway.
I've got giveaway.
And I think we'll thank you so much for now, Caleb Rice.
All right,
thank you.
Pixar,
thank you all.
Into infinity and beyond you go. Thanks
yeah,
so much
thank you guys.
Absolutely.
Cool. Let's kick it to Paul with some giveaways.
Yep.
Right, so what you're telling me is some giveaways, huh?
Last of the giveaways for day 2 here inside the ZBrush Summit.
Last of the giveaways here. Last of the giveaways. All right, let's finish this off and get some giveaways out there. So I'm going to do a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Again, fabulous. You're going to get a lot of information.
It's a lot of value.
Lots of value here. So definitely, let's see who we got here. Let me copy that. Let me confirm it.
That's 1 year.
Sylvain. Oh, hold on. Sylvain.
1 year of black belt training.
Hold on, and I gotta clean up the chat. I just noticed something in my chat here. Sylvain de Chavigny. Sylvain Chavigny. There you go. You are the winner of a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. Let's keep it rocking and rolling here. Let's keep moving down the line. I've got another one. I'm just giving it away over here, like I had anything to do with this. All access membership to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, an all access winner to a jewelry ZBrush Workshop. Really great crew over there. Thomas Wittelbach, the founder, and with Eric Keller. You're gonna learn a lot from them, Wilson. Wilson, you are the winner. Wilson Chen, you are the winner. Congratulations, you have just won some time with Mr. Thomas Wittelbach and Eric Keller.
Always a good time.
Always a good time. Oh, let's do this one. Yes, I got another one. Okay, so this is, again, keep in mind, this is the on-site animal anatomy workshop. This takes place in Vegas, so you will have to get to Vegas. That's not part of this. You got to be able to get yourself to Las Vegas
Hold on
for
one
the
second.
on-site animal anatomy workshop. But there's also the lioness anatomy piece that they have here that you're going to win as well. So you're winning multiple things.
Hold on one
here.
second.
Huh?
We're not giving you a ticket to Las Vegas.
No. Nope. No ticket to Las Vegas.
Get the class. You got to find your way to Vegas.
You got to find your way to Vegas, for sure. So Alberto Tufino, you have just won that awesome giveaway from our anatomy tools and Evolution.
You gonna do one more?
I got two more actually.
All right.
I got two more to give away.
It is.
So let me show this image. All right, we've got a Gnomon online 10-week course.
Oof.
A Gnomon online 10-week course.
Wowie.
Wowie is right, my good man.
Better than a bag of money.
Wowie, a bag of money. Oscar, you have just won that. Oscar Barales. I am putting in the chat so you can see the name officially in both chats. There you go. I got another one. Let me show this image. It keeps coming. It keeps coming. All right. So there we go. The Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. The Ultimate ZBrush Guide course. Here you go. Let me confirm the winner. And then here who has won that. Garin Liu. Wait, here it is. Let me put it over here. It's easier for me to see on this white one. Garin Li. Or Liu. Could be either or. I don't know.
L-I-U.
I'm not good. L-I-U.
Liu.
Liu.
Yeah, Liu.
Liu.
Very nicely done, Paul.
Okay, thanks, Louie.
Are there no more prizes?
There's no more prizes. We're done with the prizes. That's it for today. Keep in mind, we've got more tomorrow. So we got a lot more coming on for those, from our sponsors, more giveaways. Again, you have to register between every single presentation. So Louie, what else we got going on?
Tomorrow, Wednesday,
tomorrow.
the last day, a small, slow tear falls down my cheek. We'll start off the day with the AFA Foundry and Form, from ZBrush to bronze. There will be some pouring. That's no secret now. It's going to be on location with...
We're going there.
Paul Gabriel is going
to be
taking
tour.
us inside the foundry tomorrow. Be here live, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Frame Store, creatures from scratch to screen, always nice. Raphael Phillips, Wakanda Forever, with his collectibles, creatures in clay. A really, really amazing body of work from him. Sea Beast, bring in the Sea Beast action, making of characters and VizDev models. And then the last one, the big one that they all wait for, that they ask the questions about, is the ZBrush presentation. Members of the ZBrush team here, the Maxon ZBrush team, broadcasting around the globe, new features under the hood to check it out and see what we've been up to and give a sneak peek as to what might be coming forward. I'm Louis Tucci, and on behalf of my associate, Paul Gabriel, this was day 2 inside the ZBrush Summit. I want to thank Ian Robinson, our on-site correspondent, for today's action. We'll be back tomorrow again. Until then, everybody stay safe, and thanks so much for the support.
Thanks, everybody.
Make their head drop.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.